Chapter 401 Sunlight Flame? Stellar Laser Cannon, Extra Update for the Helmsman Piranha GG. Boom. 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 While chasing BB Dong, Bai Ge frantically summoned the Moyun Vine to try to stop BB Dong from escaping. But although countless giant Moyun Vines continued to break out of the ground and block BB Dong's progress, BB Dong was too flexible. The 8 spider legs behind her quickly ejected tough spider silk. Facing the giant Moyun Vines whipping, BB Dong directly climbed onto a Moyun Vine with the help of the spider silk, and then continued to swing onto another giant Moyun Vine, and kept moving to avoid the giant Moyun Vine's attack. As for the small Moyun Vines split from the giant Moyun Vine, BB Dong could cut them off with the Rakshasa Demon Scythe, so Bai Ge's Moyun Vine had no effect on BB Dong. Bai Ge became even more angry when he found that the Moyun Vine's attack had no effect on BB Dong. Ice, fire, thunder, and explosion. Because of the battle between Bai Ge and BB Dong, both the Wuhan Hall and the Dan Pavilion had already fled far away, and Bai Ge directly launched the ice, fire, thunder, and explosion. In the state of the Lord of Ashes, Bai Ge could now completely ignore the lethality of the ice, fire, thunder, and explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, countless giant Moyun Vines exploded one after another. In an instant, the dazzling 3-color light illuminated the area within a radius of 10,000 miles as if it were daytime. Small mushroom clouds continued to rise. The terrifying power directly raised the surrounding area of nearly 10,000 meters to the ground, and all the soul beasts and trees in it were exploded into dust. However, in the dazzling 3-color light, a purple streamer flew out at a faster speed with the help of the impact force generated by the explosion, flying into the distance. Under the protection of the Rakshasa power, the ice, fire, and thunder explosion did not cause much damage to BB Dong. Although Bai Ge's Ash Soul power is not inferior to the God power, the mechanism of the ice, fire, and thunder explosion is the mixed explosion of the extreme energy of the 3 different attributes of ice, fire and thunder. It will not turn the ice, fire, and thunder explosion into a nuclear fission explosion just because Bai Ge activates the Soul Ring and uses the Ash Soul power. And the power of the ice, fire, and thunder explosion is limited, and it cannot threaten BB Dong, who is equivalent to a demigod to some extent. Damn it! Seeing that his ice and fire thunder explosion not only failed to kill BB Dong, but also helped BB Dong escape, Bai Ge became even angrier. With the thought, Bai Ge summoned more Moyun Vines again. As the ground shook violently, giant Moyun Vines drilled out of the ground one after another and soared into the sky. As Bai Ge's 6th soul ring lit up, under Bai Ge's guidance, golden light pillars continued to fall from the sky and enveloped the Moyun Vines one by one. As the Moyun Vines were enveloped by the golden light pillars, they suddenly began to become brighter and brighter. On the Moyun Vines, the golden light suddenly restrained after shining to the extreme, and then dazzling golden light pillars continued to burst out from the Moyun Vines one by one, like laser cannons, and they were laser cannons fired by spacecraft. Boom! 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 With the help of the affinity for the star power in the state of the Lord of Ashes, Bai Ge attracted the sunlight within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. And all the sunlight was transformed into beams of light that shot towards the Moyun Vine, helping the Moyun Vine to accumulate solar power and reduce the time it takes for the sunlight flame to absorb solar energy. Because of the high concentration solar power beams that Bai Ge brought over, it was equivalent to the superposition of countless sunny days. Almost instantly, the Moyun Vine absorbed enough solar power and transformed it into countless sunlight flames that shot out like laser cannons. Boom! 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 Countless beams of light continued to shoot out, sweeping towards the purple shadow flying in the distance. Although the attack range of the sunlight flame launched by the giant Moyun Vine is amazing, BB Dong is extremely flexible. Even under such a large range of sunlight flame O-star laser cannon, BB Dong still managed to dodge it again and again by changing direction in the air with spider silk. However, the sunlight flame that BB Dong avoided instantly raised a large area of the Star Do forest to the ground. Because the 6th soul skill sunlight flame is not as special as ice, fire, and thunder explosion, but has a time limit. So after the sunlight flame soul skill entered the cooling period, Bai Ge continued to summon the Moyun Vine to block BB Dong, and after the cooling period, Bai Ge continued to launch the sunlight flame. After chasing for an unknown period of time, BB Dong was accidentally hit by several sunlight flames during the chase, and then was caught up by Bai Ge and seriously injured. But relying on the 200,000-year soul skills of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, BB Dong escaped again. After that, although Bai Ge finally withdrew from the Ash Lord state because his body and spirit could not bear it anymore. However, because the devouring domain constantly devoured various spiritual energies around to replenish soul power, Bai Ge's state was still better than Bibi Dong. So along the way, Bai Ge was still chasing Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong fled all the way. I don't know how long they chased, all the way through the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, to the inner circle, and finally the outer circle. Unknowingly, the two came to the edge of Douluo continent, and there was an endless sea in front of them. Seeing that there was actually the sea in front of them, Bibi Dong, who was already exhausted, gritted his teeth and jumped into the sea directly, and Bai Ge, who was full of anger and had lost his mind, was naturally unwilling to be outdone and also jumped into the sea. Chasing again on the seabed, I don't know how long they chased, and there was no land around, only the boundless ocean. But suddenly, Bibi Dong began to speed up and rushed towards the sea. After rushing out of the sea, Bibi Dong actually flew up. That was one of the special abilities of her Rakshasa God armor trunk bone, flying. Before, because on land, Bai Ge could summon giant vines one after another, even if she could fly, it would not be safe, and Bai Ge could catch up, so Bibi Dong had been forbearing. Until now, when Bai Ge was brought to the sea, Bibi Dong finally showed her long-hidden flying ability. Although Bai Ge had drawn the external soul bone o heavenly demon phoenix wing before, because of the blue bird's eye obi, Bai Ge did not keep the heavenly demon phoenix wing without special abilities, but gave it to Ning Rong Rong. Now facing Bibi Dong who can fly, Bai Ge can only summon giant vines from the sea in vain, trying to intercept Bibi Dong, but failed. Bibi Dong's figure flew higher and higher, and finally turned into a light spot and disappeared in the sky, leaving Bai Ge alone in the vast sea. Looking at the boundless sea around him, although the soul power in his body was still full, Bai Ge was mentally overwhelmed. Facing Bibi Dong's back, Bai Ge roared and roared, but in the sea, no matter how he swam, he could not catch up with the flying Bibi Dong. With Bibi Dong's departure, the goal that had always supported Bai Ge to persist also disappeared, and mental fatigue could not stop coming. Finally, Bai Ge, who had reached his limit, closed his eyes weakly and sank into the blue sea. Chapter 402 Drifting, the King of Demon Soul Great White Sharks, Extra Update for the Helmsman Piranha GG. In the blue sea, the waves rolled and the white waves sparkled. On the turbulent sea, a white shadow was constantly floating on the sea with the waves. It was a boy who looked only 16 or 17 years old, with a handsome face and long silver blue hair, but his white clothes were tattered for some reason. The boy was none other than Bai Ge. In order to hunt down Bibi Dong, Bai Ge forced himself to hold on, maintaining the star-forging Dragon King O Ash Lord for a long time, and severely injured Bibi Dong. After his mental and physical strength were no longer enough to maintain the Ash Lord state, even after exiting the Ash Lord state, Bai Ge still held on and hunted down Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong entered the sea, and Bai Ge followed her into the sea, but after Bibi Dong brought Bai Ge to the sea, she escaped with the flying ability of the torso bone of the Rakshasa God armor. Seeing that the hunt was hopeless, Bai Ge was shocked and angry, and finally fainted in a rage. In a coma, Bai Ge floated up and down in the sea with the waves, and gradually drifted away. In this vast sea, there are many sea soul beasts, and they are far more powerful than land soul beasts. If Bai Ge had not had a trace of dragon blood in his body when he was transformed by the star-forging Dragon King Martial Soul, the super god-level dragon might of the Galaxy Dragon clan would have unconsciously emanated in his coma. Although the dragon might is very weak and difficult for humans to feel, as sea soul beasts, most sea soul beasts can clearly sense it. Facing the dragon might of the Galaxy Dragon clan, even if it is very weak, the dragon might of this super high-level dragon clan can still intimidate most sea soul beasts, otherwise Bai Ge would have been killed long ago. Was eaten by the sea soul beasts in the ocean. And it is precisely because of the dragon blood of the Galaxy Dragon clan in his body that Bai Ge's silver hair will turn silver blue and his purple eyes will turn blue purple. However, when Bai Ge fully develops and masters the dragon blood in his body, Bai Ge will naturally be able to restore his former appearance. The boundless sea is divided into many sea areas, but it is roughly divided into the open sea and the near sea. For the humans of Douluo continent, the vast sea contains both endless treasures and endless dangers. Most sea soul masters will only move near the coast, trying to get close to the mainland and inhabited islands. Although they also have the ability to survive in the open sea is rarely visited by people. Even if there are islands, most of them are deserted islands with no human habitation and no way to resupply. On the contrary, Compared with the difficulty of human survival, the open sea is a paradise for many sea soul beasts. In the open sea, most of the creatures that survive are extremely vicious sea soul beasts, which often live for tens of thousands of years. Once you encounter some sea soul beasts that you can't deal with in the ocean, even a sea soul master can't escape the fate of death. Therefore, the open sea has always been a forbidden area for sea soul beasts and sailors. You know, humans on the Douluo continent have existed for tens of thousands of years, and shipping has also developed. If it weren't for the threat of sea soul beasts, it would be impossible to say that they couldn't find the Sun and Moon continent not far away. Time passed by minute, and Bai Ge was still floating with the ocean current in the vast ocean. Because of the dragon's might, there was no sea soul beast within 1,000 meters around Bai Ge. Of course, there are also some sea soul beasts that are not aggressive and difficult to move, such as starfish and sea urchins, but all carnivorous sea soul beasts have fled far away under the oppression of the dragon's might, which allows Bai Ge to drift safely to the present. If he continues to drift like this, Bai Ge should eventually drift to an island, but this time may be very long, perhaps a few days, perhaps a few weeks, or perhaps a few months, no one can say for sure. However, after such a long drift, Bai Ge has long been out of the coastal area, which is certain. In the coma, the weak but powerful dragon power is still unconsciously radiating to the surroundings, which is the body's self-protection instinct at work. However, although this dragon power can deter most low-level and medium-level sea soul beasts, it is not the case for some powerful sea soul beasts. Thousands of miles away from Bai Ge, the slender white figure that has been swimming in the ocean seemed to feel something and suddenly raised its head out of the sea. It was a huge white shark, about 20 meters long, almost equivalent to a speedboat, and this great white shark was not an ordinary great white shark, but the famous demon soul great white shark among the great white sharks. Moreover, compared with other demon soul great white sharks, this demon soul great white shark's eyes are still flashing with human-like spirits, which is the wisdom that only 100,000-year soul beast can possess. Such a powerful dragon power, although it is very weak, but why is there a human smell in this dragon power? Is it that the dragon power is emitted from the human body? Feeling the weak dragon power, demon soul great white shark King Ziobai couldn't help but feel a little strange. Thinking of humans, demon soul great white shark King Ziobai couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Although her master was once a human, in her long beast life, most of the humans she saw were greedy. Because of their need for soul rings, they wantonly slaughtered sea soul beasts, and because of their need for wealth, they wantonly plundered the resources in the ocean and destroyed the homes of sea soul beasts. This made demon soul great white shark King Ziobai always have a bad sense of human beings. Of course, there are also good people among humans, but there are too few. However, as the guardian beast of the sea god island, if she encounters a human who falls into the sea in the ocean, unless the one who falls into the sea is stained with the strong blood of the sea soul beast, she will generally choose to rescue him, and this time is no exception. Of course, this time, in addition to seeing if there are humans falling into the sea, she also wants to see what kind of creature is emitting that dragon power. Is it really a human? With doubts, the demon soul great white shark King Ziobai swam towards the place where the dragon power came from like a sharp arrow. But after passing through a large area of reefs and seaweed forests, the demon soul great white shark King Ziobai couldn't help but frown again. Because if she continues to move forward, she will reach the edge of the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea is not because this sea area is a dangerous forbidden area, but because there lives an invincible overlord in this sea area, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King was already famous when she was born. It is said that the Deep Sea Demon Whale King's cultivation has reached nearly 1 million years, and he is the undisputed absolute overlord among the sea soul beasts. And the Forbidden Sea area also has another name among humans because of the existence of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, the Demon Whale Sea area. However, thinking that the Deep Sea Demon Whale King has not left the Forbidden Sea area for hundreds of years, and he is only going to the edge of the Forbidden Sea area taking away the guy who exudes dragon power and may be a human being will not necessarily alarm the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. So after thinking about it, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai gritted his teeth and continued to dive into the sea, swimming quickly to the place where the dragon power was exuding. In the ocean, even ordinary Demon Soul Great White Sharks are frighteningly fast, faster than speedboats, and Ziobai, a 100,000-year-old Demon Soul Great White Shark King, is even faster. After making up his mind, in less than 15 minutes, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai arrived at the place where the mysterious dragon power was emitted. From a distance, Demon Soul Great White Shark King saw the figure floating on the sea, which turned out to be a human, and according to the age of humans, it should still be a teenager. Thinking in his heart, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai suddenly dived under the sea surface, swam quickly, and soon came to the sea surface where the unconscious Bai Ge was. There is no bloody smell of sea soul beasts. The dragon's might comes from the body, not the martial soul. Could it be that the mother or father of this little guy is a 100,000-year-old dragon soul beast? Under the sea, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai circled around Bai Ge several times. After confirming that Bai Ge was not stained with the blood of sea soul beasts and was suspected to be a combination of humans and soul beasts, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai finally made up his mind to rescue Bai Ge. You are lucky, little guy, to meet your sister. Slowly floating up, carrying Bai Ge on his back, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai thought in his heart, while preparing to turn around and swim to the Sea God Island. But suddenly, the entire sea surface suddenly became turbulent. Under the sea surface, endless undercurrents were churning, stirring up countless whirlpools on the sea surface. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. This is seeing the sudden change in the sky around him, and faintly, bursts of muffled roars continued to sound. The Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai couldn't help but change color. No way! So unlucky! Chapter 403 The Deep Sea Demon Whale King appears. First update, please recommend, please subscribe. Ang! As bursts of muffled roars sounded, dark clouds quickly covered the entire sky, thunder and lightning crackled, and bean-sized raindrops suddenly poured down. On the sea, the surging waves and the roaring ocean currents stirred the sea, and there was a storm everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, a thick water column suddenly spurted out of the sea like a cannonball, and then a huge body slowly floated up. It was a huge deep blue whale, with a huge body length of more than 200 meters. The whole body was sapphire-like in color, glowing dimly, and there were two huge eyes on the head of the whale, each of which was more than 3 meters in diameter. But surprisingly, the left eye was blind. After the whale floated to the surface, its huge tail slapped the sea surface, raising huge waves. Looking at the Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai, who was only about 20 meters long, the only remaining right eye of the whale suddenly showed a mocking color. It turned out to be you, little guy, don't you know that this is my territory? Your territory? How come I don't know that this sea belongs to Lord Poseidon? When did it become your territory? Although he was a little scared, the Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai was still unwilling to be outdone and said coldly. Humph! Lord Poseidon? You are really a traitor among the sea soul beasts. You actually work so hard for a human. The giant whale's eyes showed raging anger. What Lord Poseidon? What has he done to benefit our sea soul beasts that deserves your worship as a god? What he did is to uphold justice, but to put it bluntly, it is to destroy the ecological balance of our sea. In this vast ocean, the law of the jungle is natural, and he just wants to seize your faith, so he wins over you weaklings. He did allow you weaklings to survive successfully back then, but now, he has become a god and left, and what about you? What have you got? Don't you have to face the test of survival? This sea, I will make it return to its original state one day. The giant whale's tone was cold, but it was particularly firm. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, don't sow discord anymore. You don't understand what justice is. No one can shake my faith in Lord Poseidon. Don't dream anymore. Ziobai, the Demon Soul Great White Shark King, was unshakable about the words of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Back then, facing the pursuit of the evil killer whale, if it weren't for the sea god, the Demon Soul Great White Shark clan would have been exterminated long ago. She never understood what justice or evil was. She only knew that she would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. You are really stubborn, but your sea god has left this world. He can no longer threaten me, and I have now completed the process of turning into a dragon. As long as I take the last step, I can become a god, the god of sea soul beasts. At that time, this sea will be dominated by me. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King laughed wildly. Foolish dream! The Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai could only snort coldly at the words of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Foolish dream? If it were before, it would take me hundreds of years to take the last step, but I didn't expect that God would treat me well and give me a shortcut path. as long as I eat him, within 3 years, I can take this last step. The deep-sea demon whale king used his remaining right eye to look at Bai Ji, who was on the demon soul great white shark king's eye, his eyes full of greed and excitement. You! Hearing the words of the deep-sea demon whale king, the demon soul great white shark king's eye couldn't help but be shocked. She naturally knew what the deep-sea demon whale king meant by the last step. When the deep-sea demon whale king stole the cornerstone of the sea god island, Poseidon once told her that the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation had reached 990,000 years, and there was only one last step left before 1 million years. As long as he broke through 1 million years and completed the dragon transformation process, the deep-sea demon whale king could become a god against the sky, become a beast god, and be invincible in Douluo continent. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the cornerstone of the sea god island, the deep-sea demon whale king actually turned into a dragon in advance. Now, as long as his cultivation reaches 1 million years and survives the last thunder tribulation, the deep-sea demon whale king can officially become a beast god. If the deep-sea demon whale king becomes the beast god, neither she nor the demon soul great white shark clan, who belong to the sea god island, will have a good ending. The deep-sea demon whale king can actually complete the breakthrough in advance within 3 years by eating the boy on her back, which makes the demon soul great white shark king's eye even more terrified, and at the same time a little fortunate. Fortunately, she also came, otherwise if the deep-sea demon whale king swallowed the boy in vain, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thoughts surged in his mind. Knowing that the deep-sea demon whale king could break through the last step in advance by swallowing the human boy on his back, the demon soul great white shark king's eye would naturally not allow this to happen. Motivating the power in his body to firmly fix the boy on his back, the demon soul great white shark king's eye flicked his tail violently, dived into the seabed in an instant, and swam away from the forbidden sea area like a sharp arrow. Want to run? Behind her, the deep-sea demon whale king roared. Along with the roar, an invisible energy wave instantly burst out, and the invisible energy wave instantly swept hundreds of miles at an astonishing speed. At the moment when the invisible energy wave passed, the sea water that was previously controlled by the demon soul great white shark king's eye suddenly lost control. If the sea water was pushing her and helping her move forward before, then now, all the sea water seemed to have turned into sticky glue, making it difficult for her to move. Little guy, if you want to escape from me, there is a huge difference between our cultivation. Behind him, accompanied by a mocking voice, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly opened his huge mouth that swallowed the sky and the earth, and a powerful devouring force burst out instantly. Endless sea water rushed into the deep-sea demon whale king's huge mouth under the powerful devouring force, and instantly formed a huge vortex on the sea surface, and the surrounding sea water continued to surge. Under the powerful suction generated by the deep-sea demon whale king's huge mouth and the resistance of the sea water, the demon soul great white shark king's eye could not move forward at all. Roar! Feeling that he was constantly retreating, the demon soul great white shark king's eye kept roaring, bursting out the power in his body, trying to leave, but it was completely useless. Her cultivation level differed from that of the deep-sea demon whale king by more than 700,000 years. The gap between them was really too huge, and it was already a world of difference. Seeing that the demon soul great white shark king's eye was still trying to struggle, a trace of mockery flashed in the eyes of the deep-sea demon whale king again. Ang! Another huge roar, and a brilliant blue light instantly burst out from the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. The brilliant blue light covered the surrounding area for several miles in the blink of an eye, turning everything into a blue. The demon soul great white shark king's eye and the unconscious Bai Ge were naturally shrouded in this blue. The brilliant blue twisted and surged, like 10,000 tons of sea water frantically beating the demon soul great white shark king's eye, causing the demon soul great white shark king's eye to scream. Finally, the demon soul great white shark king's eye lost the strength to resist and fell into a coma. Under the traction of the vortex, he and Bai Ge finally flowed into the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king. After successfully swallowing Bai Ge, the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't help but show excitement in his remaining right eye. Ang! With another dull roar, the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king instantly sank into the sea. Chapter 404 Awakening, Second Update, please recommend, please subscribe. Tick, tick, tick. There was a ticking sound in his ears, and in the darkness, Bai Ge's vague consciousness finally began to become clear. Hey! In the darkness, Bai Ge suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground, but when he got up, Bai Ge was a little confused. Where is this? In front of him, there is an uneven wall, bumpy everywhere, a little like in a cave, but if it is a cave, the color of this wall is not the brown of the soil, but a weird red, and it is still wriggling like flesh and blood. On this wall that seems to be wriggling like flesh and blood, a series of deep blue streams of light are constantly crisscrossing, flowing, emitting bright light, illuminating the entire cave. Are you awake? A female voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji was startled. Turning his head, he saw a strange woman sitting beside him. She was wearing a white leather-like outfit. Her face was a typical Western beauty, with a high nose bridge, a sharp face, long grey-blue hair, and grey-blue eyes, full of exotic charm. Who are you? Bai Ji hesitated. According to his last memory before he fell into a coma, he should have failed to chase Bibi Dong, and finally fell into the sea due to exhaustion. According to common sense, he would either be on an island or in the vast ocean when he woke up, but why did he appear in this cave, and who was the woman next to him? This made Bai Ji extremely confused. Me? I should be considered half of your benefactor, a person who wanted to save you but failed. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the woman laughed at herself. You wanted to save me, but failed? What happened? Hearing the woman's words, Bai Ji was even more confused. This is what happened. The woman sighed. Today, I was playing in the sea, but suddenly I accidentally sensed a strong but weak dragon power, and the smell of humans mixed in the dragon power. Out of curiosity, I decided to go and see what was going on. Wait, you said human, aren't you human? Bai Ji was very confused when he found himself in this strange place, so when he heard the word human in the woman's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but be alert. Haha, little guy, you are very sensitive. That's right, I'm not a human. I am a sea soul beast, a demon soul great white shark with more than 200,000 years of cultivation. Looking at Bai Ji, the corner of the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai's mouth curled up a playful smile. Hey, aren't you afraid? Originally, he was going to see Bai Ji's expression of fear and terror, but after a long time, he found that Bai Ji's expression didn't change at all, and the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai couldn't help it. Why should I be afraid? Will you eat me? Bai Ji asked back. No, I don't eat people. Demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai shook his head. That's it, okay, you continue talking. Bai Ji waved his hand. Hey, kid, are you really not afraid of me? I'm a sea soul beast, and a big shark. I can eat several kids like you in one bite. Hearing Bai Ji say that he was not afraid of him, demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai couldn't believe it. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I heard from my teacher that once a soul beast reaches the 100,000 year level, its wisdom is no different from that of humans. So you are actually equivalent to a human who looks different. Why should I be afraid of you? Is it because you look a little fierce? But even if you look a little fierce, I don't see you being fierce. On the contrary, you look like this now. You are very beautiful, but if you say you want to scare me. Bai Ji shook his head. Kid, you are very good. You can actually have such insights. Yes, although I am a soul beast, I am not inferior to you humans in terms of wisdom. By the way, my name is Xiaobai. What's your name? Hearing Bai Ji's words, demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai couldn't help but be very satisfied. Xiaobai. Hearing the words of demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai, Bai Ji couldn't help but be silent and lowered his head. What's wrong, kid? Seeing Bai Ji's mood suddenly depressed, demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai was a little confused. Nothing more, my name is Bai Ji, nice to meet you, please continue. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting his emotions, Bai Ji chuckled. Well, let me continue. I was going to save you, but your location is not good. There are many restricted areas in this sea. These restricted areas either have some dangerous terrain, such as active submarine volcanoes, veins full of death power, or dangerous sea soul beasts, and you are in a sea area where there is an extremely dangerous sea soul beast. When I first arrived, there was no danger, but just when I lifted you up and prepared to leave, the danger happened. The demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai sighed. That dangerous sea soul beast has appeared. It is a sea soul beast that has existed for much longer than me. It can even be said that it has already appeared before you humans have appeared. It is a powerful deep-sea demon whale, and it is a deep-sea demon whale with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation. We generally call it the deep-sea demon whale king. Deep-sea demon whale king. Hearing the words of the demon soul great white shark king Ziobai, Bai Ji was a little confused. He was unconscious after chasing Bibi Dong, and it was related to the demon soul great white shark of Sea God Island. The white shark king is fine, but why is the deep-sea demon whale king involved? The deep-sea demon whale king did not take action immediately after it appeared, but told me that it was about to take the last step. The last step it referred to is the same as the 100-level godhood in your human legend. We soul beasts will face a choice after reaching 100,000 years of cultivation. Either choose to transform into a human or choose to continue practicing. If we choose to transform into a human, then all our cultivation will be lost, and we will become ordinary humans. However, compared to ordinary humans like you, we generally have innate full soul power after transforming, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast, but before reaching level 60, we are very likely to be discovered by your human titled Douluo. From ancient times to the present, I have never heard of a soul beast that successfully became a god after transforming, so most 100,000-year soul beasts will choose the second option, which is to continue practicing. After continuing to practice for 1,000 years, we will face thunder tribulation, which is a life or death situation for us, but after surviving the thunder tribulation, we can continue to practice for another 100,000 years, and so on. After we have survived 9 thunder tribulations, we will come to the last step. Once we have survived the last thunder tribulation, we can become gods against the will of heaven. However, this is a more difficult path than transformation. As far as I know, only the deep-sea demon whale king has reached this step. Originally, it would take thousands of years to take this last step, but it said that as long as it eats you, it can take this step within 3 years. And the deep-sea demon whale king and I are irreconcilable, so I naturally prepared to take you away immediately and never let it succeed, but I failed. The demon soul great white shark king Ziobai couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Its strength is too strong. The gap between its nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and my cultivation that has just reached 200,000 is too big, so the final result is that both you and I were swallowed by it. You mean, we are now in the belly of the deep-sea demon whale king? After listening to the words of the demon soul great white shark king Ziobai, Bai Ji couldn't help but understand immediately. Chapter 405, Finding an Exit, 3rd update, please recommend, please subscribe. Yes, that's right, we are now in the belly of the deep-sea demon whale king. I have tried many ways, but I can't get out at all. Demon soul great white shark king Ziobai sighed. Bai Ji understands demon soul great white shark king Ziobai's pessimism, but he doesn't completely agree with it. Some things still need to be seen to be believed. Slowly standing up, Bai Ji first tried to see if he could teleport out of the deep-sea demon whale king's body through the dimensional castle. But there seemed to be some strange energy field in the deep-sea demon whale king's body. The dimensional castle could not overlap with this space at all, and teleportation naturally could not be used. Feeling a little disappointed, after thinking for a while, Bai Ji began to walk around in this place that looked like a cave, but was actually the stomach of the deep-sea demon whale king. All around, it seemed that the flesh and blood tissues on the inner wall of the cave were constantly wriggling, and countless deep blue energy surged in the flesh and blood, emitting bright light. After walking around, Bai Ji found that the position he was in before should be the back of the stomach, and as he came to the middle of the stomach, he could see a large number of unknown sea soul beast skeletons. The largest skeleton was the size of a ship, stranded in a wriggling red area. You can see that there are puddles of liquid emitting a faint blue light on the ground, which should be the digestive fluid of the deep-sea demon whale king. As Bai Ji gradually approached the middle area of the stomach, the digestive fluid on the ground began to increase. From the small puddles at the beginning to large patches, the boots worn by Bai Ji were corroded instantly when they were accidentally stained with a little digestive fluid. If Bai Ji had not been thick-skinned, his feet would have been gone before he could react. After changing into a new pair of boots, Bai Ji wrapped the boots with his true energy and continued to walk in the stomach. In his opinion, there are actually 2 ways to get out of the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. One way is to go up, and the other way is to go down. Going up means walking to the blowhole of the deep-sea demon whale king and going out from the blowhole, and going down means, going through the various intestines and finally going out from the excretion channel. Bai Ji's previous position was actually closer to the second one, but it was too embarrassing to go out in this way, so Bai Ji finally planned to go out from the blowhole above. Of course, there is actually another way, which is to perforate the stomach of the deep-sea demon whale king, and then directly pierce the flesh and blood of the deep-sea demon whale king, forcibly punch a channel and escape, but Bai Ge thinks this is actually more difficult. The reason is very simple, that is, the deep-sea demon whale king is not an ordinary whale, but a super overlord level soul beast with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation. With the size of the deep-sea demon whale king, it is determined that it cannot chew food like humans, but can only swallow it. And almost all the things swallowed into the stomach by swallowing are living things. If the flesh and blood of the deep-sea demon whale king can be easily destroyed, then in the hundreds of thousands of years of life of the deep-sea demon whale king, it is probably unknown how many times it has died. Of course, if Bai Ge could still enter the Star-Forging Dragon King O Ash Lord state, it would still be possible. After all, he was suppressing Bibi Dong in the Star-Forging Dragon King O Ash Lord state, and Bibi Dong's strength was almost as good as that of the deep-sea demon whale king. In addition, he was still in the fragile body of the deep-sea demon whale king. But unfortunately, because of the overtime and overload of maintaining the Star-Forging Dragon King O Ash Lord state, Bai Ge's current body no longer allowed him to enter the Star-Forging Dragon King Ash Lord state in a short time, so Bai Ge could only find another way. Passing through the stomach, entering the trachea, and finally coming to a fork in the road. Maybe because he was in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king, under the influence of the majestic energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body, Bai Ge's mental power could only detect a dozen meters around him, and could not detect too far, but Bai Ge still felt that this fork was the blowhole leading to the deep-sea demon whale king. With a fearless spirit, Bai Ge gritted his teeth and walked into this fork, moving forward all the way. But after walking more than 10 meters, the road ahead suddenly changed drastically, from being slightly steep to a steep cliff-like inclination, which further confirmed Bai Ge's idea that this road was indeed the blowhole leading to the deep-sea demon whale king. With excitement, Bai Ge trotted all the way to the front of the steep cliff-like passage, but everything he saw made Bai Ge a little weird, because in this steep cliff-like passage, it was actually full of surging rich deep blue light, which made him feel a little uneasy. Star-casting Dragon King, possessed. With a low shout in his heart, Bai Ge quickly entered the state of being possessed by the Star-casting Dragon King, with star-blue dragon scales covering his body, majestic dragon horns growing from his head, his eyes turning into golden vertical pupils, and his hands turning into sharp dragon claws. Using the 9 yin divine claws, Bai Ge forcefully clasped the dragon claws into the flesh and blood wall of the passage and began to prepare to climb up. But when Bai Ge's body just entered the rich dark blue light, as the dark blue light surged, Bai Ge felt as if tens of thousands of tons of seawater suddenly hit him in front of him, and instantly knocked him down. He rolled on the ground for several rounds in a somewhat embarrassing manner, and only stopped after hitting a wall of flesh and blood. Ahem! Rubbing his somewhat stuffy chest, Bai Ge stood up again, looking at the steep cliff-like passage leading directly to the water blowhole in front of him. Bai Ge gritted his teeth, he really didn't believe it. Walking to the front of the passage again, Bai Ge continued to climb, but as soon as he touched the dark blue light, he was knocked down by the dark blue light again. But if it doesn't work once, I will do it twice, and if it doesn't work twice, I will do it 3 times. Bai Ge didn't want to get out from that place below. While Bai Ge was struggling, in the dark deep sea, the deep-sea demon whale king, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened the only remaining right eye, and a trace of mockery flashed in his cold right eye, and then closed his eyes again. Damn it! After trying 9 times, Bai Ge was slightly angry because he failed every time. Whenever Bai Ge entered the passage, the deep blue light would surge, creating a force like tens of thousands of tons of seawater hitting him head-on, which was impossible to resist. Bai Ge also tried to use the devouring domain to devour the deep blue energy, but unfortunately, the devouring domain could not devour the deep blue energy at all. Before entering the Star-Forging Dragon King or Ash Lord state, Bai Ge's strength was still far behind that of the deep-sea demon whale king. The devouring domain was indeed very powerful. When he was in the Ash Lord state, even Bibi Dong felt threatened, but the devouring domain in the normal state was still too difficult to threaten an enemy whose strength far exceeded Bai Ge's. Why, am I right? I can't escape at all. A voice came from behind, and the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai, who had transformed into a human form, was embracing his hands and slowly walked over. But you actually knew how to leave from this place, I had never thought of it. Coming to Bai Ge's side, seeing the steep cliff-like passage in front of him, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai couldn't help but be amazed. Hearing the words of Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai, Bai Ji was speechless. Although the master said that 100,000-year soul beast has the same wisdom as humans, wisdom is not equal to IQ. Wisdom can only reflect that the thinking ability of 100,000-year soul beast has matured, but the key to why humans are smart is education. You haven't looked for a way to leave, so how did you prepare to escape? Bai Ji asked curiously. It must be to punch a hole directly in this, and then drill out directly from the hole. Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai pointed to the flesh and blood wall on the side, and said very confidently. Bai Ji was simply powerless to complain. Although the image of the Demon Soul Great White Shark King's transformation was much more mature than Xiao Wu, the thinking ability was exactly the same. It's a miracle that you can get out with this method. Bai Ji could only sigh helplessly at the Demon Soul Great White Shark King Ziobai's way of thinking. Chapter 406 Trying to Break Through, 4th Update, please recommend and subscribe. There are only a few channels connecting the deep-sea demon whale king's body to the outside world, one is the water blowhole above, one is the big chrysanthemum below, and the other is the mouth. However, considering that the whale's mouth will not open except when foraging on the seabed, and the deep-sea demon whale king is not an ordinary whale, but a shrewd and scheming overlord-level soul beast, it is impossible to let this piece of meat escape from his mouth for nothing. So Bai Ji gave up the idea of getting out of the mouth at the beginning, because it was too unrealistic. But after the plan to get out of the blowhole failed, Bai Ji was very embarrassed. Did he have to let him get out from the big chrysanthemum below? Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but shudder. This is too scary. If he escapes from here, his reputation will be ruined if it is spread out. Erasing the idea of getting out of the big chrysanthemum from his mind, Bai Ji thought again and again, and finally he could only choose to use the hardest way to get out, that is, to force a hole in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king and drill a channel to get out. In fact, the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai has tried this method, but failed, but Bai Ji is unwilling to try this method himself. Who knows, what if he succeeds? Anyway, if it doesn't work, then Bai Ji can only choose the last resort. Let's go. Bai Ji took a deep breath and said. Where to go? The demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai was a little confused. To find a place that is easy to break through. Originally, Bai Ji was going to return to the stomach space immediately, because compared with other organs, the stomach is the thinnest, but suddenly Bai Ji thought of another question, that is, why did he have to escape? Can't he kill the deep-sea demon whale king? You know, he is now in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king, and there is almost no defense of flesh and blood around him, and all kinds of organs are almost open to him. Can't he be Sun Wukong for once? As long as he destroys an organ of the deep-sea demon whale king, even if it is not an organ that is closely related to life like the heart, but just an ordinary kidney or something like that, the deep-sea demon whale king will also be severely injured. Do it as you think. On the way, Bai Ji turned around and prepared to go to the heart, but just as he was about to enter the heart, the flesh and blood channel filled with rich deep blue light appeared again in front of him. With the deep blue light blocking, it was impossible to approach the heart, and the same was true for the other organs. Only the stomach was open to Bai Ji and his team without any defense, but it was useless to go back to the stomach. Would he wait for the digestive juice to digest him? The method that he had thought of on a whim failed, and Bai Ji could only return to the stomach space with the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai again. Hey, Bai Ji, what are you going to do? Seeing that Bai Ji finally returned to the stomach space and began to stare at the flesh and blood wall in front of him, the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai couldn't help asking. Looking at the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai behind him, this image is the image of the 100,000-year-old soul beast of the royal sister. Although it is not inferior to humans in wisdom, its IQ is almost the same as that of ordinary human children. Bai Ji felt that he was on par with Xiao Wu, whom he met at Notting College, but he was just a little better than Xiao Wu, but that was normal. I'm going to try your method. As Bai Ji answered, he slowly stretched out his right hand and summoned the Moyun Teng. Seeing the Moyun Teng slowly emerging from Bai Ji's mouth and the 7 halos slowly rising from Bai Ji's feet, the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai was a little stunned for a moment. You have a second martial soul. Well, haven't you seen it? No. The demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai shook his head honestly. I've heard that you humans all have martial souls, but most humans only have one martial soul, and only a very small number of humans have 2 martial souls, and such people generally have unlimited future achievements. Even the Lord of the Sea only has one martial soul, and you actually have two martial souls, so amazing. Looking at Bai Ji, the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai was a little envious. Humans are faster than their soul beasts in cultivation. She had seen Bai Ji enter the state of being possessed by the star-forging Dragon King before, and she thought that Bai Ji's martial soul was a dragon. According to what she knew, the dragon martial soul was considered the top martial soul among human soul masters, and Bai Ji's talent should also be top-notch in her opinion, but she didn't expect Bai Ji to have a second martial soul. Now we have seen it, haven't we? Bai Ji smiled. Okay, get out of the way, I'm going to start. His eyes gradually became serious. After letting the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai retreat, Bai Ji's heart moved and he activated the 7th soul skill, Moyun True Body. After the Moyun True Body was activated, the toughness, tolerance, hardness, and other aspects of the Moyun Vine summoned by Bai Ji would be increased by 500%, and the soul power and time required to summon the Moyun Vine and make the Moyun Vine larger would be reduced by 500%. After Moyun's True Body was activated, Bai Ji launched the Devouring Field, and then successively launched his first soul skill, Thorn Strangulation, his second soul skill, Heaven's Net, and his third soul skill, Ultimate Absorption. As the first, second, and third soul rings around the body lit up one after another, the combined soul skill Tree Realm Descent was activated. After Bai Ji injected a large amount of soul power into the soul rings, the entire stomach space was suddenly covered with a layer of purple, and then countless Moyun vines with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly grew out of the stomach wall behind him and pushed towards the outside of the deep-sea demon whale king. After the top of the Moyun vine touched the stomach wall, countless sharp poisonous thorns as thick as small trees suddenly pierced deeply into the stomach wall, and the venom was injected into the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. The power that the Moyun vine burst out instantly should not be underestimated, especially for the fragile stomach wall. The most powerful power of plants is growth itself. The sprouting of mung beans can push away a large stone, and Moyun vines are naturally even more so. The power of the countless wildly growing Moyun vines instantly burst out, pushing the stomach wall out 6 or 7 meters. Although it failed to break the stomach wall, the deep-sea demon whale king was definitely not feeling well, judging from the sudden tremor of the stomach space and the crazy twitching of the flesh and blood around it. Ang! In the deep-sea demon whale king could not help but roar in pain, and the surrounding sea water suddenly surged wildly. And the pain in the body was still coming in waves, which forced the deep-sea demon whale king to endure the pain and use his mental power to sweep through the body. When the invisible mental power swept through the stomach, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately understood everything. The little bugs that were eaten dared to rebel? The only remaining right eye of the deep-sea demon whale king could not help but turn red. Ang! With a high-pitched roar, the majestic energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body suddenly surged wildly like a volcanic eruption. In the stomach wall space, with the action of the deep-sea demon whale king, the stomach walls around it instantly burst out with shining blue light. Endless deep blue energy suddenly burst out from the stomach wall, and in an instant it was like hundreds of thousands of tons of sea water roaring and hitting, directly knocking Bai Ji and demon soul Great White Shark Ziobai out. And the endless deep blue energy rushed through the Moyun Teng, and the Moyun Teng, which was enough to resist the attack of the titled Douluo, was instantly annihilated by the endless blue energy. Chapter 407 Change the Method, First Update, Please Recommend, Please Subscribe. In the empty stomach space, rich deep blue energy is constantly surging. On the scarlet ground, the pale demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai struggled to get up from the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and then helped Bai Ji up. Are you okay? Looking at Bai Ji in his arms, demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai asked with concern. It doesn't matter if she dies, she has lived enough anyway. Even if she doesn't die this time, she might die the next time she crosses the tribulation, but Bai Ji can't die, at least not here. If Bai Ji dies here and is digested by the deep-sea demon whale king, then the deep-sea demon whale king can take the last step in advance. At that time, the unprepared Sea God Island will definitely suffer a great disaster, and if the Sea God Island is destroyed by the deep-sea demon whale king, the demon soul Great White Shark clan relying on the Sea God Island will definitely not be spared. Without the protection of the Sea God Island, the mortal enemy, the evil demon killer whale clan, will not let them go. Ahem, I'm fine. Under the impact of the violent dark blue energy, Bai Ji's internal organs were faintly ruptured. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and then stood up from the ground with the help of the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai. Looking at the dark blue energy surging around, Bai Ji was still a little scared. Just now, because of the influence of the ultrasonic wave of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji did not have time to hide in the alternate dimension castle or use the 3-minute invincibility card. If it were not for the instinctive activation of the body's star-casting Dragon King martial spirit, relying on the Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover would not be able to defend at all. He still underestimated the deep-sea demon whale king. As a super soul beast of nearly a million years old, the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king is simply not comparable to that of Bibi Dong of the same level. If Bibi Dong successfully passed the test of the Rakshasa God and inherited the Rakshasa God armor, she might still be able to compare with the deep-sea demon whale king, but if it was the previous Bibi Dong, there was still a huge gap between her and the deep-sea demon whale king. Here. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Bai Ji took out 2 bottles of top-grade Bikodan from the space ring and handed one of them to the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai. What is this? Taking the Bikodan, the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai was a little curious. This is a pill that can help you recover from your injuries. Just eat it. I'll show you how to do it. As Bai Ji explained, he opened the small jade bottle in his hand, poured all the Biko pills in it into his hand, and then threw it into his mouth. Feeling the rich Biko essence bursting out in his mouth, Bai Ji began to try to summon the Moyun vine again. But this time, the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji had just emerged, and the deep blue energy in the stomach space instantly surged in, annihilating the Moyun vine completely. Looking at the deep blue energy surging in the stomach space, Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. After the lesson just now, it seems that the deep-sea demon whale king has with the defense. It is impossible to use the Moyun vine to burst the stomach of the deep-sea demon whale king again. In front of him, the stomach wall that was torn apart by the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ji just now and was torn to pieces by the poisonous stinger has begun to recover gradually under the repair of the deep blue energy, and under his feet, the digestive fluid secreted by the stomach of the deep-sea demon whale king is becoming more and more, and a small pond has accumulated not far from Bai Ji. It is estimated that it will not be long before the entire stomach space will be covered with a layer of digestive fluid. Thinking about it, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh. Why in the original work, Tang San can easily pierce the skin of the deep-sea demon whale king with the 8-spider lance, but he summoned so many Moyun vines in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king but couldn't burst the stomach of the deep-sea demon whale king. He really didn't believe this evil, and tried it one last time. Having made a decision in her heart, Bai Ji turned her head and looked at Ziobai, the demon soul Great White Shark King beside her. Sister Bai, let's try again. If it doesn't work again, I will use my last trump card. Ziobai, the demon soul Great White Shark King, was originally refining the medicinal power of the 100-herb pill, and was still shocked by the efficacy of the 100-herb pill. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ziobai, the demon soul Great White Shark King, could not help but react immediately. What should I do? Let's attack here together. I don't believe that the stomach of this deep-sea demon whale king is still an iron stomach. Pointing to the stomach wall in front of her that had not yet fully recovered, Bai Ji said. Okay, I'll help you. Ziobai, the demon soul Great White Shark King nodded. Although Bai Ji had tried countless times during her coma, she had failed. The simple energy attack could not hurt the flesh and blood of the deep-sea demon whale king at all, and she had no claws, so she could only stare blankly. Over time, she gave up. But since Bai Ji did not give up, she would definitely help if she could. At best, it would only consume a little strength, but what if he succeeded in escaping from here? 8-spider lance. With a thought, Bai Ji summoned the 8-spider lance, accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing. Seeing the 8 dark purple sharp spider legs extending from Bai Ji's back, demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai was a little shocked. Are you attaching soul bones? Yes, are you ready? Bai Ji nodded and asked. Ready. After calming down, demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai's face was slightly solemn. Puchi. With the sound of flesh entering, Bai Ji inserted the 8-spider lance behind him directly into the stomach wall of the deep-sea demon whale king, and then the devouring domain unfolded, and the North Sea divine art was activated. Through the 8-spider lance, Bai Ji activated the North Sea divine art and began to frantically devour the energy in the stomach wall of the deep-sea demon whale king. Sister Bai, attack! As the Baiming divine art devoured, the deep blue energy surging in the stomach wall in front of her became much thinner, and Bai Ji could not help but turn her head and say to the demon soul Great White Shark King Ziobai. The tooth of the demon shark. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai's heart moved, and a series of grey-blue lights quickly condensed around her body, turning into layers of energy arrows like sharp teeth. After condensing into shape, countless physical energy arrows like sharp teeth suddenly burst out towards the stomach wall in front of her one after another. Countless grey-blue tooth arrows continued to shoot at the stomach wall, even though Bai Ji had devoured the deep blue energy surging on the stomach wall to an extremely thin level through the 8-spider lance and Biming divine art. But this layer of protective film composed of light blue energy was still unbreakable, and it actually blocked the attack of the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai. The effect of energy attack is so weak, do we need physical attack? Seeing that the attack of demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai was almost ineffective, and thinking of Tang San's 8-spider lance in the original work easily piercing the skin of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji had to think of this question. Thinking of this, Bai Ji immediately activated the 9-yin divine claw and swung the sharp dragon claw down fiercely. Sure enough, the light blue energy protective film that was enough to withstand the full force of demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai was greatly weakened in the defense effect against physical attacks. The sharp dragon claw instantly tore a several-foot deep scratch on the stomach wall, and the bright red blood flashing with light blue light suddenly gushed out. Is there a chance? Seeing the bright red blood gushing out, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel refreshed. Chapter 408 Using Nuclear Mushrooms, Second Update, please recommend, please subscribe. Looking at the blood gushing out of the stomach wall, Bai Ji thought he had found a breakthrough, but the deep-sea demon whale king, who had been paying attention to his body, immediately went crazy after noticing Bai Ji's actions. Ang! It was still a dull roar, and then the deep blue energy in the stomach space suddenly became violent, and a large amount of deep blue energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body instantly poured into the stomach. The endless influx of deep blue energy seemed to turn the stomach space into a blue ocean in an instant, but this violent deep blue energy was far more powerful than sea water. The endless deep blue energy roared and swept over, as if tens of thousands of tons of sea water were hitting him head-on. There was only a clear sound of bones breaking, and Bai Ji and demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai were knocked out again, hitting the stomach wall hard, and then bounced off the soft stomach wall, rolling on the ground and stopping. Just now, he took a bottle of top-grade Baicodan to barely stabilize his injuries. This time, the injuries became more serious in an instant. Are you okay? Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood again, Bai Ji got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, looking at demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai beside him and asked. I'm fine. Demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai also shook his head palely. But what should we do? We still failed. We are now in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. It can mobilize the power in its body to suppress us at any time. We have no way to get out. If it was outside the deep-sea demon whale king, the deep-sea demon whale king could certainly launch an attack without scruples. Unlike now, because of the concern of hurting itself, it can only mobilize the majestic energy in its body to suppress. However, it takes time to launch an attack outside the body, which can be a chance for them to escape. However, in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king, the deep-sea demon whale king's majestic energy is flowing in the body, and can be mobilized at any time to suppress everything. After the 2 lessons just now, the deep-sea demon whale king has strictly controlled the stomach space. The entire stomach space is full of surging rich dark blue energy. Now it is difficult to even stand up, let alone break through the stomach wall. As the saying goes, 3 times is not enough. The deep-sea demon whale king has been turned upside down in the stomach by the 2 of them twice. If they can still make something happen in the stomach for the 3rd time, it can only be said that the deep-sea demon whale king is afraid of a pit in the brain. Because as a dominant creature that has survived for hundreds of thousands of years, it is normal to despise bugs. But the bug stung him once and twice, and he didn't learn the lesson, and let the bug sting him for the 3rd time. That's purely his own problem. He has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and his brain has become stupid. It seems that we can only use the last resort. Looking around, Bai Ji sighed. As time went by, and the deep-sea demon whale king was consciously speeding up their digestion, the entire stomach space was now speeding up the secretion of digestive fluid. In less than 10 minutes, the ground of the entire stomach space was covered with a layer of digestive fluid half a finger deep. It was estimated that in less than an hour, the digestive fluid would rise to Bai Ji's waist, and in less than half a day, it would reach a depth of 2 meters. Because of the oppression of the rich deep blue energy surging in the stomach space, the 2 of them could not hide anywhere else now, and could only be soaked in digestive fluid. But if they were completely covered by digestive fluid, how long could they last? Of course, Bai Ji still had the alternate dimension castle to take refuge. But people need to eat to survive, but because of the 3 years of living in the future city where clothes and food were provided every day, Bai Ji had long lost the habit of storing a lot of food in the alternate dimension castle, and hiding in the alternate dimension castle was just a slow death. Since he couldn't escape from here by his own strength, Bai Ji could only take out the things at the bottom of the box. Thinking of a long, wide, thick, and big black thing that had been placed in the system space for a long time, Bai Ji sighed in his heart. Xiaogu, Xiaogu, I didn't expect that I would need you in the end. Having made a decision in his heart, Bai Ji turned his head and looked at the demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai, and said helplessly, Sister Bai, I'm going to take out the things at the bottom of the box, but this thing is uncontrollable when used, and it may hurt you. Can you hide in my storage soul guide for a while? Don't worry, my storage soul guide can store living things. When it's safe, I will let you out. Seeing that the demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai was a little confused, Bai Ji explained again. Can you really get out of here after using your things? The demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai couldn't help asking. Don't worry, its power will definitely allow us to escape, but I don't know if it can kill the deep sea demon whale king. Bai Ji shook his head somewhat heavily. Okay. Without much thought, demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai nodded. During the few hours that Bai Ji was unconscious, she tried too many methods, but none of them could leave the deep sea demon whale king's body. But compared to her, Bai Ji almost succeeded in escaping with the Moyun vine, but was finally discovered by the deep sea demon whale king and failed. Now that Bai Ji has a new way, she will follow it. Anyway, she has no better way. Are you ready? Don't resist. Looking at demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai, Bai Ji took out a soul guide that Ning Rongrong had given him from the space ring that could store living things. With the injection of true energy, the figure of demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai suddenly disappeared in front of Bai Ji. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief after successfully receiving demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai. If the demon soul Great White Shark, since the king was unwilling to enter the soul guide, he could only take it into the alternate dimension castle. But at present, Bai Ji didn't want to expose the alternate dimension castle, let alone expose it to the demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai, the guardian beast of the Sea God Island. As the guardian beast of the Sea God Island, the demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai would definitely ask some questions, which Bai Ji couldn't explain. But now that he was the only one left, he could safely hide in the alternate dimension castle, and then quietly enjoy this grand fireworks that could blow the deep sea demon whale king half to death. Everything was ready. Bai Ji's mind moved, and he took the nuclear bomb mushroom out of the system space. Looking at the black, big, round, and thick nuclear bomb mushroom in his hand, with a circle of small holes emitting dark red light on the black cap, and feeling cold to the touch, Bai Ji sighed in his heart. I don't know if this nuclear bomb mushroom, which is said to be comparable to a nuclear bomb in power, can kill the deep sea demon whale king. If the enemy Bai Ji was going to kill was a human titled Douluo, Bai Ji thought that there was a high probability that no titled Douluo would be able to escape, but unfortunately he was facing the deep sea demon whale king. As a soul beast, the vitality of the deep sea demon whale king is far stronger than that of humans. In addition, the deep sea demon whale king has been practicing for nearly 1,000,000 years and is about to take the last step, which can turn the energy of the whole body into armor. The lethality of the nuclear bomb mushroom mainly relies on energy attack, so Bai Ji is really unsure whether the explosion of the nuclear bomb mushroom can kill the deep sea demon whale king. But in any case, the power of the nuclear bomb mushroom should still be able to tear most of the deep sea demon whale king's body, allowing them to escape. After all, the nuclear bomb mushroom exploded inside the deep sea demon whale king's body. Chapter 409 The Rising Mushroom Cloud, the third update. Please recommend and subscribe. With a slight shake of his wrist, Bai Ji threw the black mushroom in his hand to the ground. At the moment before entering the other dimensional castle, Bai Ji's heart moved and detonated the nuclear bomb mushroom. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, endless light and heat burst out suddenly, and endless heat and radiation suddenly erupted, disintegrating all the energy around the deep sea demon whale king's stomach before the deep sea demon whale king had time to react. Without the protection of the energy in the body, the terrifying light and heat rapidly heated the air, causing the air to suddenly expand tens of millions of times, instantly bursting the deep sea demon whale king's stomach. After the stomach defense line was lost, the flesh and blood that lost the energy protection faced the terrifying heat and was instantly vaporized, and then was carried out of the sea by the rapidly expanding air. A large amount of high-temperature air also quickly evaporated the sea water, forming a huge blood-colored water vapor column, which rushed into the sky, and a continuous stream of high-temperature air continued to rise and disperse, while the air column below was constantly transporting high-temperature air. In this way, a mushroom cloud formed by the flesh and blood of the deep-sea demon whale king finally took shape. Aang! Feeling a huge force suddenly burst out from his body, the scorching heat and terrifying heat instantly annihilated the energy near the explosion point in his body, the expanding air tore half of his body, and the bright red blood gushed out like a stream. Under the severe pain, the deep-sea demon whale king could not help but roar in pain. Damn! Those two little bugs again! Pain! Angry! Half of his body was blown away. Although he didn't die, he lost half of his life. If it took 100 or 1,000 years to take the last step before eating Bai Ji, then after this time, it would take at least 10,000 years to take the last step, which made it furious. From birth to now, the deep-sea demon whale king has never experienced such pain. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king only wanted to tear the culprit Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai into pieces, but the invisible mental power swept through his body and surroundings, but did not find the figures of Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai at all, which made the deep-sea demon whale king roar again. Aang! With the earth-shaking roar, the terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly burst out from the deep-sea demon whale king's body, rolling up huge waves on the sea surface. The violent energy fluctuations spread out from the deep-sea demon whale king as the center. All the sea soul beasts within a few miles, whether they were hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years old, were instantly blown up once they were hit by the energy fluctuations. Although half of his body was blown to pieces, with the heart as the dividing line, his entire lower body was almost blown away, but the strong vitality of the nearly 1 million-year soul beast allowed the deep-sea demon whale king to survive. And even in this state, the deep-sea demon whale king can still easily kill a soul beast of 100,000 years old. This is the foundation of the soul beast overlord of nearly 1 million years. Aang! The deep-sea demon whale king is still roaring angrily and bursting the energy in his body. Deep blue energy shock waves continue to burst out from the deep-sea demon whale king's body, wiping out all the sea soul beasts within a few miles around. This is not only venting, but also testing. Although the deep-sea demon whale king did not find Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai, in the eyes of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai could not have disappeared out of thin air, but should have hidden in some way it did not know. So it did this, on the one hand, to vent the anger in its heart. On the one hand, he was angry, and on the other hand, he was also trying to see if he could use this indiscriminate attack to find Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai. But unfortunately, after a long explosion, the deep-sea demon whale king still had nothing to show for it, not even a trace of Bai Ji and the demon soul great white shark king Bai. Instead, suddenly, the deep-sea demon whale king felt a very serious problem. Its injuries seemed to have worsened. This made the deep-sea demon whale king feel extremely frightened. As a super soul beast that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the deep-sea demon whale king knows the vigor of his vitality better than anyone else. Although half of his body was blown to pieces, as long as his brain was not blown to pieces, his consciousness was still there, and his cultivation was still there, then his body could completely recover by itself. Even if half of his body was blown to pieces, it only took less than an hour to stop the bleeding, and then as long as he used energy to continuously stimulate the wound, half a day of practice would completely heal the wound. It's just that it's difficult to recover the shattered half of the body, and it will take at least a few hundred years. After all, the shattered half of the body is not just its flesh and blood, its cultivation has also plummeted with the shattering of half of the body. Even if the foundation is still there, it will take thousands or even nearly 10,000 years to recover to the peak. This made the deep-sea demon whale king, who was eager to take the last step, very angry. When venting his anger, the deep-sea demon whale king thought that the body would stop bleeding and heal on its own, but after nearly half an hour, the wound showed no signs of healing at all, and the injury was getting worse. The blood that was originally flowing out turned into a period-like hemorrhage. At this time, the deep-sea demon whale king realized that there was a strange force in his body that prevented the wound from healing, causing the wound to continue to lesion, thus causing the wound to worsen. Since he had noticed the existence of this strange force, the deep-sea demon whale king naturally had to find a way to get rid of this strange force. But when the deep-sea demon whale king used the energy in his body to eliminate this strange power was particularly tenacious, and began to erode the power of the deep-sea demon whale king and strengthen himself, which made the deep-sea demon whale king feel frightened for a while. Damn! Where did this power come from? The deep-sea demon whale king was furious when he found that this power was so difficult to deal with, but in order to survive, the deep-sea demon whale king could only mobilize more power in his body to suppress it, trying to use more power to fight less and eliminate this strange power. After all, the injury must not be allowed to worsen, otherwise the continuous menstrual bleeding would be unbearable for anyone. While the deep-sea demon whale king was wholeheartedly mobilizing the energy in his body and the nuclear radiation at the wound to start a tug-of-war, an invisible guard eye was slowly condensing at the original position of the deep-sea demon whale king's stomach. Sure enough, he's not dead. Seeing that the deep-sea demon whale king was still alive, even though half of his body was blown off, his tenacious vitality still allowed him to survive. Bai Ji was not too shocked, but just a little helpless. However, the fact that the deep-sea demon whale king didn't leave the radiation area puzzled Bai Ji. Could it be that he didn't notice the nuclear radiation everywhere in this area? But he might not be able to sense it, after all, nuclear radiation is still too unfamiliar to the creatures of Douluo continent. If you haven't suffered a loss, you naturally can't know the great horror of it. However, seeing that the deep-sea demon whale king's shattered wound was still bleeding, and there were some signs of lesions on the wound, and many places were tumorous, Bai Ji had an epiphany in his heart. It seems that nuclear radiation is still useful. Chapter 410 Use the 3-minute invincible card, 1/2. However, looking at the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji thought of another question. Although the deep-sea demon whale king does not seem to have discovered the strong nuclear radiation here, as long as the deep-sea demon whale king is not stupid, he will always discover the existence of nuclear radiation. At that time, the deep-sea demon whale king will definitely leave here, and he will be able to come out. But do I really want to leave in vain? You know, Bai Ji used a life-saving trump card to blow up the deep-sea demon whale king into what it is now. Now the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king can be said to have dropped to a minimum. Can we take this opportunity to kill the deep-sea demon whale king? Except for the Tianmeng ice silkworm, whose whereabouts are still unknown, the deep-sea demon whale king can be said to be the sole beast closest to 1,000,000 years on the Douluo continent. And Bai Ji's current physical fitness can completely withstand a soul ring of 1,000,000 years. Although the attributes of the deep-sea demon whale king are not particularly suitable for Bai Ji's first martial soul, Moyun Teng, the deep-sea demon whale king, which has both water and thunder attributes, is undoubtedly very suitable for Bai Ji's current second martial soul, the Casting Star Dragon King martial soul. As the first soul ring of the Casting Star Dragon King, it can be said to be perfect. Moreover, for a nearly 1,000,000-year-old soul beast like the deep-sea demon whale king, in addition to the nearly 1,000,000-year-old soul ring, the deep-sea demon whale king can also provide Bai Ji with a powerful soul bone. If the deep-sea demon whale king runs away, the deep-sea demon whale king may not be found again in the future, because with such a serious injury, the deep-sea demon whale king will definitely hide and recover. So if you want to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king, now is almost the last chance. After thinking again and again, Bai Ji finally made up his mind. Damn it! The nuclear bomb mushroom has been used anyway, this time, just use the 3-minute invincibility card as well. If you can get the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, a soul beast that is nearly 1,000,000 years old, it will definitely be worth it. After making a decision in his heart, Bai Ji's heart moved and he left the dimensional castle in an instant. While the deep-sea demon whale king did not react, Bai Ji teleported directly to the wound of the deep-sea demon whale king through the dimensional castle. Star Casting Dragon King, martial soul possessed. Moyun Teng, come out. During the teleportation, Bai Ji entered the state of martial soul possession of the Star Casting Dragon King. Behind him, the 8 spider spears stretched high, and after Bai Ji fell, they pierced deeply into the flesh and blood of the wound of the deep-sea demon whale king. While the Biming divine art was running, Bai Ji summoned a huge Moyun vine, quickly rolled himself into a vine ball, and manipulated countless Moyun vines to take root deeply in the flesh and blood of the wound of the deep-sea demon whale king. The blood-sucking ability inherited from the blood-marked blackthorn vine and the energy absorption ability of the Moyun vine itself were stimulated to the extreme at this moment, and with the Biming divine art, they began to devour the flesh and blood and energy of the deep-sea demon whale king frantically. The nutritious flesh and blood of the deep-sea demon whale king was quickly converted into the resources for practicing the 10 dragons and 10 elephants prajna art, and the energy was converted into Biming Qi, summoning more and larger Moyun vines. Bai Ji summoned these Moyun vines for a clear purpose. On the one hand, it was used to resist the attack from the deep-sea demon whale king, and on the other hand, it was also to accelerate the death of the deep-sea demon whale king through the blood-sucking and energy absorption of the Moyun vine. Ang. The deep-sea demon whale king was already in great pain because of the bleeding from the wound. Now Bai Ji used the 8-spider spear to forcefully pierce the wound, and summoned countless Moyun vines to climb on the wound to suck blood and devour energy. This made the deep-sea demon whale king roar in pain, and the anger in his heart instantly burned to the sky. This abominable little bug is simply looking for death. Boom! Looking at Bai Ji who was wrapped in a rattan ball composed of countless Moyun vines, the deep-sea demon whale king gritted his teeth and mobilized the energy in his body to roar like a raging sea and blasted towards Bai Ji. However, the severely injured deep-sea demon whale king not only reduced his strength by half, but also lost most of his cultivation as half of his body was blown to pieces. The power of the deep-sea demon whale king is now far less than before, and he can no longer destroy the Moyun vines as easily as before. Although the deep-sea demon whale king was so huge that even if most of the energy in his body disappeared with the explosion of the nuclear bomb mushroom, the remaining energy was still magnificent, but the effect of the decline in cultivation and state was obvious. Under the urging of the deep-sea demon whale king, the dark blue energy swept over and still instantly annihilated the Moyun Teng, but with the blessing of the Moyun true body state and the continuous absorption of energy from the deep-sea demon whale king's body by the Moyun Teng and the Biming divine art, Bai Ji forced the summoning speed of the Moyun Teng to keep up with the speed of the deep-sea demon whale king, mobilizing the energy in his body to annihilate the Moyun Teng, and just forcibly resisted. If the stalemate continued like this, the deep-sea demon whale king would definitely not be able to bear it first. After all, Bai Ji's current summoning of the Moyun Teng was entirely based on the energy absorbed from the deep-sea demon whale king's body, while the deep-sea demon whale king was affected by the worsening of his injuries on the one hand, and on the other hand, he had to consume energy to deal with Bai Ji. Bai Ji's state was constantly improving, while the deep-sea demon whale king's state was constantly declining. With one increase and one decrease, the deep-sea demon whale king will definitely fall first, and the deep-sea demon whale king also realized this. Ang! He roared again, and the deep-sea demon whale king did not intend to use energy to annihilate Bai Ji directly this time. Although using energy to annihilate Bai Ji can prevent the wound from being affected and causing the wound to be too serious, since this is useless to Bai Ji, it can only change to a method of hurting the enemy by 1000 and hurting itself by 800. Although hurting the enemy by 1000 and hurting itself by 800 is a loss, it still has hope of surviving. But if it continues like this, it will be completely dead. As the saying goes, choose the lesser of two evils. The deep-sea demon whale king had to make this choice. If he had not been severely injured by the nuclear bomb mushroom, the deep-sea demon whale king would have killed Bai Ji as easily as an ant. However, under the destruction of the nuclear bomb mushroom, the deep-sea demon whale king was too seriously injured, and the injury was still getting worse. It could not be delayed any longer. Ang! It was still a low roar, and the high-frequency ultrasonic wave shook the surrounding sea surface into a wave of rolling waves. Only half of the deep-sea demon whale king's body was left, half floating on the blue sea. In its head, a water blowhole with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters suddenly burst out. A dazzling blue light was released. Boom! The dazzling blue light suddenly burst out after shining to the extreme, and a dark blue light column instantly rushed into the sky. The dark blue light column was like a water column, with ripples on the surface, but if you look closely, you can find that there are electric snakes floating in the dark blue light column. This light column is the proud skill of the deep-sea demon whale king, the angry sea thunder god explosion. It is composed of the dual attribute energy of water and thunder, and it is amazingly powerful. After the dazzling dark blue light column rose to a certain height in the air, it suddenly seemed to encounter a mirror and refracted down suddenly, aiming directly at Bai Ji. Facing the angry sea thunder god explosion launched by the deep-sea demon whale king with all his strength, if Bai Ji was now launching the star-casting dragon king Wuhan true body, relying on the powerful star-casting dragon king Wuhan. In the state of the star-casting dragon king Wuhan true body, Bai Ji's defense is completely enough to ignore this bombardment. But unfortunately, Bai Ji is now launching the Moyun true body of Moyun Teng. Mo Yun's true body does not have the ability to enhance Bai Ji's defense, and Bai Ji's practice of Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover mainly obtains physical defense, which can only defend against attacks at the Soul Douluo and ordinary title Douluo levels. For a super soul beast like the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, whose cultivation is infinitely close to that of a god, even if it is now severely injured and its strength may have fallen to the level of title Douluo level 97 or 98. But Bai Ji still cannot defend against the angry sea thunder god explosion that it sends out with all its strength. After all, Bai Ji is only a soul saint now, and a control soul saint, and the advantages of the martial soul true body are added to control and endurance. In terms of defense and attack, the blessing that Mo Yun's true body brings to Bai Ji is not as good as the martial soul like the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dark blue light column suddenly fell from the sky and instantly hit Bai Ji, and the dazzling blue light suddenly burst out. The combined attack power of the two attributes of water and mines was far more powerful than pure water energy, and almost instantly destroyed all the Moyun vines wrapped around Bai Ji. But just when the dark blue light column was about to hit Bai Ji's body suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. 3-minute invincibility card, activated. Chapter 411 Diving into the Sea, 2 halves. The dark blue light column fell down with a bang, instantly destroying the Moyun vine ball wrapped around Bai Ji. But under the protection of a layer of faint golden light on Bai Ji's body, the dark blue light column seemed to encounter some kind of absolute defense and could not break through at all. How is it possible? Seeing that Bai Ji was actually safe and sound under the attack of his angry sea thunder god explosion, the deep sea demon whale king couldn't believe it in his heart. Didn't his angry sea thunder god explosion clearly destroy the vines wrapped around this human? Why under that thin layer of golden light, the angry sea thunder god explosion was completely ineffective, as if it had completely failed? How could this be possible? The deep sea demon whale king had never encountered such an incredible thing since he was born. Even when he fought with the sea god did not say that he could be immune to his attacks. But the weak human in front of him did it, which made the deep sea demon whale king doubt his life. The dazzling blue light column lasted for a full 5 seconds before slowly dissipating. After the deep sea demon whale king's angry sea thunder god explosion ended, Bai Ji also cancelled the 3-minute invincibility card. The 3-minute invincibility card does not force you to enter the invincible state within the next 3 minutes after using it, and it cannot be cancelled. Instead, you can cancel the use and continue at the appropriate time, but the accumulated invincibility time is only 3 minutes. While cancelling the 3-minute invincibility card, Bai Ji also quickly summoned a large number of Moyun vines through the energy absorbed from the deep sea demon whale king, and summoned all the Moyun vines that were destroyed by the deep sea demon whale king's angry sea thunder god explosion. After summoning the Moyun vines, Bai Ji continued to manipulate the Moyun vines to weave a vine ball to wrap himself up again, while manipulating the thick Moyun vines to deeply penetrate into the wounds of the deep sea demon whale king and began to absorb the blood and energy of the deep sea demon whale king. It must be said that as a super soul beast with a cultivation level of nearly 1,000,000 years, the blood of the deep sea demon whale king is rich in vitality and is really powerful. Bai Ji used the blood-sucking ability of the Moyun vine to transform the blood into pure essence to practice the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra. In less than an hour, Bai Ji's 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra was upgraded from the 7th intermediate level to the 7th peak level, and was almost catching up with the progress of the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roaring Golden Bell cover. On the other side, as the Moyun vines began to draw blood, the deep sea demon whale king roared in pain again. The deep sea demon whale king had already lost a lot of blood after being blown off by the nuclear bomb mushroom explosion. Many functions of his body had been lost. He was completely relying on his strong vitality and cultivation to forcibly prolong his life. Under the nuclear radiation, he was shattered. The wound could not heal for a long time, but worsened, which made the deep sea demon whale king even worse. Now Bai Ji used the Moyun vine to forcefully pierce its sensitive wound, extracting blood from its body like a blood pump. Not to mention the pain of the wound being pierced by countless thorns, just the blood extraction of the Moyun vine, even if the deep sea demon whale king's body was huge, comparable to a small island, it could not withstand such a blood pump like blood extraction. As the blood continued to flow, the deep sea demon whale king felt that his body was becoming weaker and weaker. Even though he knew that if he attacked Bai Ji with all his strength, he would probably hurt himself, but now he could not care so much. Ang! There was another low roar, and a bright blue light suddenly bloomed on the sapphire-like body of the deep sea demon whale king. The bright blue light quickly condensed into a dark blue light ball, and after forming, the dark blue light ball quickly dimmed and turned into dark purple. Countless dark purple light balls quietly surrounded the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. In the light balls, dark purple lightning snakes crisscrossed, and even the air seemed to be twisted. This is the second skill that the deep-sea demon whale king is proud of, the Raging Sea Thunder God Break. If the previous Raging Sea Thunder God Explosion was a single body burst attack, then this time the Raging Sea Thunder God Break is a group continuous attack. Compared with the Raging Sea Thunder God Explosion, the Raging Sea Thunder God Break is slightly lacking in explosive power, but in terms of destructive power, the Raging Sea Thunder God Break is not inferior to the Raging Sea Thunder God Explosion at all. But for Bai Ge, as long as the Raging Sea Thunder God Break does not have the same powerful explosive power as the Raging Sea Thunder God Explosion, then Mo Yunteng is not afraid of this attack at all. Ang! With a low roar from the deep-sea demon whale king, countless dark purple lightning balls suddenly rained down on Bai Ge like crazy. The dense dark purple lightning balls covered the entire sky above Bai Ge's head, but Bai Ge was not afraid of the countless dark purple lightning balls falling rapidly from the sky. Heavenly Net. With a thought, Bai Ge instantly activated his second soul skill, Heavenly Net. As the second soul ring surrounding his body lit up, countless Moyun vines suddenly grew rapidly in the air and intertwined to form layers of vine nets. Countless vine nets were stacked layer by layer, firmly blocking Bai Ge's head. Boom! 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 Countless dark purple lightning balls kept falling like a meteor shower, bombarding the layers of Moyun vine nets. Although each thunder ball can smash several layers of Moyun vine nets, Bai Ge summoned a large number of Moyun vine nets. As long as the thunder ball cannot smash all the vine nets in an instant, Bai Ge can summon new vine nets to top them up. So although he saw countless thunder balls falling continuously, he could not smash the countless layers of Moyun vine nets above Bai Ge's head. It's still useless. Seeing that the angry sea thunder god break was also completely cracked by Bai Ge, the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't help but feel a little powerless in his heart. If it was in its prime, as long as it transformed into a human, it could easily kill Bai Ge. But now that half of his body has been lost, the energy in his body has been unbalanced due to the absorption of Moyun vines, and it can't support him to transform into a human. And dragging this huge and seriously injured body, facing Bai Ge is even more difficult to start. Coupled with the continuous weakness of his body, the deep-sea demon whale king felt for the first time that he might die. This made the deep-sea demon whale king extremely terrified. The longer the life of a creature, the more afraid of death it is, and the deep-sea demon whale king is no exception. It has survived for hundreds of thousands of years, and its lifespan is longer than the history of humans in Douluo continent. It is afraid of death and unwilling to accept death. This is the main reason why it wants to become a demon god, and now it finds that it may die. For a moment, the fear in its heart completely suppressed the pain in its body. Along with the fear, there is also a strong unwillingness. It will never surrender and die in the hands of a little bug. Ang! With another low roar, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly burst out with dazzling deep blue energy. Driven by the deep blue energy, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly dived into the sea. Since the attack could not kill Bai Ge, it would suffocate Bai Ge to death. Humans are not sea soul beasts, and it does not believe that humans can survive in the ocean like sea soul beasts. Driven by the dazzling deep blue energy, the deep-sea demon whale king began to shuttle on the seabed. It has no goal, but simply keeps swimming forward, trying to suffocate Bai Ge to death with sea water. Chapter 412, The Fall of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King? Want to suffocate me to death with water? Bai Ge felt a little strange when he found that the deep-sea demon whale king had suddenly burrowed into the seabed. The deep-sea demon whale king had a good idea. If it were an ordinary person, he might be suffocated to death. Even if he was a titled Douluo, he could only last longer than an ordinary person. But Bai Ge was different. The martial soul of the star-forging Dragon King was the Galaxy Dragon Clan, and the Galaxy Dragon Clan lived in the universe. You don't need to breathe. After entering the state of martial spirit possession, Bai Ge will also have some characteristics of the Galaxy Dragon Clan, such as a strong body, the induction and manipulation of the power of the stars, and the tolerance to high and low temperatures, etc., and the characteristic of not needing to breathe is also included. So, although Bai Ge cannot breathe in the water like the sea soul beast, Bai Ge can do without breathing. After entering the state of martial spirit possession of the star-casting Dragon King, another set of circulatory systems will be generated in Bai Ge's body, and the human respiratory circulatory system will not fail. The two circulatory systems can be carried out at the same time, or they can rely on one circulatory system. The absence of oxygen has no effect on Bai Ge at all. However, the deep-sea demon whale king did not know about Bai Ge's specialness. After sinking to the bottom of the sea, because he lost his lower body and tail, the deep-sea demon whale king could only use the energy in his body to push the sea water to make himself move forward. In a series of low roars, the deep-sea demon whale king quickly swam thousands of meters. After leaving the previous location, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly found that the strange energy at the wound had weakened, just like a tarsal ulcer suddenly became a rootless tree. Although it was still very difficult, after consuming a lot of energy in the body to erase it, it actually improved significantly. It was just because Bai Ge was still absorbing the blood and energy in its body through the Moyun Vine and Biming Divine Art that made the deep-sea demon whale king a little irritable. Aang found that the strange energy at the wound became weaker and weaker as he moved away. The deep-sea demon whale king couldn't help but roared excitedly, and then began to speed up and continue to move away from the location where the nuclear bomb mushroom exploded not long ago. I don't know how far I swam. As I got farther and farther away from the location of the nuclear bomb mushroom explosion, the nuclear radiation became extremely weak, and the deep-sea demon whale king finally completely erased the nuclear radiation remaining in his body. However, while constantly consuming the energy in the body to push such a huge body forward, Bai Ge continued to absorb the blood and energy in the deep-sea demon whale king through Moyun Teng and Biming Divine Art. The deep-sea demon whale king finally couldn't bear it. The large amount of blood loss has made the deep-sea demon whale king's consciousness a little drowsy, and the energy in the body is constantly being devoured. In addition, moving on the seabed is also constantly consuming the energy in the body. The speed at which the deep-sea demon whale king absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refines it into energy in the body is far behind. In addition, after such a long time, Bai Ge has not been drowned, and the deep-sea demon whale king finally fell into despair. Although the huge body does give the deep-sea demon whale king the capital to roam the endless sea for hundreds of thousands of years, when facing some extremely small enemies, the huge body not only does not become an advantage, but also becomes a burden. Bai Ge blatantly thrust the 8-spider spear into the back of the deep-sea demon whale king, greedily devouring the energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body through the Biming Divine Art, and countless Moyun vines, under Bai Ge's control, thrust their spikes deep into the deep-sea demon whale king's body, absorbing the deep-sea demon whale king's blood. The deep-sea demon whale king is indeed powerful, with a body as big as an island, and no one can defeat him in the sea, but facing Bai Ge, a small lice, the deep-sea demon whale king has almost no way to deal with it. It has no arms and cannot grab with its hands, and after the angry sea thunder god explosion and the angry sea thunder god break failed, and Bai Ge was not drowned, Bai Ge absorbed more blood from his body. Energy can be transformed by absorbing spiritual energy, but blood cannot. After losing a lot of blood, the deep-sea demon whale king finally fell into a dying state. Aang. The feeling of slow death is painful and desperate. After trying again and again, he failed again and again. The deep-sea demon whale king finally fell into madness. Burning out all the energy in his body without regard for the consequences, the deep-sea demon whale king instantly accelerated and hit a huge coral reef on the seabed, as if he wanted to knock Bai Ge off the wound in this way. Boom! The huge coral reef shook, and countless fish and sea soul beasts fled from the coral reef in fear. But as the deep-sea demon whale king became weaker and weaker, Bai Ge had not only wrapped the Moyun vine around the wound, but also wrapped around the entire body of the deep-sea demon whale king. So it was almost impossible for the deep-sea demon whale king to knock Bai Ge off his body by hitting him. Boom! 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 Time and time again, the deep-sea demon whale king kept hitting his body against one coral reef after another, reefs, islands, seabed veins along the way anyway. The deep-sea demon whale king did not let go of any place he could hit. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe a few hours, maybe a few days. The deep-sea demon whale king has become extremely weak, and there is no light in his only remaining right eye. But despite this, the deep-sea demon whale king still did not die, and continued to hit everything that could be hit along the way. If the deep-sea demon whale king's head was not hard enough, it would have been smashed long ago. As the deep-sea demon whale king moved, perhaps to the poles of Douluo star, Bai Ge felt that the sea water had obviously become colder. After sucking the blood of the deep-sea demon whale king for several days in a row, although the deep-sea demon whale the king was huge, but with Bai Ge's continuous absorption, the blood flowing in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king was inevitably exhausted. However, through the continuous refining of the energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body and absorbing the blood in the deep-sea demon whale king's body in the past few days, Bai Ji has successfully broken through to the 80th level of Soul Saint, and the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra has also broken through to the 8th level. Seeing that the deep-sea demon whale king was getting weaker and weaker, and it was estimated that he was about to die, Bai Ji also gave up absorbing the blood in the deep-sea demon whale king's body. After all, it had been sucking for a day, and the blood in the deep-sea demon whale king's body had almost been sucked dry, and now it couldn't absorb much blood. Ang! The deep-sea demon whale king was still roaring, constantly hitting the surrounding icebergs, trying to knock Bai Ji off his body. After still failing fruitlessly, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly rushed to the bottom of the sea. Boom! This time, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly crashed heavily into the mud and sand layer on the seabed, as if it hit something hard, and the deep-sea demon whale king's body suddenly shook. Ang! The deep-sea demon whale king struggled with his body, trying to burst out some dark blue energy to push his body back up. But as if he had lost all his strength and energy, the deep-sea demon whale king tried for a long time but could only burst out a trace of almost transparent light blue energy. After roaring weakly for a few times, the deep-sea demon whale king's struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally seemed to reach the limit. With a shock to his body, the deep-sea demon whale king's low roar suddenly became louder, and then stopped abruptly on the way up. Finally, the deep-sea demon whale king closed his eyes completely. Is he dead? Finding that the deep-sea demon whale king seemed to be completely motionless, in the rattan ball wrapped by countless moyun vines, Bai Ji was a little hesitant. On the body of the deep-sea demon whale king, countless red light spots have begun to dissipate, and a prototype of a soul ring has condensed above the deep-sea demon whale king's body, but Bai Ji just doesn't believe that the deep-sea demon whale king died just like that. In the original work, the deep-sea demon whale king is very cunning. Even after his death, he still hides in his soul bone and prepares to plot against Tang San. Moreover, how could a generation of sea overlords just accept his fate like this? Instead of making all kinds of calculations before his death, he fell into madness. This is obviously a bit wrong. Thinking of the various anti-Japanese dramas, many heroes and heroes finally forgot to make up the knife and were finally killed by small people. Bai Ji decided to learn from the lesson. No matter whether it is dead or not, make up the knife first. Thinking of this, Bai Ji moved directly in his heart, manipulated countless moyun vines to twist into a long spear, and then slowly stretched it in front of the right eye of the deep-sea demon whale king, aiming the tip of the spear at the right eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. Chapter 413, The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Faking His Death, 2 Halves. Die! With a low shout in his heart, under Bai Ji's control, the moyun vine that had twisted into a spear suddenly turned into a residual shadow and stabbed directly at the deep-sea demon whale king's only remaining right eye. No matter whether the deep-sea demon whale king was really dead or pretending to die, as long as he was stabbed again, even if it was fake death, it would become real death. Boom! Just as the moyun vine transformed spear was about to pierce the deep-sea demon whale king's right eye, a deep blue energy wave suddenly burst out from the deep-sea demon whale king's body, instantly destroying Bai Ji's moyun vine spear. Sure enough, he is not dead. Seeing the moyun vine spear being destroyed, Bai Ji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Human, why are you so cautious? The deep-sea demon whale king, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his right eye, and his cold right eye was full of anger and unwillingness. It was really faking its death. I'm not being cautious, it's just that you're overacting. You've been a lord of the sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if you're at the end of your rope, you can't lack the courage to fight to the death, instead of falling into madness and seeking your own death. In the rattan ball, Bai Ji shook his head. We soul beasts are indeed not as smart as you humans. Looking at Bai Ji, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly showed a strong jealousy in his only remaining right eye. Seeing Bai Ji, it seemed as if it saw the sea god of the past, with the same extraordinary talent and wisdom. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was still the master of the sea, but the sea god appeared out of thin air and replaced it as the master of the sea. He became the god of all soul beasts in the sea as a human being, and also poked out one of its eyes. And now, it is humans again who have forced it to this point, only a hair's breadth away from death. It is angry, it hates, it is unwilling. But the attempt to escape this disaster by faking death has proved that it is now exhausted and at the end of its road. For several consecutive days, Bai Ji has continuously sucked blood and devoured energy through the moyun vine and biming divine art. It forcibly condensed part of the energy in its body into a solid body to block the blood vessels, thereby gradually reducing the outflow of blood, creating the illusion that the blood has been sucked dry, and only then won a period of respite. But use energy to block the blood stopped flowing, which caused great pain, not much worse than suffocation. That's why the deep-sea demon whale king kept hitting various places in the sea, trying to suppress pain with pain. The reason for this is not that the deep-sea demon whale king is crazy, but that the deep-sea demon whale king is planning a conspiracy. Once Bai Ge thought that the deep-sea demon whale king was really dead, he would immediately transform into a human and escape after leaving the deep-sea demon whale king's body and without the influence of the Baiming divine art. But unfortunately it failed, and there is only one outcome for failure, that is death. Even if you are destined to die, I won't let you have an easy time, human. In an angry roar, an extremely bright deep blue light suddenly burst out from the only remaining right eye of the deep-sea demon whale king, shooting straight at Bai Ge. The deep blue light was highly condensed, and it actually regarded the Moyun vine as nothing, and instantly penetrated the layers of Moyun vine balls wrapped around Bai Ge. This was the last blow that the deep-sea demon whale king poured all his mental power and energy into. Go to hell! In the crazy roar of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ge activated the 3-minute invincible card again. The highly condensed deep blue light penetrated through the layers of Moyun vine's protection and shot at Bai Ge, but was firmly blocked by a layer of faint golden light on Bai Ge's body. Seeing that his desperate attack failed, the deep-sea demon whale king was simply desperate to the extreme. Damn it! Human, we soul beasts will never surrender. The fake death failed, and the sneak attack did not succeed. The deep-sea demon whale king, who was at the end of his rope, gritted his teeth and roared, and chose to self-destruct. As a hegemon who has been roaming the sea for hundreds of thousands of years, it will not allow itself to die at the hands of a human whose cultivation has not yet reached the title Douluo. Want to die? Impossible. Discovering that the deep-sea demon whale king actually wanted to self-destruct, Bai Ge naturally would not allow it. God knows whether the deep-sea demon whale king will explode soul bones after the self-destruction. As for how to destroy the self-destruction of the deep-sea demon whale king, it is also very simple. Self-destruction is actually to make the energy in the body unbalanced, so that the body explodes. As long as Bai Ge uses the North Sea divine art to destroy the energy flow in the deep-sea demon whale king's body, the deep-sea demon whale king will not be able to self-destruct. North Sea divine art. After discovering that the deep-sea demon whale king intended to self-destruct, Bai Ge directly used the North Sea divine art with all his strength to absorb the energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body. Although it is impossible for him to absorb all the remaining energy in the deep-sea demon whale king's body, it is enough to destroy the energy flow in the deep-sea demon whale king's body and prevent the deep-sea demon whale king from self-destructing. While operating the North Sea divine art, Bai Ge once again manipulated several Moyun vines to twist into a sharp Moyun vine spear, which directly passed through the deep-sea demon whale king's right eye, instantly drilled into the deep-sea demon whale king's brain and stirred it fiercely, causing the deep-sea demon whale king's roar to stop abruptly. It's time to die, right? Seeing the broken body of the deep-sea demon whale king finally lost its voice, Bai Ge breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking of the original work, the deep-sea demon whale king hid his soul in the soul bone. This time, won't there be another such operation? Bai Ge was a little hesitant. The deep-sea demon whale king is at least a super soul beast that has been cultivating for nearly 1,000,000 years and is about to become a god. The soul should not dissipate so easily, but there is a way to deal with this. Just throw the soul bone into the alternate dimension castle. The alternate dimension castle is Bai Ge's absolute domain. Even if the deep-sea demon whale king hides his soul in the soul bone, as long as he enters the alternate dimension castle, Bai Ge can completely mobilize the power of the alternate dimension castle to suppress the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king. However, regardless of whether the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king has completely dissipated, the body of the deep-sea demon whale king must have been destroyed. Looking at the red and gold light spots that were not scattered from the body of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ge released the summoned Moyun Teng. Next to the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, a right leg bone shining with deep blue slowly emerged. This was the soul bone produced by the deep-sea demon whale king. However, unlike the original work, Tang San already had a right leg bone in the original work, so the deep-sea demon whale king produced a torso bone. Because Bai Ge had no soul bones, the soul bones produced by the deep-sea demon whale king were random. Bai Ge was not very lucky. He did not get the most precious skull and torso bones randomly, but only got a more ordinary right leg bone, but it was okay. Slowly swimming to the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji used the North Sea divine art to pull the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king into his hand. However, Bai Ji did not fuse this soul bone immediately, but threw it into the alternate dimension castle at random. If it is fused rashly now, maybe the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king is hidden in this right leg bone. It is better to put it in the alternate dimension castle first and wait until this nearly 1 million year soul ring is absorbed. Thinking in his heart, Bai Ji slowly raised his head. Above Bai Ji's head, a huge red gold soul ring had completely condensed into shape. Chapter 400 Chapter 14, The First Soul Ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King's Martial Soul, 1/2. Because he had already entered the state of being possessed by the martial soul, Bai Ji did not need to summon the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul. Instead, he directly activated the Baiming Divine Art and used the Baiming True Qi to pull the red gold soul ring above the deep-sea demon whale king's body over. The huge red gold soul ring slowly moved under the pull of the Baiming True Qi, and finally came to the top of Bai Ji's head, then shrank in an instant and suddenly covered Bai Ji. As this nearly million-year-old soul ring from the deep-sea demon whale king entered his body, Bai Ji only felt a hot current like magma suddenly rushing into his body. It was the soul power from the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring. However, in the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul, Bai Ji's body was stronger than he could imagine. Under normal conditions, it might be painful to absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring, but in the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul, Bai Ji's physical fitness was strengthened by more than 10 times, and this pain was no longer a big deal. Feeling the soul power pouring out from the soul ring, Bai Ji began to use the North Sea divine art to refine these soul powers. However, because Bai Ji has not yet broken through, restricted by the rules of Douluo continent, although these soul powers have been converted into North Sea Qi, they cannot be integrated into the North Sea Qi in Bai Ji's body at the moment. Of course, if Bai Ji completes the breakthrough, these North Sea Qi will naturally be integrated. As time passed, the soul power pouring out of the red gold soul ring began to become less and less, and finally completely restrained, no longer releasing soul power. This also marked that this red gold soul ring was completely absorbed by Bai Ji's Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul, becoming the first soul ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul. Although the soul ring of the nearly 1 million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king was absorbed, the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul did not change at all because of the complete suppression of the bloodline. After Bai Ji completely absorbed the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, the 2 soul skills attached to this soul ring finally appeared completely. Because the deep-sea demon whale king is a soul beast with both water and thunder attributes, the 2 soul skills of Bai Ji's first soul ring naturally also have these 2 attributes. The first soul skill of the first soul ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul is called Raging Sea Bombardment Star Explosion. As the name suggests, this soul skill is the transformed soul skill of the deep-sea demon whale king's Raging Sea Bombardment Thunder God Explosion. Bai Ji can summon an energy beam to attack the target at will within the range of his mental power. The energy beam has the special attributes of water, thunder, and stars that the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul has, and its power is amazing. The second soul skill of the first soul ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul is called Raging Sea Turning River Star Dragon Control, which is a soul skill that inherits the deep-sea demon whale king's ability to control water. It can manipulate and control the water flow to attack the enemy. If the strength is strong enough, it is enough to reach the legendary level of turning the river upside down. Originally, the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul, as a Galaxy Dragon clan, did not have the ability of the regular Dragon clan to control the river. But the Star Dragon control of the Sea of Fury makes up for this shortcoming of the Star Dragon King martial soul. After absorbing the nearly 1 million-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji felt that the Star Dragon King martial soul also increased the physical fitness by nearly 1-fold after the possession, and this 1-fold is for Bai Ji's current strength. When Bai Ji first obtained the Star Dragon King martial soul, his cultivation was still a soul king. At that time, after entering the state of the Star Dragon King martial soul possession, Bai Ji's physical fitness increased by nearly 10 times, and now Bai Ji has become a soul saint. If the Star Dragon King martial soul was still in the initial state after entering the martial soul possession, the increase it could bring to Bai Ji would actually be less than 10 times, because Bai Ji's strength has become stronger. But now, after absorbing this nearly 1 million-year soul ring, the increase in the body brought by the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul suddenly increased to more than 20 times, which has reached a very terrifying level, 2 or 3 times the increase in the martial soul true body state of even the top beast martial soul masters. After absorbing this 100,000 year soul ring, Bai Ge once again set his sights on the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Although the body of the deep-sea demon whale king was already incomplete due to the nuclear bomb mushroom. But in the brain of the deep-sea demon whale king, there are still 2 treasures, one is the whale pearl, and the other is the whale brain. The whale pearl contains magnificent life energy, while the whale brain contains abundant life essence. Not to mention the living dead, flesh and bones, but it is also an absolute peerless tonic. As the whale brain of the deep-sea demon whale king, which is nearly 1 million years old, its nourishing ability is definitely not inferior to the same type of immortal spiritual medicine. However, it is not so easy to take the whale pearl and whale brain. As a soul beast of nearly 1 million years old, the deep-sea demon whale king is extremely strong. It is not a simple matter to break the skull of the deep-sea demon whale king and take out the whale pearl and whale brain. However, it is not possible to go from the outside to the inside, but it is easier to go from the inside to the outside. Slowly swimming to the head of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ge went directly into the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king, took out the juk sword, started digging from the upper jaw of the deep-sea demon whale king, and finally dug into the brain. The deep-sea demon whale king's head is very large, but the brain is very small, especially the brain, which is only about 1 square meter in size. Bai Ge used juk the sword cut off the flesh and blood in the middle of the upper jaw that connected to the brain, and a large amount of liquid golden whale brain immediately flowed down from the big hole, and was wrapped up by Bai Ge with his true chi and held in his hand. Along with the liquid whale brain falling from the big hole was a fist-sized purple gold bead, which was the whale bead of the deep-sea demon whale king, and the energy contained in it was also extraordinary. With one hand, the golden liquid whale brain was wrapped with true chi and held in the water, while Bai Ge held the purple gold whale bead with the other hand, slowly swam out of the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king and came to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the golden liquid whale brain in his hand, Bai Ge's mind moved, and the Baiming true chi quickly surged out of his body to form a shield, expelling all the sea water within tens of meters around it. After using the Baiming true chi to form a shield to empty the sea water within a few meters around, Bai Ge slowly put his mouth on the liquid golden whale brain. With a slurp sound, a large amount of whale brain was sucked into Bai Ge's stomach at once. As the whale brain entered his stomach, the majestic essence burst out immediately. Feeling the majestic essence gushing out of his stomach, Bai Ge sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra, transforming the essence into blood and chi as the nourishment for the promotion of the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra. As the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra was practiced, the majestic essence was continuously transformed into blood and chi, which continued to flow in Bai Ge's body. Because blood and chi belonged to Yang, as blood and chi flowed, in a short while, from head to toe, Bai Ge's body became red as if it were a cooked prawn. Under the nourishment of essence, all kinds of cells in Bai Ge's body were constantly renewed and strengthened. All kinds of aging cells were excreted from the body along with the waste in the body, and then carried into the air by the water vapor evaporated due to the high temperature in the body. Among all the cells, blood cells have the fastest renewal, and red is also the most obvious color. So at first glance, Bai Ge's body seemed to be constantly rising with red blood, just like the essence of the smoke. Under the continuous nourishment of the life essence of the whale brain of the deep-sea demon whale king, the renewal of cells in Bai Ge's body was constantly going on, and the bottleneck of the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra finally began to loosen. Finally, with a roar in his ears, Bai Ge finally broke through to the 9th level of the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra. Chapter 415 The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Who Has Not Died Yet, 2 Halves. After breaking through the 9th level of the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra, the whale brain that Bai Ge had taken had been almost refined in his body. When the whale brain was completely refined, it was as if by a chain reaction that Bai Ge's Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover also broke through to the 9th level. Originally, after entering the Ash Lord state, under the tempering of the Ash Soul power, Bai Ge's Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover had already made great progress. And after being nourished by the magnificent life essence transformed by the whale brain, while the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna Sutra achieved a breakthrough. Both are body refining techniques, although one is internal and the other is external, but the connection between them still allows Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover to achieve a breakthrough. Although after obtaining the Starcasting Dragon King martial spirit, the 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prajna technique and Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover are no longer as helpful to Bai Ge as before, the simultaneous breakthrough of the two techniques still makes Bai Ji feel very satisfied. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Ji stood up. All around, the shield formed by the North Sea Chi still firmly blocked the sea water outside the shield, and beside him, the broken body of the deep-sea demon whale king was still quietly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Although Bai Ji has taken away the most precious whale brain and whale pearl in the deep-sea demon whale king's body, the whale brain helped Bai Ji break through the 9th level of the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prujna technique and tiger roar dragon roar golden bell cover, and the whale pearl can also help Bai Ji quickly upgrade from the soul Douluo realm to the quasi-tidal Douluo realm in the future. However, there are still many valuable things in the deep-sea demon whale king, such as the deep-sea demon whale king's flesh and blood. As a super soul beast with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, although the blood in the deep-sea demon whale king's body has been almost sucked dry by Bai Ji, the value of the deep-sea demon whale king's flesh and blood is still extraordinary. It may not be certain that it can help the soul master to quickly improve his cultivation. After all, there is not much essence of the deep-sea demon whale king left, but it is absolutely no problem to eat it for a long time to build a strong body for the soul master. Thinking of this, Bai Ji took out the juk sword again, then walked to the body of the deep-sea demon whale king and began to cut the deep-sea demon whale king's flesh and blood. Because the space ring is relatively small, although the deep-sea demon whale king's body has been blown off by half, it is still not something that Bai Ji's space ring can accommodate. But it is not possible to keep it intact, so just cut the deep-sea demon whale king's flesh and blood into pieces, and then store it in the space ring. After half a day of struggle, Bai Ji removed all the flesh and blood from the deep-sea demon whale king's body and put them into the space ring. When the space ring was full, there was still a large part of the flesh and blood left on the deep-sea demon whale king's body. Bai Ji planned to give this flesh and blood to the demon soul great white shark king Ziobai. The deep-sea demon whale king had purified the nuclear radiation in his body, so the flesh and blood of the deep-sea demon whale king was safe and would not be dangerous to eat. However, before releasing the demon soul great white shark king Ziobai, Bai Ji had to take a look at the deep-sea demon whale king in the other dimensional castle. Right leg bone. According to the plot in the original book, although the deep-sea demon whale king's body was killed by him, the deep-sea demon whale king's soul has reached the semi-god realm and will not dissipate so easily. So there is a high possibility that the deep-sea demon whale king's soul is lurking in this soul bone, waiting for him to merge and then launch a fatal attack on him. If he is not prepared and has no system, he may really be hit. But unfortunately, he has been prepared, and he has thrown this soul bone into the other dimensional castle that he absolutely controls. The deep-sea demon whale king has no chance. If he can swallow the fat meat of the deep-sea demon whale king's soul and completely absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's soul power, maybe the heaven-changing and earth-strike Dafa can also break through to a new realm. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little excited, and there was some emotion in his heart. This deep-sea demon whale king is really his money-giving boy. Not only did he contribute his flesh and blood to help his 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prujna Sutra and tiger roaring dragon roar golden bell cover break through to the 9th level, but now he is also contributing his soul so that his heaven-changing and earth-strike great method can also break through. This is really a good man. Bai Ji sighed in his heart as he entered the castle of another dimension. As ripples suddenly appeared around Bai Ji's figure disappeared in the shield. As Bai Ji disappeared, the shield formed by Beiming Zhenqi also collapsed instantly, and a large amount of sea water immediately poured in. At this moment, in the castle of another dimension. It was still the castle at the beginning. The illusory and beautiful world was reflected in the sky. The gorgeous castle floated in the dark void. Bai Ji entered the garden of the castle yard. A right leg bone emitting red and gold light was floating on the green lawn in the garden. Looking at the small right leg bone in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile sarcastically. After Bai Ji's careful perception, he found that there was indeed a soul hidden in this right leg bone. Although this soul was trying its best to hide itself, in the alternate dimension castle, Bai Ji could not hide anything from his perception. The alternate dimension castle was equivalent to Bai Ji's small world. Here, he was the absolute master. Even if a god entered here, unless he had the ability to tear this space apart, he could only be controlled by him. Deep-sea demon whale king, come out, I found you. Looking at the right leg bone emitting red and gold light in front of him, Bai Ji said. But for a long time, the right leg bone shining with red and gold light still had no reaction, which made Bai Ji shake his head with some amusement. He really didn't give up until he saw the yellow river. With a move in his heart, under Bai Ji's control, the invisible world power instantly turned into a heavy hammer and slammed into the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king in the soul bone. With a scream, an extremely solid whale-shaped blue light suddenly emerged from the soul bone. It was the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king. Why, how could you discover my existence? The soul of the deep-sea demon whale king quickly turned into a human form after leaving the soul bone, and roared at Bai Ge crazily. After half of his body was blown off by the nuclear bomb mushroom, the deep-sea demon whale king wanted to struggle again. But after finding that struggling was hopeless, the deep-sea demon whale king had this idea, ready to hide his soul in the soul bone, and wait for Bai Ge to merge the soul bone to seize the body. In its view, Bai Ge was just a small soul saint. Although it didn't know why its soul attack was ineffective against Bai Ge, it thought that this should be the effect of Bai Ge's Star Dragon King martial spirit. In order to reduce Bai Ge's vigilance, the deep-sea demon whale king even acted a play, and finally had a dying struggle and a heroic death. It thought it would be easy to seize the body, but it didn't expect to be discovered by Bai Ge. Senior, please don't worry about how I found it. The reason why I called you out is just to thank you in person. You are indeed a soul beast of nearly 1,000,000 years old. I have really benefited a lot from eating your whale brain. Now I am still lacking in soul, so please don't be stingy. Looking at the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ge deliberately smiled and bowed to discuss the deep-sea demon whale king. You hateful human! Hearing that the human in front of him ate his whale brain and praised his whale brain in various ways, the deep-sea demon whale king was almost furious and began to roar angrily. Chapter 416 Pre-condensed Yuan Shen, 1/2. Human, do you think you can eat me? I will show you the gap between humans and gods. If it can still endure being provoked by Bai Ge, then he is not the deep-sea demon whale king. With an angry roar, the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly turned into a blue stream of light and rushed towards Bai Ge. Do you think I'm playing with you? No. I'm just giving you a notice. Looking at the deep-sea demon whale king who was turning into a blue stream of light and rushing towards him, Bai Ge's mouth curled up a little. Congeal. With Bai Ge's low shout, the space of the entire alternate dimension castle solidified instantly, and the blue streamer that the deep-sea demon whale king turned into was trapped in the air by the solidified space. What's going on? Feeling that the surrounding space solidified instantly, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move, and the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't help but be a little shocked. Break! Looking at the deep-sea demon whale king solidified in the air, Bai Ge shouted again. In an instant, the entire space seemed to have turned into a world-destroying mill, crushing the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king fiercely, and then began to rotate unstoppably. No! 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 Feeling the tearing feeling coming from the soul, the deep-sea demon whale king began to scream, but unless its cultivation was enough to tear this space, it would be in vain to struggle. In the screams of the deep-sea demon whale king, its soul was finally crushed into pieces, turning into pieces of dark blue soul fragments floating in the air. Refine! Looking at the soul fragments floating in the air, Bai Ge shouted again, and a large number of soul fragments suddenly condensed into a blue light ball and began to rotate. As the blue light ball rotated, a large number of grey-blue light spots began to escape from the blue light ball. They were the remnants of the consciousness of the deep-sea demon whale king and the impurities of the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king. At the same time, as the grey-blue light spots escaped, the soul fragments in the blue light ball began to gradually melt and finally turned into a shining blue liquid. This is the purest soul power. After refining the soul fragments into pure soul power, Bai Ge's heart moved and he started to use the Beiming Divine Art. Under the traction of the Beiming Divine Art, the soul power condensed into a blue water ball instantly turned into a long dragon and flew over, and finally poured into Bai Ge's eyebrows. After guiding the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king to the sea of consciousness, Bai Ge sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to operate the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method to absorb this majestic soul power. The deep-sea demon whale king is indeed a super soul beast of nearly 1,000,000 years. Although it is still one step away from 1,000,000 years, it has not been able to condense its spirit, but its tyrannical mental power has condensed its soul and can survive without the body. After refining, its soul power can even condense into liquid, which shows the majestic soul power. Under the operation of the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, the majestic soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king was continuously refined and absorbed, and turned into a part of Bai Ge's mental power. As Bai Ge's mental power grew, Bai Ge soon broke through to the 8th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, but this was far from stopping. After helping Bai Ge break through the 8th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, the remaining soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king was still close to 80%. Continuing to practice the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique, Bai Ge continued to refine and absorb the vast soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king. As the vast soul power was constantly refined, Bai Ge's heaven-changing and earth-strike technique's cultivation level was also constantly rising. Because the foundation of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique is the cultivation of mental power. By improving mental power and then using it in a unique way, one can reach a state where a glance can make people fall into an illusion and cannot extricate themselves. Therefore, the practice of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique is driven by the way of improving mental power, which makes the practice of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique almost without bottlenecks. Soon Bai Ge reached the 9th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique. But just when Bai Ge was about to break through the 9th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike technique, the North Sea Divine Art suddenly started to operate automatically. As the North Sea Divine Art was running, Bai Ge's mental power was actually driven by the North Sea Divine Art to operate. The spiritual power that had reached the bottleneck of the 9th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike art and could only continue to refine the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king after breaking through, under the drive of the Northern Divine Art, began to refine the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king again, and soon refined the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king, which was originally about 50%, to only close to 10%. After refining so much soul power, Bai Ge's spiritual power seemed to have reached saturation, and began to condense rapidly, and soon condensed into a human-shaped outline. Could this be the Yuan Shen? Observing the changes in the spiritual power in his mind, Bai Ge couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Yuan Shen, this is the product that can be condensed after the 10th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike art is perfected, and condensing the Yuan Shen means that it has reached the state of breaking the void on the spiritual level, and can directly use the Yuan Shen to attract the Yuan Kai of heaven and earth to open the immortal gate and break the void. Of course, this is the concept of the yellow martial arts world. In the Douluo continent, there is no concept of breaking the void. Even if the primordial spirit is condensed, it is just that the spiritual power will be stronger, and the spirit will be immortal even if the body dies. The Baiming Divine Art also has the ability to condense the primordial spirit, but the Baiming Divine Art does not have a unique attack method of operating spiritual power like the heaven-shaking and earth-striking art. In the world of Tian Long Babu, Tian Shan Tong Glao, the primordial spirit is not like many like in the fantasy world, it also has all kinds of incredible abilities. In the world of Tian Long Babu Tian Shan Tong Glao, the existence of the Yuan Shen only gives warriors a stronger ability to survive. And the Baiming Yuan Shen is more of a prerequisite for the Baiming rebirth method, the strongest secret of the Baiming divine art. The Baiming rebirth method is the unique secret of the Baiming divine art in the world of Tian Long Babu Tian Shan Tong Glao. Even if it is beaten to pieces. As long as the Yuan Shen is not destroyed, the Baiming Yuan Shen can be used to attract the Yuan Kai of heaven and earth, gather flesh and blood, reverse life and death, derive destiny and reborn on the spot. Of course, Tian Long Babu Tian Shan Tong Glao is just a high-level martial arts world similar to Fenjiun, and it has not yet reached the level of fantasy or fairy world. So the Baiming rebirth method is not that powerful, and there is still a very big flaw, that is, the Baiming rebirth method is only a physical rebirth, not a resurrection that reverses the rules. The conditions for the Baiming rebirth method are very harsh. It must be performed immediately when dying, because at this time, the body has just died and the Baiming Qi in the body has not yet dissipated. Baiming Yuan Shen can activate Baiming Qi, reverse the 3 treasures of Jinqi, and convert Baiming Qi into life essence. Even if the body is broken into pieces, Baiming Yuan Shen can revive the body by gathering flesh, blood and bones and irrigating the body with pure life essence. However, the key to this method is still Baiming Yuan Shen. Without Yuan Shen, it cannot be performed at all, and it is not a real resurrection. But can't Baiming Yuan Shen be successfully cultivated only after reaching the 9th level of Baiming Divine Art? I am only at the 7th level of Baiming Divine Art. Is it because of the influence of changing heaven and strike the earth that the Yuan Shen has taken shape in advance? Looking at the Yuan Shen gradually condensing in his mind, Bai Ge couldn't help thinking in his heart. Chapter 417 Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit, the 2 major skills of the right leg bone, 2 halves. In his mind, as the soul took shape, Bai Ge suddenly felt as if his consciousness had 2 places to stay, one was the physical body, and the other was the soul. After the soul condensed and took shape, Bai Ge's mental power also underwent a qualitative change, just like stone turning into steel, becoming more powerful. Although it should not be as good as the mental power of the gods, it has far exceeded the mental power of ordinary titled Douluo. Now Bai Ji's mental power can no longer be called mental power, but should be called spiritual consciousness. Controlling the soul to leave the body, after the soul left the body, Bai Ji suddenly felt a moment of weakness in his spirit, and his mental power also dissipated outward uncontrollably. At the speed of mental power dissipation, he can only stay in the outside world for about half an hour. If it does not return to the body for more than half an hour, his soul is likely to collapse. And the reason why this happened, after a while of thinking, Bai Ji also quickly got the answer. In the words of the cultivation system, the Yuan Shen that Bai Ji has cultivated now is not a Yang god, but only a Yin god. If the Yin god has not been tempered by thunder or other means and has changed from Yin to Yang, it cannot survive alone in the outside world and must rely on the body. The Yin god is equivalent to the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king before, and the Yang god is equivalent to the soul of the gods on the Douluo continent. However, even if the Yang god of the cultivation system can exist independently without the body, the cultivator will not abandon the body, but will eventually transform the body into an immortal body and live forever with the Yang god. But in the Douluo continent, even if the soul master becomes a god, the body is still a mortal body and will eventually decay. Only the transformed soul can live forever and ascend to the god realm. However, although the god realm is high-end, it is actually a cage in Bai Ji's view. As long as there is no one to inherit his position as a god, he must stay in the god realm. In a sense, this is closer to the gods of the Shinto, rather than the immortals of the immortals. Immortals are about freedom and freedom, not being restricted to a certain place, even if this place is a world. After experiencing the feeling of the soul, Bai Ji controlled the soul to return to the sea of consciousness. But after returning to the sea of consciousness, Bai Ji suddenly found that the remaining 10% of the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king in the sea of consciousness was actually missing a part. It was as if it was absorbed by something. But the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king was in his sea of consciousness. His soul left. Could it be that his body absorbed it? This is impossible. With doubts in his heart, Bai Ji followed the trajectory of the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king and tracked it. Finally, in a corner of the sea of consciousness, Bai Ji found the thief. It was the martial soul Moyun Teng, or more accurately, the seventh soul ring on the Moyun Teng martial soul. The seventh soul ring, isn't this the soul ring that Xiaobai sacrificed? Could it be Xiaobai? Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. The sacrifice of soul beasts is to sacrifice the soul beast's lifelong cultivation, but the soul will not dissipate, but will sleep in the soul ring or soul bone sacrificed. If the soul beast's cultivation is high enough, more than 100,000 years, or more than 200,000 years, it can retain consciousness and become a soul-like existence, but it cannot leave the body. If a soul master can become a god, then the soul of the sacrificed soul beast can also become a god and achieve immortality. However, because the cultivation of Qingmian bird Xiaobai was not enough, he was not able to retain consciousness after sacrificing the soul ring, but fell asleep in the sacrificed soul ring. Now that this soul ring is actively devouring the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king, does it mean that the consciousness of Qingmian bird Xiaobai in the soul ring may have awakened? And even if it has not awakened, if it can devour enough soul power, it may be possible to revive Qingmian bird Xiaobai's soul in advance. Since it is known that Qingmian bird Xiaobai is absorbing the remaining soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king in his mind, Bai Ji will naturally not be stingy. Using mental power to attract the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji injected all the remaining soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king into the seventh soul ring of Moyun Teng. However, it may be because it cannot be digested immediately. Although Bai Ji injected these soul powers into the soul ring sacrificed by Qingmian bird Xiaobai, Qingmian bird Xiaobai still did not revive. However, Bai Ji was already very satisfied to get the news that the soul of Qingmian bird Xiaobai had not dissipated. With Qingmian bird Xiaobai's cultivation and soul strength, it was already very good that the soul did not dissipate. Under the nourishment of these soul powers, Qingmian bird Xiaobai's consciousness would be revived sooner or later. After cultivating the Yuan Shen, Bai Ji's heaven-changing and earth-strike great method directly broke through from the 8th level to the 10th level of the Great Perfection, surpassing the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Pruchna and Tiger Roaring Dragon Yin Golden Bell Cover, which had always been ahead in cultivation progress. This is also thanks to the North Sea Divine Art. If it were not for the North Sea Divine Art suddenly running automatically to guide the mental power to condense the Yuan Shen in advance, Bai Ge might only be able to break through to the 9th level of the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method. It would take at least more than a year to reach the 10th level and cultivate the Yuan Shen. This is still relying on the North Sea divine art to break through the 9th level to cultivate the Yuan Shen. If you want to rely on the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method to break through the 10th level to reach the great perfection to cultivate the Yuan Shen, it is estimated that 3 years will not be enough. A deep-sea demon whale king, although it consumed Bai Ge's life-saving trump card nuclear mushroom, and consumed almost a minute of the 3-minute invincibility card. But it was able to simultaneously allow the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prujna art and the tiger roaring dragon roar golden bell cover to break through to the 9th level, and the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method was perfected. Then there was the whale pearl of the deep-sea demon whale king. After Bai Ge was promoted to Soul Douluo, he was able to quickly reach the quasi-tidal Douluo realm, which was still a good deal. After solving the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ge could safely fuse the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Opening his eyes, Bai Ge slowly stood up. In the distance, the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale was still emitting a red-gold light. Bai Ge stretched out his hand and, with the operation of the North Sea divine art, the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king flew into Bai Ge's hands. The right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king was placed on the right leg. With the input of Beiming Zhen Qi, the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king suddenly burst into a dazzling red-gold light, and then slowly merged into Bai Ge's right leg. As the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king merged with the right leg, Bai Ge suddenly understood the skills attached to the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. The right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king has 2 major skills. The first skill is called walking on waves. This skill not only allows Bai Ge to walk on the sea like flat ground, but also allows Bai Ge to control the waves and breathe in the water. It is somewhat similar to the second soul skill of the first soul ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul, Angry Sea Turning River Star Dragon Control. However, one of the two is an active skill and the other is a passive skill, which is still very different. The second skill of the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king is called Angry Sea Turning River Breaking Waves. This is a control skill. Once it is activated, it can burst out endless energy waves and force the opponent to fly away. The greater the difference in strength, the longer the knockaway time. Chapter 418 Life Enhancing Mushrooms, that is the far north? 1/2. After fusing the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ge was about to leave the alternate dimension castle. However, with a beep sound, the system in his mind, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly made a sound. Congratulations to the host, the second stage of the mission of the King of Food has been completed, and the gold level lottery opportunity has been issued. Mission completed. Hearing the sound of the system's upgrade in his mind, Bai Ge was not too surprised. Before he went to Tiandu Imperial City to attend Qian Rongxiu's succession ceremony, the progress of the second stage of the mission had exceeded 90%. Now that it was completed, Bai Ge was not surprised at all. System, use this gold level lottery opportunity. Without thinking too much, Bai Ge said directly in his mind. The gold level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is extracting. Beep. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a life-enhancing mushroom X1. In his mind, the system's congratulations suddenly sounded. Life-enhancing mushroom, could this be the thing in Super Mario? Bai Ge was stunned. System, check the information. As Bai Ge spoke, a virtual attribute panel slowly formed in his mind. Name, life-enhancing mushroom type, props. Effect, after taking it, a dead creature can be resurrected, but after resurrection, the life of the creature will be reset, losing all previous memories and cultivation, and the life state will be restored to the initial state, that is, the life state from infant growth to death under normal circumstances. Introduction, a wonder from the Super Mario world, a magical mushroom that can give people an extra life, but remember to use it with caution. Losing all memories and cultivation, the body will also return to the initial state. What is the difference between this and death? Even if resurrected, it is probably a new individual, this resurrection is simply useless. After checking the information of the life-enhancing mushroom, Bai Ge frowned in his heart. Leaving the life-enhancing mushroom in the system space, Bai Ge left the dimensional castle and returned to the sea. Because of the fusion of the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, with the help of the skills of the right leg bone, Bai Ge no longer needs to swim, and directly uses his mind to drive the water flow. Soon Bai Ge came to the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. The already broken body of the deep-sea demon whale king looked even more broken after Bai Ji removed a lot of flesh and blood. However, the tiger was still alive. Although the deep-sea demon whale king was dead, the deep-sea demon whale king's body was still emitting amazing pressure, intimidating the surrounding sea soul beasts. Otherwise, during the time when Bai Ji was away, the deep-sea demon whale king's body would have been eaten up by various sea soul beasts. Looking at the broken body of the deep-sea demon whale king in front of him, Bai Ji took out the soul guide that had previously contained the demon soul great white shark king Bai. With the injection of Bai Ming's true energy, a stream of light flew out of the soul guide and landed in front of Bai Ji, turning into the demon soul great white shark Bai. This is the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji, you actually killed it. Seeing the huge corpse in front of her, although it was already broken, the demon soul great white shark king Bai still recognized the identity of the corpse at a glance, which made her feel extremely shocked. The deep-sea demon whale king who has roamed the sea for hundreds of thousands of years, and even the sea god couldn't do anything about it, was actually killed by a human? I was lucky. Although it was very laborious, I still killed it. Now there is still a lot of flesh and blood on its body. As a soul beast, I think it should be of some use to you. If possible, you should eat them all, otherwise it will be wasted. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Are you really going to give them all to me? Bai, the demon soul great white shark king, was a little surprised. Don't you want them? I have taken a lot, these are all yours. Bai Ji said indifferently. Thank you, if you can eat these flesh and blood, it will be of great benefit to me, but there is too much flesh and blood, even I will have to eat for a while, but it's a pity that my people are not here. Bai, the demon soul great white shark king, shook his head with a sigh. You eat it, I'll go up and see, I don't know where we are now. Bai Ji smiled. Then I'll start. Looking at the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king in front of him, demon soul great white shark king Bai licked his lips, and then directly transformed into a giant demon soul great white shark about 20 meters long, greedily pounced on the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king and began to eat. Looking at the demon soul great white shark king Bai who was eating, Bai Ji turned around and drove the water through the right leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king to rush to the sea surface. As he got closer to the sea surface, pieces of large and small broken ice began to appear around him. The small ones were not as big as Bai Ji, but the big ones were like icebergs, floating on the sea surface, and the higher he went, the colder the sea water became. As Bai Ji finally rushed out of the sea, everything around him was immediately visible. It was still the boundless sea, but there were pieces of icebergs floating around. At the end of the sight in the distance, you could see an endless expanse of snow white. It was a continent made of ice and snow. In his mind, a name suddenly emerged. That is the far north? Although the books that Bai Ji read in his previous life did not clearly indicate where the far north was located during this period, based on the name of the far north. Since it is called the far north, it must be at the north pole of Douluo star, and the Tiandu Empire of Douluo continent is located in the tropics, so it must be at the equator of Douluo star. And he chased Bibi Dongheng through the Xingda Great Forest and finally entered the sea. Bai Ji remembered that the direction should be north. From the northern coastal waters away from Douluo continent, the direction must also be north. Although the deep-sea demon whale king ran around, the temperature of the sea water directly changed from hot to cold, so the deep-sea demon whale king must have been running in one direction. So if this is the case, this should be the far north, not the Antarctic where there may also be an ice and snow continent. Thinking of the far north, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of two names in his mind. Compared with the Xingda Great Forest, which is adjacent to the human world, the soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest are extremely hostile to humans. The far north has not yet bordered Douluo continent, so the soul beasts there should not be so hostile to humans. If he wanted to obtain the soul ring of 100,000-year soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest, he could only rely on hunting it by force. However, in the far north, he might be able to obtain 2 soul rings of more than 100,000 years just by talking. Looking at the continent covered by vast ice and snow in the distance, Bai Ji couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After more than 10 minutes, a huge white figure suddenly emerged from the sea behind him. It was Bai, the demon soul great white shark king. However, compared to the previous time in the stomach of the deep-sea demon whale king, she had to transform, and she still preferred her original form. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Bai Ji seemed to be in deep thought, Bai, the demon soul great white shark king, couldn't help asking. Nothing, have you finished eating? Coming back to his senses, Bai Ji shook his head. I've finished eating, thank you. Are you going back to Douluo continent? If you want to go back, I can take you back. Looking at Bai Ji, Bai, the demon soul Great White Shark King, opened his bloody mouth full of fangs and smiled. Not for the time being, I want to go there to see. Bai Ji shook his head and pointed to the far north in the distance. Chapter 419, Strolling in the Far North, Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, 2 halves. Since Bai Ji was unwilling to leave, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai would not force him. However, although Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai had never been to the Far North in person, the Far North was well known in the Sea Soul Beast world, and Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai also knew the great reputation of the 3 kings of the Far North. After informing Bai Ji of some dangers in the Far North and some information about the 3 kings of the Far North, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai left. She did not ask Bai Ji not to go. Compared with the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, even if the 3 kings of the Far North were famous, they would definitely not be the opponent of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Since Bai Ji could kill the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, what did the 3 kings of the Far North have to fear? Now she couldn't wait to go back and report the good news. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King was eliminated, which solved a big problem for their Sea God Island. After bidding farewell to the Demon Soul Great White Shark King Bai Ji rode the waves and finally arrived at the Far North, landing on this continent covered with ice and snow all year round. As soon as he entered the Far North, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and it was terribly cold. Ordinary people would probably be frozen into popsicles in less than a few minutes here. But because he had taken the star anise mysterious ice grass, Bai Ji was almost immune to low temperatures. Coupled with his strong body and powerful cultivation, the coldness of the Far North could not do anything to him. Entering the Far North, there was ice and snow all around, and almost everywhere was a vast expanse of white snow. From time to time, you can see crisscrossing glacier cracks and undulating snow-capped mountains. In this world of ice and snow, Bai Ji has hardly seen any soul beasts, but occasionally he can see a few snow foxes running on the snow. But thinking that the Far North is covered with ice and snow all day long, there is no vegetation at all. Without vegetation, the most basic producer in an ecosystem is missing. The soul beasts in the Far North are estimated to rely on fish in the ocean to survive, so there should be more soul beasts in some areas near the sea. Bai Ji has gradually entered the inner circle of the Far North, and it is normal that he encounters fewer soul beasts. Going deeper into the Far North, the surrounding climate becomes colder, and the traces of soul beasts become increasingly scarce. Suddenly, a roar came from the whistling cold wind, which made Bai Ji's heart move immediately. This sound did not sound like the roar of an animal, but rather like the roar of a human, and in the Far North, the only one with such a roar seems to be the Titan Snow Demon. Among the 3 kings of the Far North, the 3rd king is the Titan Snow Demon King, and the Titan Snow Demon tribe should be a large tribe in the Far North. As a primate, the Titan Snow Demon will definitely not be able to lurk under the ice and snow like the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Ice Silkworm, and it should be much easier to find than these 2. And if a Titan Snow Demon can be found, Bai Ji can easily ask the whereabouts of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but walk quickly towards the place where the sound came from. He walked quickly all the way, but it was really hard to walk fast on the ice field. Finally, Bai Ji simply took out the juk sword, stepped on the juk sword as big as a door panel, and began to slide on the ice field like skiing. Sliding like this is indeed much faster than walking. After sliding for about 10 minutes and almost sliding for several thousand meters, Bai Ji finally found something. Not far away, a huge footprint with a length of nearly 5 meters was deeply visible, and the snow below was trampled. Although the footprint was not so clear because of the wind and snow, it can still be guessed that the owner of this footprint is probably more than 100 meters tall. Ordinary Titan Snow Demons are not as tall as 100 meters, so the owner of this footprint is most likely the Titan Snow Demon King, and the Titan Snow Demon King can roar, which shows that the Titan Snow Demon King's enemies are not simple. Having come to a conclusion in his heart, Bai Ji accelerated and slid forward along the footprint. As Bai Ji went deeper, the footprints became denser and more obvious. In addition to the footprints of the Titan Snow Demon King, there were 2 other footprints. There are traces like wavy lines. In this wavy line, you can see countless conical indentations. The owner of this footprint is very obvious. It should be a scorpion soul beast. Among the scorpion soul beasts, The only one who can fight with the Titan Snow Demon King is the Ice Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor, one of the 3 kings of the far north. As Bai Ji went deeper, the roar became louder in the wind and snow. Finally, in a snowy valley, Bai Ji found the owner of the roar, a Titan Snow Demon with a body size of more than 100 meters. Titan Snow Demons, like Titan Giant Apes, have the blood of Titans. However, compared with Titan Giant Apes, Titan Snow Demons are often larger in size, and the Titan Snow Demon King in front of them is the best among Titan Snow Demons. Titan Snow Demons are somewhat different from Titan Giant Apes in terms of appearance. If we have to describe it, the image of the Titan Snow Demon is somewhat similar to the snowman in Bai Ji's previous life. It is covered with long white hair, with strong limbs. Compared with apes, the head of the Titan Snow Demon is closer to humans. The cheekbones are not too protruding, but except for the face, its entire head is still covered with long white hair. At this moment, the Titan Snow Demon King is fighting with a giant scorpion that is nearly 1.5 meters long. However, unlike the King of the Earth that Bai Ji saw at the beginning, the giant scorpion in front of him can't make people feel scared at all, but makes people yearn for it, because it is so beautiful. The front half of the giant scorpion has 4 sections, each section is about half a foot, and on it, it is covered with a layer of extremely special diamond-like raised scales, each in a hexagonal shape. Under the refraction of sunlight, these diamond-shaped raised scales emit colorful luster, which makes people dazzled. There are also such raised scales on the claws of the giant scorpion, but the most beautiful part of the giant scorpion is not these diamond-like raised scales, but the eyes on its head, which are like 2 yellow diamonds embedded in the body. They are also hexagonal and shine like gems. At the tail of the giant scorpion, there is a tail hook with only 5 sections. The positions of the 5 joints are full of emerald green, like emeralds. The tail hook of the giant scorpion is in the shape of a megatama, which is also covered with diamond-like scales. Only the hook is extremely sharp and smooth like a mirror. This giant scorpion is none other than the Ice Emperor Scorpion Bingdi, who is also one of the 3 kings of the far north. Although it is small in size, Bingdi did not fall into the disadvantage in the battle against the Titan Snow Demon King. The 6 scorpion legs moved like the wind, constantly dodging the Titan Snow Demon King's attacks. Once the Titan Snow Demon King showed a flaw, the Ice Emperor would quickly move forward, and while extending his hard claws, the tail hook behind him would instantly pierce out. Although the Titan Snow Demon King was powerful, if he fought hard, with a body size of more than 100 meters, almost no one would be his opponent. However, facing the Titan Snow Demon King's attacks, the Ice Emperor was able to dodge them one by one. On the contrary, the Titan Snow Demon King could not dodge the Ice Emperor's attacks at all because of his huge body. Every time the Ice Emperor extended his claws, he would tear off a large piece of hair on the Titan Snow Demon King's feet, and every time the sharp tail hook pierced out, once it pierced the Titan Snow Demon King, the part of the Titan Snow Demon King that was pierced would swell up high. At this pace, the Titan Snow Demon King would be defeated sooner or later. But the question is, why did these 3 kings of the far north fight? Chapter 420 discovered? 1/2. Roar. With an angry roar, the Titan Snow Demon King punched again, but the Ice Emperor still nimbly dodged the Titan Snow Demon King's attack, and then crawled quickly with 6 long legs, quickly coming to the Titan Snow Demon King's feet. Looking at the big feet so close, the Ice Emperor stretched out his claws and hit the Titan Snow Demon King's legs, and the sharp tail hook stabbed out quickly, instantly piercing the Titan Snow Demon King's ankle. Although the Titan Snow Demon King has thick skin and flesh, the Ice Emperor's cultivation is far superior to it. Facing the Ice Emperor Scorpion, which is already known for its poison, even the Titan Snow Demon King can't resist it. Because the foot has been stabbed countless times, the Titan Snow Demon King's calf has long been swollen. This time, the Titan Snow Demon King was hit by the Ice Emperor's claws, and he couldn't help but lose his balance, staggering back, and sat down on the snow. Suddenly, the whole snow valley was faintly shaking. Ice Emperor, what do you want to do? Looking at Ice Emperor, Titan Snow Demon King was very angry. What do I want to do? I heard that you want to express your love to Snow Emperor, but Snow Emperor is not someone you can covet. The huge Ice Emperor Scorpion suddenly made a crisp lowly sound. Not something I can covet? Haha, in this huge Arctic, besides me, which other male can be worthy of Snow Emperor? Ice Emperor, I know you also have improper thoughts about Snow Emperor, but you are all females, can you give Snow Emperor happiness? Titan Snow Demon King sneered. Happiness, what is happiness? Is it only males and females who are true love? Although Snow Emperor does not accept me now, one day, she will understand my feelings for her. As for you, your dirty love is not worthy of Shwedi at all. You should give up your restless mind as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you are stubborn, I am afraid your end will be very pitiful. You must be very clear about Shwedi's approach to males who covet her. Bing De raised his claws and said coldly. I don't care. How can you know the result if you don't try some things? Titan Snow Demon King shook his head. So it was because of the Snow Emperor. On the side, Bai Ge put away the juk sword and hid beside a snow pile not far from the snow valley to eavesdrop. Hearing that the two of them were actually fighting for the Snow Emperor, Bai Ge felt a little strange, especially about what Bing De said. Heterosexual love is just for reproduction, only homosexual love is true love? It seems that Bing De is also an old lesbian. In his memory, Bai Ge also knew. Titan Snow Demon King once showed his love to the Snow Emperor, but was beaten by the Snow Emperor and suffered comminuted fractures all over his body. He didn't know how many years of recovery. Although Titan Snow Demon King has not shown his love to the Snow Emperor yet, it should be soon. But Bai Ge didn't expect that Bing De also got the news, and because he was unhappy, he ran to fight Titan Snow Demon King alone, trying to stop Titan Snow Demon King. But unfortunately, Bing De should not have been able to stop it in the end. Titan Snow Demon King still ran to show his love to the Snow Emperor, and then was beaten to comminuted fractures. Ice Emperor, you are really going too far. Suddenly, the roar of the Titan Snow Demon King came again in the Snow Valley. Why can you show your love to the Snow Emperor, but I can't? No reason, anyway, I just won't allow it. If you insist on going, I will cripple your legs now. Looking at the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor raised the tail hook behind him high as a threat. Damn it, Ice Emperor, I won't give in. The Titan Snow King stood up suddenly with an ugly face and punched the Ice Emperor. But the Ice Emperor seemed to be angry and didn't want to play house with the Titan Snow King as before. Facing the Titan Snow King's punch, the Ice Emperor did not dodge this time, but suddenly burst into a brilliant white light, and then in the white light, the Ice Emperor's body was quickly covered with a layer of armor like ice crystal diamonds. Facing the Titan Snow King's punch, the Ice Emperor raised his claws directly to meet it. At the moment of swinging the front claw, a terrifying energy wave suddenly broke out on the small claw. Boom! The huge fist of the Titan Snow Demon King and the small claws of the Ice Emperor collided with each other instantly, and a loud noise suddenly broke out. Despite the huge difference in size, the Ice Emperor took the advantage and punched the Titan Snow Demon King back repeatedly. On the fists of the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Emperor, a thick layer of ice had been covered at some point, and the entire fist of the Titan Snow Demon King was frozen. Bang! While retreating continuously, the Titan Snow Demon King suddenly stomped on the ground. A terrifying energy wave instantly came out of the Titan Snow Demon King's body. While breaking the ice layer on his right fist, the entire Snow Valley also trembled violently because of the Titan Snow Demon King's kick. The ice and snow accumulated on the Snow Valley rolled down, forming an avalanche. Not good. Discovering that there was an avalanche, Bai Ge naturally left the snow pile where he was hiding and activated the Spiral 9 shadows to quickly escape from here. However, although the aura that Bai Ge suddenly burst out was very weak, for the two kings who were in a tense confrontation, the strange aura that suddenly came was so clear. This was not the aura of any soul beast in the far north. Who? Sensing the aura that Bai Ge burst out, the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Emperor turned around at the same time and looked at the fleeing Bai Ge. When they saw Bai Ge, the two kings couldn't help but be stunned at the same time. Is this a human? Although at this time, the far north still exists alone on Douluo star and has not drifted to the border with Douluo continent. However, as one of the largest gathering places for soul beasts on the continent, the far north is not without any communication with the outside world, but has communicated with the soul beasts of the Endless Sea and the Star Do Great Forest at the same time. As for humans, although humans do not threaten them in remote areas now, they can empathize with the experiences of other soul beasts, so they naturally hate humans. It turned out to be a human. Why did he come to our far north? Does he want to slaughter us? Ice Emperor, let's not fight for now, let's catch this human first. Looking at Bai Ge outside the Snow Valley, the Titan Snow Demon King gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." At the words of the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor also nodded. The Ever-Freeze Realm. Looking at Bai Ji who was running away, Bingdi suddenly raised a claw tribe high up, and a dazzling ice blue light instantly burst out from Bingdi's body. Wherever the ice blue light passed, everything fell into a frozen state, and was frozen by the cold and hard ice covered, but the ice blue light did not freeze Bai Ji after passing through his body, which shocked the Ice Emperor. How is it possible that my ever-freeze domain is ineffective against him? Discovered. When Bai Ji felt the ice blue light suddenly passing through his body, he immediately realized that he had been discovered. Although he was discovered, Bai Ji was not afraid or nervous. Because after swallowing the whale brain of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji's body has recovered and he can enter the star-forging Dragon King O Ash Lord state again. As long as he can enter the star-forging Dragon King O Ash Lord state, Bai Ji is not afraid of even the Snow Emperor, so how could he be afraid of the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King? Chapter 421 Entering the Ash Lord state again, 2 halves. Human, why don't you run? Seeing that Bai Ji suddenly stopped, the Titan Snow Demon King, who was striding over with huge steps, asked in a muffled voice. Run? Why should I run? I think there may be a misunderstanding between us. Looking at the tall Titan Snow Demon King and the slowly crawling Ice Emperor, Bai Ji shook his head. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. You humans all deserve to die. Didn't you come here to slaughter our soul beasts and obtain our soul rings? Ice Emperor said coldly. Regarding the soul ring, although it is indeed wrong for us humans, if soul masters did not have to absorb soul rings to continue practicing at each stage, we would not have to hunt your soul beasts. If this must be blamed, it can only be blamed on this world. As for me, it is really an accident that I came here. I didn't come here to hunt soul rings, although I do need a soul ring now. Bai Ji said slowly. You want a soul ring? Then you dare to say that you didn't come here to hunt us. You humans are all executioners and deserve to die. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ice Emperor was immediately angry. It seems that Ice Emperor, you have great malice towards humans. Bai Ji shook his head. Yes, many people in this world do regard soul beasts as prey, but there are also some people who do not treat you soul beasts in this way, such as me. I am a relatively different person. I don't think it is natural for humans to hunt you soul beasts, but there are many things in this world that are not black and white, such as you. Do you dare to say that you have never hunted other soul beasts? This world is the law of the jungle, but we humans are powerful, and you soul beasts are weak, that's all. I also hope that soul beasts can coexist peacefully with humans in the future, and I am also working hard to create this situation. As for my coming to the far north, to be honest, my goal is you and Xue Di. It is not so easy for you soul beasts to become gods and achieve immortality, at least it is much more difficult than humans. There are many reasons for this, but I can guarantee that if you are willing to sacrifice for me and become my soul ring, if I become a god in the future, you can also become gods. Looking at Bing Di, Bai Ji said sincerely. You actually want to hurt the Snow Emperor, unforgivable. Neither the Ice Emperor nor the Titan Snow Demon King fully understood Bai Ji's words, but when they heard that Bai Ji's target was the Snow Emperor, the two kings became angry at the same time. It seems that reasoning with you is useless, and we still have to use fists to speak. Seeing the angry Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King, Bai Ji shook his head helplessly. Star-forging Dragon King, possess. Slowly retreating a few steps, with Bai Ji's low shout, a star-blue dragon instantly emerged from Bai Ji's body, and then suddenly sank into Bai Ji's body in a dragon roar. With the possession of the Star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, a large number of star-blue scales suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body. At the same time, Bai Ji's body began to grow taller, his muscles began to swell, his eyes turned into golden dragon pupils, his dragon horns slowly grew out from the star-blue hair on his head, his sharp dragon claws quickly popped out from his 10 fingers, and a majestic dragon power instantly burst out. Along with the dragon power, there was also a red gold soul ring that slowly rose from Bai Ji's feet. This is the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, a soul beast of nearly 1,000,000 years old. After entering the state of possession of the star-forging Dragon King's martial spirit, Bai Ji also quickly summoned the Moyun Vine, then activated the 7th soul skill Moyun True Body, and quickly launched the Devouring Domain. As the Dark Devouring Domain expanded, the endless ice and snow spirit energy, water spirit energy, and star power in the sky instantly rushed into the Devouring Domain. Within a radius of several miles, it instantly fell into darkness. Endless spiritual energy was continuously transformed into soul power by the devouring domain and poured into Bai Ge's body. Feeling the influx of soul power, Bai Ge also began to adjust his emotions and prepare to enter the Ash Lord state. Because he practiced the heaven-changing and earth-strike great method, which was originally a method that tended to manipulate emotions and compile illusions, otherwise he would not be able to make the enemy fall into an endless illusion with one glance after practicing successfully. So as Bai Ge adjusted his emotions, his memory immediately returned to the moment when the blue bird Ziobai was sacrificed. In his heart, boundless anger quickly ignited, and the raging anger instantly ignited the soul power in his body, and began to transform the star-casting soul power in his body into Ash soul power. With the emergence of Ash soul power, Bai Ge also quickly entered the star-casting Dragon King O Ash Lord state from the star-casting Dragon King state. The star-blue scales on his body began to transform into orange-red, shining with a dangerous dark red light, and his hair instantly changed from star-blue to golden-red mixed with golden-yellow. Only his eyes, dragon horns, and claws did not change, and as the scales on his body changed color, Bai Ge's breath instantly changed from vitality to high temperature, scorching and destruction. What kind of martial soul is this? Feeling the terrifying dragon power that suddenly erupted from Bai Ge's body, even the Titan Snow Demon King with Titan blood couldn't help but feel a strong fear, let alone Bingdi. Looking at Bai Ge, Bingdi was full of wonder. She had never felt such a majestic dragon power from Emperor Tian, the king of the Star Do Great Forest, who had traveled to the far north. The cultivation of this human being in front of her could not be higher than Emperor Tian. How could he have such a terrifying dragon power? Ice Emperor, look at his spirit ring. When Ice Emperor was extremely shocked by Bai Ge's dragon power, Titan Snow Demon King suddenly reminded him with a dry voice. Soul ring, isn't this a 100,000 year spirit ring? Hearing the words of Titan Snow Demon King, Ice Emperor noticed the spirit rings surrounding Bai Ge. No, why does he only have one spirit ring, and it seems that this is not a 100,000 year spirit ring, but a spirit ring that is almost a million years old. When he saw that the spirit ring surrounding Bai Ge was not pure red, but a spirit ring shining with golden light in red, Ice Emperor was shocked again. Nearly a million-year soul ring Snow Emperor has only cultivated for 690,000 years, and even the cultivation of Emperor Tian, the king of the Star Do Great Forest, is only 800,000 years. It seems that only the legendary Ocean Overlord, who once competed with the Sea God, has a soul ring of nearly a million years. Ice Emperor muttered to himself. This human actually killed the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, how is this possible? Titan Snow Demon King was simply unbelievable in his heart. Although it is hard to believe, only the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King can have such a cultivation. Ice Emperor's face was a little ugly. Yes, I killed the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. In fact, the reason why I came here was that it brought me here. It wanted to eat me, but who would be willing to be eaten, so I could only kill it. Bai Ge said slowly while taking out the whale pearl of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King and tossing it up and down in his hand. Feeling the strong breath of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King coming from the whale pearl, the bodies of Ice Emperor and Titan Snow Demon King couldn't help but tense at the same time. Chapter 422, The Confident Ice Emperor, 1/2. What I said is true. For you, the 100,000-year soul beasts whose wisdom is no less than that of humans, I recognize your existence. However, due to the rules of this world, I must absorb soul rings if I want to continue practicing. This restriction cannot be broken by anyone at present. So in my opinion, the best solution is for you to voluntarily sacrifice yourself to become my soul ring, and I will bring you the eternal life you desire in the future. But you may not agree with me because I cannot prove that what I said is true. But if I defeat you, maybe you can consider it. After all, in your soul beast world, it is not always the case that whoever has the bigger fist has more reason, right? After taking back the whale pearl of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, Bai Ge looked at the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King and smiled slightly. Come on, let me see the strength of the legendary three kings of the far north. Human, don't be so arrogant. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the Titan Snow Demon King was a little angry. But after knowing that Bai Ge actually killed the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, it did not dare to act rashly for a while. Atai, don't listen to the nonsense told by this human. The humans always like to rush in to deal with us soul beasts. Maybe the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King was killed by them in this way. On the side, Bingdi said coldly. Hearing Bingdi's words, Titan Snow Demon King also felt that it made sense. After all, the deep-sea demon whale king is a soul beast that is older than them for who knows how many years. Even the sea god couldn't kill the deep-sea demon whale king at the beginning. How could it be killed by this human who has not even reached the titled Douluo realm, although this human feels very powerful? Okay, don't add drama to yourself anymore. Come on, let's have fun. If you can defeat me, you can kill or cut me as you like, but if I defeat you, then please calm down and listen to me carefully. I come with sincerity. Bai Ji was a little speechless about the self-deception of Titan Snow Demon King and Bingdi. Human, don't be rampant, take it. Because of what the Ice Emperor said, the Titan Snow Demon King had already made up his mind. Looking at Bai Ji, the Titan Snow Demon King roared and launched an attack instantly, hammering his thick arms to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole land shook suddenly. On the snow, countless sharp ice spikes drilled out of the ground frantically and spread towards Bai Ji. Under Bai Ji's feet, as the ground shook, sharp ice spikes suddenly broke out of the ground. Each ice spike was more than 10 meters long, with an extremely sharp tip, flashing a cold light. If Bai Ji was pierced by these ice spikes, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be pushed to the sky. Melt it for me. Facing the ice spikes rising from his feet, Bai Ji shouted loudly and directly burst out the ash soul power in his body. Hula! As the extremely hot ash soul power swept out of Bai Ji's body, not only the ice spikes rising from his feet, but also the extremely thick snow layer was instantly melted and evaporated by the high temperature, turning into water vapor all over the sky, and the land under his feet was directly melted into crystals by the high temperature. Roar! While launching this attack, the Titan Snow Demon King also roared and rushed up. Looking at the tiny human who was talking nonsense in front of him, the Titan Snow Demon King suddenly raised his thick arms and swung his huge fist heavily. But facing such a huge difference in size, Bai Ji was not afraid at all, but jumped up suddenly and also greeted his small and exquisite fist. Bang! This time, Bai Ji did not rely on the blessing of the ash soul power. He only relied on the strength of his body after multiple soul rings and practicing 2 major body refining techniques, plus the increase in his body in the state of Star Forging Dragon King. Ash Lord! Bai Ji actually knocked the Titan Snow Demon King back with one punch. How is it possible? Feeling the terrifying force coming from Bai Ji's fist, the Titan Snow Demon King's entire right fist became numb, and his body retreated again and again, almost falling to the ground, which shocked the Titan Snow Demon King. It is the Titan Snow Demon, the most powerful soul beast on this planet except for some giant soul beasts in the ocean. In the battle of strength, it has never met an opponent for so many years, but it didn't expect that it couldn't beat a human today. If it hadn't seen it with its own eyes, the Titan Snow Demon King would definitely think it was a far-fetched story. On the side, following the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor also quickly came to Bai Ji. Originally, the Ice Emperor planned to clamp Bai Ji with a pair of claws, and then use the tail hook behind him to give Bai Ji a fatal blow. But after seeing that Bai Ji's power was so strong that even the Titan Snow Demon King was not his opponent, the Ice Emperor naturally would not humiliate himself. After approaching Bai Ji, the Ice Emperor directly used the strongest attack skill, the Ice Emperor's Wrath. The Ice Emperor's Wrath is to instantly burst out the extreme ice power in his body, turning it into condensed frozen air to bombard the enemy. In addition to the freezing attribute of the extreme ice power, the Ice Emperor's Wrath also has a huge thrust, which is not inferior to any strong attack skills of the same level. It is amazingly powerful and has a strong control ability. Ice Emperor's Wrath. With a crisp lowly voice, an extremely condensed and terrifying frozen air mass was instantly spit out by the Ice Emperor and bombarded Bai Ji. Facing the Ice Emperor's Wrath blasted out by the Ice Emperor, Bai Ji still used the Ash Soul power to turn into a shield to resist. Ash Soul power is the advanced version of Star Casting Soul power, just like Soul power to Divine power, but compared to Divine power, Ash Soul power is pure destructive power without any other effect, but this destructive power mainly includes high temperature and explosion, which is exactly the nemesis of ice and snow power. The dark orange-red Ash Soul power quickly condensed into a shield in front of Bai Ji. The moment the Ice Emperor's Wrath hit the shield, the frost and the large amount of ice crystals carried by the frost along the way were instantly evaporated by the high temperature of the Ash Soul power. The cold air carried by the frost was instantly heated to hot air by the high temperature. After encountering obstacles, it swept around, quickly melting and evaporating a large amount of ice and snow around, turning into water vapor and rising into the air. However, although Bai Ge successfully resisted the Ice Emperor's wrath with the shield condensed by the Ash Soul power, the part of the shield that was bombarded by the Ice Emperor's wrath became much weaker. Taking this opportunity, the Ice Emperor stabbed the tail hook behind him fiercely. Tear dash! Accompanied by a tearing sound of air, the tail hook wrapped in a thick and extreme ice power, with a smooth surface like a mirror, instantly pierced the weak position of the shield condensed by the Ash Soul power. After piercing the shield, the sharp tail hook went straight to Bai Ge. Bingdi has full confidence in the sharpness of her tail hook. You know, even the 100,000-year-old thorn-armored black ice turtle with the strongest defense in the far north cannot withstand the piercing of her tail hook, and Bai Ge is definitely not able to do so. And once Bai Ge is pierced by her tail hook and injected with deadly toxins, there is no chance of survival. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 423 Imprisonment of the Titan Snow Demon King, 2 halves. The sharp tail hook made a sharp tearing sound in the air and pierced Bai Ge's heart at a speed faster than lightning. Seeing that his tail hook was about to pierce, a palm covered with scales suddenly grabbed the tail hook steadily, which made Bingdi stunned. Want to sneak attack? Please, my hands are still here. Holding Bingdi's tail hook tightly with his right hand covered with orange dragon scales, Bai Ge grinned. He really didn't understand why Bingdi felt that he couldn't catch the tail hook. Was it because he only showed one soul ring? Although he knew that Bingdi was a little lowly, that was Bingdi in human form. For the current Bingdi who was still in the form of Bingbai Emperor Scorpion, Bai Ge had no sympathy for her. Get out of here! Holding Bingdi's tail hook tightly with his right hand, Bai Ge shouted directly, and then suddenly exerted force, instantly throwing Bingdi out. Although Bingbai Emperor Scorpion has a strong attack power, its strength and weight are really pitifully low. Bang! The Ice Emperor, who was about 1.5 meters long, was thrown out by Bai Ge with such force. After a whistling sound, he fell heavily on the snow valley not far away, creating a deep pit on the snow valley and making a muffled sound. Because Bai Ge did not deliberately reduce his strength, the Ice Emperor was actually smashed into the snow valley, directly penetrating the snow layer and hitting the mountain heavily. For a while, countless snow fell from the snow valley. Roar! From the time the Ice Emperor attacked Bai Ge to the time he was thrown away by Bai Ge, less than 3 seconds had passed. These 3 seconds were enough for the Titan Snow Demon King to adjust his body shape and fight again. With a roar, the huge Titan Snow Demon King strode over again. Looking at Bai Ge, the Titan Snow Demon King's huge fist slammed down again. In the air, with a burst of ice blue light, the fistful of white hair was immediately covered with a thick layer of ice, just like a boxing glove, and it was still emitting a chill. But this time, Bai Ge did not choose to resist again, but moved directly, and the whole person instantly moved dozens of meters away in the void and appeared in another position. Bang! Because Bai Ge dodged this punch, the Titan Snow Demon King's punch immediately hit the snow. The snow covered with a thick layer of snow was directly hit by the Titan Snow Demon King's heavy punch. After dodging the Titan Snow Demon King's punch, Bai Ge quickly retreated and stretched out his right hand. Heavenly Net, Thorn Strangle! With a low shout, the martial soul Moyuntang emerged from Bai Ge's right hand again. With the appearance of the Moyuntang martial soul, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black and black rose from Bai Ge's feet again. However, because Bai Ge was in the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul at this time, the nearly 1 million-year soul ring from the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King had occupied Bai Ge's body, so the 7 soul rings of the Moyuntang martial soul could only come to the Moyuntang in Bai Ge's hand. After the 7 soul rings moved to the Moyuntang martial soul in Bai Ge's right hand, they began to rhythmically surround the Moyuntang martial soul, and with Bai Ge's low shout, the first and second soul rings suddenly lit up quickly. For a moment, countless Moyuntang with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly rose from the ground around the Titan Snow Demon King, and quickly intertwined and woven a vine net over the Titan Snow Demon King's head. While forming the vine net, with the launch of the Thorn Stranglehold, countless Moyuntang also quickly emerged from the feet of the Titan Snow Demon King, and instantly entangled the Titan Snow Demon King. Because the Moyun vine summoned by Bai Ge almost blocked all the dodging directions of the Titan Snow Demon King, due to his huge size, the Titan Snow Demon King had no way to dodge at this time, and could only be tightly entangled by the Moyun vine growing under his feet. While being tightly bound by the Moyun vine summoned by the Thorn Strangler, the already formed net of heaven and earth fell instantly above the head of the Titan Snow Demon King. After touching the Titan Snow Demon King, the net of heaven and earth shrank instantly, adding another layer of restraint to the Titan Snow Demon King. However, although the Titan Snow Demon King was tightly bound by moyun vines with a diameter of more than 10 meters and the same thickness as his arms, the Titan Snow Demon King was not worried at all. As a Titan Snow Demon clan known for its strength, the Titan Snow Demon's strength is even greater than that of the Titan Giant Ape, a soul beast that also has Titan blood and is also known for its strength. The Titan Snow Demon King did not think that a vine as thick as his arm could trap him. If it was as thick as his waist, it would be fine. In addition to its powerful strength, it also has ice attributes. Ice, like fire, is the nemesis of plants to some extent. Although ice does not have as much control over plants as fire, the energy of ice attributes plus its strength will definitely not trap it with such a thin vine. Roar! Feeling the moyun vine that was still wriggling on his body as if it had life, the thorns on it scratched his tough skin, making it numb and itchy all over. The Titan Snow Demon King could not help but roar and began to gather his strength. As his muscles exerted force, the Titan Snow Demon King's entire body suddenly grew bigger. But, although the Titan Snow Demon King had used all his strength, the moyun vine wrapped around his body was stretched tightly, but there was still no sign of breaking. After Bai Ji was promoted to Soul Saint, although due to the gap between Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, the moyun vine in normal state was not enough to restrain some Title Douluo with stronger power or sharp claws and weapons. But in the moyun true body state, the toughness of the moyun vine increased by 500%. In the moyun true body state, let alone ordinary Title Douluo, even Super Douluo, if he does not have a powerful martial soul, he still cannot break free. Roar! After discovering that the moyun vine could not break free by strength alone, the Titan Snow Demon King could not help but roar again, and then suddenly burst out the ice attribute energy in his body. Although the ice attribute energy of the Titan Snow Demon King is not as extreme as that of the Ice Emperor, the powerful cultivation allows the ice attribute energy that the Titan Snow Demon King bursts out to easily freeze a 10,000-year-old plant-type soul beast into pieces. However, just when the Titan Snow Demon King was confident that his attack would easily freeze the vines that bound him, the Titan Snow Demon King was shocked to find that the ice attribute energy that he burst out did not freeze the moyun vine at all after it came into contact with the moyun vine. Instead, the moyun vine easily swallowed the ice attribute energy he released. I won't play with you anymore. Looking at the shocked expression of the Titan Snow Demon King, Bai Ji smiled lightly and stretched out his right hand again. Ultimate Absorption. As the third soul ring on the moyun vine martial soul lit up, a terrifying devouring force suddenly burst out from the moyun vine that bound the Titan Snow Demon King. Under this terrifying suction, the energy and physical strength in the Titan Snow Demon King's body began to dissipate rapidly. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 424 Deterrence, 1/2. Although the Ash Soul power cannot increase the strength of the moyun vine, it can increase the power of the moyun vine's soul skills by dozens of times. Using the Ash Soul power to launch the ultimate absorption, the power generated is almost equivalent to the soul ring of tens of thousands of years. Feeling the devouring power from the moyun vine, the Titan Snow Demon King was immediately shocked and angry. But the moyun vine was too tough. Even if it burst out with all its strength, it still couldn't break free. Roar! In the angry roar, the Titan Snow Demon King only felt that the physical strength of his whole body was constantly draining away. If this continued, it was estimated that in less than 10 minutes, it would be exhausted and could only be slaughtered. When Bai Ji used the moyun vine to bind the Titan Snow Demon King, there was a sound of a hard object piercing the snow behind him. Looking back, he saw that the Ice Emperor had already rushed down the snow valley and was now crawling towards Bai Ji with a pair of claws full of ice crystals. Seeing that Bai Ji had discovered him, the Ice Emperor did not stop, but began to accelerate. While accelerating, the biting cold wind instantly rolled up, and along with the cold wind, there was also the ice blue divine light that quickly spread in all directions. It was still the Ice Emperor's permafrost field, but unlike the last time he used it casually, this time, the Ice Emperor chose to fully activate the permafrost field. The ice blue divine light spread rapidly in the dark swallowing field. Amidst the freezing sounds, the ice blue divine light spread to Bai Ji's front in almost the blink of an eye. But just as the ice blue divine light was about to pass over Bai Ji's body, it was firmly blocked by the protective layer formed by the Ash Soul power. Because of the resistance to the Ice Emperor's full-strength frozen field, the protective layer formed by the Ash Soul power suddenly became much weaker. Seeing the situation in front of him, the Ice Emperor, who was approaching at a rapid speed, suddenly whistled and spit out a ball of cold air that was as solid as a meteor. It was still the Ice Emperor's wrath. But under the frozen field, the power of the Ice Emperor's wrath increased by nearly 30%, and this time, the Ice Emperor did not intend to use the Ice Emperor's wrath to get rid of Bai Ji, but intended to use the frozen field and the Ice Emperor's wrath to temporarily break Bai Ji's Ash Soul Power protective shield to create conditions for his own attack. But last time, Bai Ji was not aware of it, and was approached by the Ice Emperor, and he did not have time to react for a while, so the Ice Emperor broke the Ash Soul Power shield with his tail hook. But this time, the Ice Emperor ran from such a long distance, and Bai Ji would be a fool if he was hit. Strangle with thorns. Although it would be impossible for the Ice Emperor to break the Soul Power protection layer if he only slightly increased the Ash Soul Power, Bai Ji did not intend to do so, because he did not want to continue passive defense. Facing the Ice Emperor who was crawling towards him at a rapid speed, Bai Ji directly launched the first soul skill, Thorn Strangle, which had already cooled down. As the first soul ring of the Moyun Vine martial soul in his hand lit up, more than a dozen thick Moyun vines suddenly grew rapidly around the Ice Emperor, breaking through the hard coldness in an instant, strangling the Ice Emperor like a venomous snake. Hiss! Facing more than a dozen thick vines strangling from all sides, the small and exquisite Ice Emperor screamed again, and then raised a pair of deadly claws high. As the green scorpion tail and the mirror-like tail hook behind him stood up, in an instant, the extreme ice power suddenly turned into a storm and burst out from the body of the Ice Emperor. Hwalala! The extreme ice power that could freeze everything quickly swept towards Bai Ji. However, facing the extreme ice power that swept over, the Moyun Vine, which was immune to ice attributes, was not affected at all, but spread more quickly, instantly binding the small Ice Emperor tightly. More than a dozen thick Moyun vines almost tied up the small Ice Emperor like a dumpling. Even the scorpion tail behind him was entangled several times, and only the tail hook was not entangled. However, with only one tail hook, it was impossible to rescue the Ice Emperor from the bondage of the Moyun Vine. How is it? Can you calm down now? Standing between the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Emperor, looking at the Titan Snow Demon King who was tied up like a dumpling on one side and the Ice Emperor who was tied up like a dumpling on the other side, Bai Ji slowly spoke. Human, let us go quickly, this is the far north, not a place where you can run wild, it's nothing great that you can defeat us, the strongest in this far north is not us. Although he was tied up like a dumpling, the Ice Emperor still did not give in, but threatened Bai Ji loudly, but the crisp lowly voice was hard to give people a sense of deterrence. You are talking about the Snow Emperor, even if you don't say it, I will actually go to find her, I have said it before. Hearing the words of the Ice Emperor, Bai Ji smiled faintly. You want to find the Snow Emperor? Human, you are courting death. For Bai Ji's words, the Ice Emperor was a little disdainful. Although Bai Ji defeated her, because Bai Ji did not fully exert the destructive power of the Ash Soul Power and the powerful body in the Ash Lord state, in her opinion, Bai Ji was not much stronger than her. And the Snow Emperor was the strongest in the far north, with a cultivation level nearly twice as high as hers, and in terms of combat power, she was far superior to hers. In the eyes of the Ice Emperor, Bai Ji could not possibly be the opponent of the Snow Emperor who was much stronger than her. Seeking death? That's not necessarily the case. Although the Snow Emperor is the strongest in your far north, her strength should be equivalent to that of a level 99 titled Douluo among our human soul masters. I beat a level 99 titled Douluo and made him run away in panic. And that was a titled Douluo with a divine weapon. Besides, do you think you saw all my strength? I only used 3 soul rings from beginning to end. Looking at the Ice Emperor, Bai Ji shook his head lightly. 3 soul rings. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Ice Emperor was stunned. At this time, Bingdi suddenly remembered that from beginning to end, Beg had indeed only used the soul skills of 3 soul rings, and the nearly million-year soul ring from the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King had not been used. This made Bingdi's heart sink. For the first time, Bingdi actually had the idea of hoping that Swati would not appear. Although she had told Titan Snow Demon King before that the nearly million-year soul ring of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King on Beg must have been obtained by Beg and a group of titled Douluo besieging the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, in fact, Bingdi was actually unsure. Because the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King is not a soul beast on land, but a soul beast in the ocean. Even if facing the attack of a group of human titled Douluo, if you can't beat them, you can escape into the sea. But the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King still didn't escape, which shows that there must be a problem. Perhaps the group of titled Douluo who may exist have powerful restrictive skills, or perhaps the human strength in front of him is so strong that the deep-sea demon whale king has no chance to escape. The more he thought about it, the more panicked Bingdi felt. In her heart, Bingdi couldn't help but start to worry about Swaty. If Swaty really came, would she not only fail to save her, but also fall into a trap? As for Beg's previous words that he came with sincerity, Bingdi didn't believe it at all. Distrust of humans has been engraved into the bones of soul beasts. On the other hand, after speaking to Bingdi, in order to prove that what he said was true, Beg directly condensed a large amount of ash soul power in his right hand and then put it on the ground. The right hand dragon claw wrapped with a large amount of ash soul power exuded an unimaginable high temperature. Not only the air near the dragon claw, but even the space seemed to be distorted by the burning. He stretched his right hand into the snow. Under the strong high temperature emitted by the ash soul power, almost instantly, the thick snow layer evaporated into water vapor and swept away, revealing the dark land at the bottom. Looking at the black soil below, Beg grabbed a handful of it in his hand. However, under the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees of the ash soul power, the soil was vaporized instantly without even a chance to crystallize, which made the Ice Emperor's pupils shrink. Chapter 425 Snow Emperor appears, 2 halves. Just as the Ice Emperor was filled with shock, the area surrounded by the Beg devouring domain suddenly began to snow heavily. Get up. The biting cold wind was whistling, and white snowflakes were flying in the air. In the distant sky, between the blue sky and white clouds, a white shadow was flying quickly with the wind and snow. Snow Emperor, leave quickly, there is danger here. Seeing the white shadow in the sky, the Titan Snow Demon King's face suddenly changed, and then he opened his throat and yelled. The Titan Snow Demon King naturally wanted the Snow Emperor to leave quickly, but the Snow Emperor who came over had no intention of stopping. And seeing the white shadow in the sky, Bai Ji was not surprised at all. Because according to what he knew, the Snow Emperor was a creature born from the ice and snow spirit of the extreme north. It can be said that he was born and raised, and he was blessed by nature. Whether in terms of cultivation or talent, the Snow Emperor was extremely amazing, and possessed the power of ice and snow that exceeded the ultimate ice of the Ice Emperor. Because of her identity as the Ice and Snow Girl, the Snow Queen has an unimaginable connection with the far north. If the Snow Queen wants, she can make Fengxi her eyes and ears and monitor the entire far north. It can be said that in the entire far north, as long as the Snow Queen wants, there is no place to hide. Snow Queen, why did you come? After seeing Bai Ji's ash soul power, the Ice Queen has completely lost her previous confidence in the Snow Queen. She just stared at the Snow Queen flying in the air and muttered to herself. The Snow Queen does have a higher cultivation than her and a power of ice and snow that exceeds the extreme ice. Even if the legendary Soul Beast King, the Beast God Dityan, is in the far north, the Ice Queen does not think he will be the opponent of the Snow Queen, but everything is relative. In the far north, where ice and snow are covered, the ice and snow aura is extremely active, which can indeed increase the strength of these ice-attributed soul beasts by several times. Ordinary fire-attribute soul masters will be completely suppressed here, but if the fire-attribute soul masters who come here have an unimaginable fire-attribute power, they can also suppress the Snow Emperor in turn. If they are strong, it will be even more terrible. This is like water can overcome fire, but if the fire is big enough, the water will only evaporate and cannot extinguish the flames at all. In her opinion, the ash soul power that Bai Ji showed before is far more than the fire attribute energy of the ultimate fire, and it is also far more than the ice and snow power of the Snow Emperor. So now Bing Di is in a very complicated mood. On the one hand, she is happy that the Snow Emperor came to save her, and on the other hand, she is worried that the Snow Emperor will not be able to defeat Bai Ji and will be captured. In this way, she will implicate the Snow Emperor, which will make her feel extremely uneasy. While Bing Di was struggling in her heart, the Snow Emperor had already controlled the wind and snow in the sky and landed in front of Bai Ji. Although according to the memory in her mind, Bai Ji had tried her best to imagine the appearance of the Snow Emperor before the Snow Emperor fell, but when she really saw the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji was still very surprised. The Snow Queen who appeared in front of Bai Ji was wearing a spotless white dress, with long snow-white hair and a pair of silver eyes. She was tall and had a cold and elegant face. She was the kind of cold-faced queen who was unparalleled in the world. If you have to say someone with a similar temperament to the Snow Queen, perhaps only Bibi Dong, but Bibi Dong's beauty is cold and beautiful, while the Snow Queen's beauty is cold and out of this world, just like a fairy who was banished to the human world. If you compare them specifically, the two are completely different types. Human, what do you want to do here? Standing in front of Bai Ji, the Snow Queen looked at the Titan Snow Demon King who was tied up like a dumpling by the Moyun Vine and the Ice Queen who was also tied up like a dumpling, and couldn't help but frown slightly. If it was an ordinary human, she would definitely kill him directly and put an end to it. But Bai Ji was able to easily subdue the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Queen. Considering that the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Queen were both in Bai Ji's hands, the Snow Queen could only use courtesy first and then force. I didn't want to do anything. Actually, I just wanted to get to know you, Lord Xuedi. Bai Ji smiled slightly at Xuedi's words. Know me? You are a human, I am a soul beast. We are born opposites. What is there to know? Xuedi said in a cold voice. No. Bai Ji shook his head. I don't think so. Humans and soul beasts are not born opposites. You soul beasts don't eat people. The reason why people hunt soul beasts is only because soul masters must absorb a soul ring to continue practicing after reaching a certain stage of practice. If there is no such restriction, I believe that there is no absolute conflict between humans and soul beasts. Lord Xuedi, what do you think? What you said does make sense, but this assumption is not valid. Even if your human soul masters really don't need soul rings to continue practicing, a soul ring is equivalent to an extra skill for you. Who of you is willing to give up? Moreover, even if there are no soul rings, don't you humans want our soul bones? I have seen through your greed for so many years. Xuedi said coldly. Master Xuedi is right. Greed is indeed deeply rooted in human nature. I cannot deny this, but I think we can also achieve a win-win situation. Bai Ji chuckled. Win-win situation. Xuedi's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. That's right. Compared to us humans becoming gods, it is much more difficult for you soul beasts to become gods. Over the years, many of us humans have become gods, but you soul beasts have become gods. As for beasts, even the deep-sea demon whale king, which is currently the closest to the god realm, is only close. It takes many years to become a god, and there are many dangers along the way. Bai Ji sighed. Xuedi, the deep-sea demon whale king was killed by him. But just as Bai Ji was speaking, Bing Di suddenly interrupted and shouted anxiously. Before, Bing Di thought that Bai Ji finally killed the deep-sea demon whale king by finding many powerful human soul masters, but when he found out that Bai Ji had hidden so much strength, Bing Di's heart began to waver. From thinking that Bai Ji did not kill the deep-sea demon whale king by his own strength, he now believed that Bai Ji hunted down the deep-sea demon whale king by his own strength. If the Snow Emperor is the overlord of the far north and is invincible in the far north, then the deep-sea demon whale king is the overlord of the ocean, and because his cultivation is higher than that of the Snow Emperor, he must be even more invincible in the ocean. But Bai Ji was able to kill the deep-sea demon whale king, who is the overlord of the ocean, in the ocean. No matter what means he used, Bai Ji's strength is unquestionable. Since Bai Ji was able to kill the deep-sea demon whale king, does that mean that Bai Ji can also easily kill the Snow Emperor? This is what Bing Di fears the most. She cannot watch Xuedi die in the hands of humans because of her. Chapter 426 Sacrifice to Become a God, 1/2. The deep-sea demon whale king died in the hands of this human? Hearing Bing Di's words, Xuedi's heart sank. Although she has never fought with the deep-sea demon whale king, according to legend, the deep-sea demon whale king has fought against the sea god. Even the sea god back then could not kill the deep-sea demon whale king. Now he was killed by the human in front of her, which made her feel more pressured. How could there be such a monster among humans? This is the deep-sea demon whale king. But as the ruler of the far north has been in a peaceful state under her rule, and all the soul beasts are developing in an orderly manner. She cannot tolerate humans destroying the far north and her home. And she can't bear to watch her best friend Bing Di suffer in front of her. Human, what do you want to say? Looking at Bai Ji, Xuedi frowned. It's very simple. You soul beasts should all yearn for immortality, but this world is not friendly to soul beasts. Have you ever thought about using another method to achieve immortality? Bai Ji smiled slightly. Another method, do you mean to transform? Transform into your human form, and then use your human method to become a god? Xuedi asked. Not really, although this method is feasible, but you are still soul beasts after all, and there is a great possibility that you will not be recognized by the gods. Without the recognition of the gods, you cannot inherit the throne of God, and naturally you can't become a god. Bai Ji shook his head. To get the recognition of the gods, don't you humans rely on your own to become gods? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xuede was a little confused. How should I put it? As far as I know, there are indeed two ways to become a god. One is to collect faith, forge a god position, and finally become a god. Tens of thousands of years ago, many gods seem to have become gods in this way, but the god position in the god realm seems to be full, and no new god position can be forged, so you can only rely on inheriting the god position and then become a god. After a moment of silence, Bai Ji thought about it and answered. What is the god realm? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xuede was even more confused. The god realm is where the gods live. Although the gods can get eternal life, this kind of eternal life is only the eternal life of the soul. Even if they become gods, the lifespan of the gods' bodies is only about 1,000 years. After the lifespan of the flesh reaches the limit and dies, the gods' souls will ascend to the god realm. Bai Ji continued to explain. Who are you, and why do you know so much about gods? On the side, Bingdi couldn't help asking. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to know that I came to you with sincerity, and I believe that you too must need my help. Glancing at Bingdi, Beg continued to speak to Xuede. The way I said to make you immortal is not to let you transform into a human, nor to let you go through 10 heavenly tribulations against the sky and finally become a demon god. I think the way for you soul beasts to become gods through tribulations is actually more difficult than transforming into humans. The way I said is through sacrifice. Sacrifice? Human, you really have no good intentions. What does sacrifice have to do with becoming a god? On the side, hearing Beg's words, the Titan Snow Demon King couldn't help but roared. Stop arguing. Seeing that the Titan Snow Demon King was still preparing to roar, who could stand such a loud voice? Bai Ji frowned slightly, and with a thought, countless Moyun vines suddenly grew out from the thick Moyun vines that bound the Titan Snow Demon King, tightly sealing the Titan Snow Demon King's mouth. How to become a god through sacrifice. After listening to Bai Ji's talk about so many things about gods, although Bai Ji was still alert and on guard, but this did not affect Xuede's asking Bai Ji questions. As soul beasts, you must know more about sacrifice than me. Soul beast sacrifice is indeed to sacrifice oneself for the sake of others, but this sacrifice only means that the soul beast gives up its body and cultivation. The soul of the soul beast will not disappear, but enter the soul ring produced by the sacrifice. For some soul beasts with weaker cultivation, if they are sacrificed, their souls will gradually die in the soul ring, but for some soul beasts with strong cultivation, especially those with more than 200,000 years of cultivation, your mental power is strong enough, and you don't have to worry about gradually dying in the soul ring. Instead, you can maintain independent consciousness. For this state of existence, I call it a soul spirit. And according to what I know, if you choose to become a human soul spirit, wait until this human becomes a god. After becoming a god, the soul master's soul ring will transform into a golden god ring, and you can also complete the process of evolving from a soul spirit to a god spirit, and live forever from then on. Bai Ji said slowly. What you said doesn't sound false, but if that's the case, we will become your vassals from now on, right? After all, in a sense, we have become your spirit rings. After listening to Bai Ji's words, Xuede couldn't help but say. Although Bai Ji didn't say it directly, the clever Xuede immediately thought of the crux of the problem. Eternal life is indeed a great temptation, but if the price of this eternal life is to lose freedom, many people will definitely think twice. That's right, but what in this world can be perfect? Your soul beasts becoming gods is against the will of heaven. Whether you transform into a human or face 10 heavenly tribulations, you are all in danger of death. On the contrary, if you choose a human and become its soul, as long as you have a good vision, the difficulty of becoming a god will be completely reduced. Bai Ji did not deny it, but said it very calmly. Although you have lost your freedom, that is only the soul stage. After your soul is transformed into a god, you can be free. Human, you said so much, just want us two to become your soul. Looking at the Ice Emperor not far away, the Snow Emperor finally got the answer in his heart. Yes, that's it. Bai Ji nodded. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Ji. I am 16 years old today. I am a level 80 soul saint with twin martial souls. Soul masters cultivate to become gods. The emphasis is on becoming gods at the 100th level. As long as the physical condition does not decline, the soul master's physical condition will be almost fixed and the lifespan will be greatly extended. In my case, as long as I break through to the level of titled Douluo, I can easily get the inheritance no matter which place of inheritance of the gods I go to, so choosing me will definitely be a very correct choice. Bai Ji said confidently. Although in her heart, Bai Ji knew that she would definitely not choose to inherit the throne of God, but would choose another way to become a god, but Xuedi and Bingdi only knew the gods of Douluo continent, so Bai Ji would naturally choose to say something that they could understand. Anyway, the final result would be the same. Your name is Bai Ji, right? Your words are indeed very tempting, but can you prove it? Taking a deep breath, Xuedi asked the most critical question in a cold voice. Chapter 427 The winner takes all, the loser eats dust, 2 halves. Xuedi was actually a little moved by Bai Ji's words. Because with her strength, it was already very difficult to survive the 6th heavenly tribulation in 600,000 years, and she really didn't have the confidence to survive the 7th heavenly tribulation. But there was also a problem, that is, what Bai Ji said was just what Bai Ji said, and no one could prove it was true or false. And there was still about 10,000 years before her next tribulation, and she was not so anxious. Now, did she really have to choose to sacrifice because of this unknown truth? What if Bai Ji was just lying to her? Although from a rational point of view, Bai Ji's words are well-founded and unlikely to be false, Xuedi's natural distrust of humans still makes her hesitate. I can't prove this. Bai Ji shook his head. But you should also be able to think that I don't need to lie to you. If I just want the spirit ring, I can kill them both and get the spirit ring and spirit bone. Is it necessary to let you sacrifice? Pointing to the Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Emperor on the side, Bai Ji said. I know you don't need to deceive us, but I can't let me give my fate to a strange human for no reason. After thinking it over again and again, Xuedi still chose to refuse. Although Bai Ji's words were very tempting, she was the Snow Emperor, the queen who ruled the far north for hundreds of thousands of years. She had her own pride in her heart. Let her compromise like this and hand over her fate to a strange human whose roots she didn't know. Even if she really lived forever, she might be enslaved by humans. What's the point of losing her freedom and eternal life? Sure enough, I knew it. Bai Ji was not too surprised by Xuedi's refusal, but just smiled in a carefree manner. In the original novel, Xuedi would only choose Huo Yuhao when it was a matter of life and death, but now it was still about 10,000 years before Xuedi's tribulation. With Xuedi's pride, she must want to rely on herself to survive the tribulation, not on humans. As the king of the far north, it was not surprising that Xuedi would make such a decision. But even if Xuedi refused, Bai Ji would not have a way to make Xuedi sacrifice. Xuedi could refuse only because she had room for choice. Because Bai Ji was negotiating peacefully, Xuedi could choose to refuse, but as long as Xuedi had no choice, that would be fine. Xuedi, it seems that we are destined to come to this point. With a soft sigh, Bai Ji released the ash soul power in his body. As the ash soul power was released, the snow around Bai Ji instantly melted and evaporated into water vapor all over the sky. The high temperature of the ash soul power even scorched and distorted the air. Because the snow under his feet melted, Bai Ji fell from the surface of the snow layer to the bottom layer of soil. Under the high temperature of the ash soul power, the soil under Bai Ji's feet quickly turned into a molten state, and the ground far away from Bai Ji had turned into a crystallized ground. Xuedi, you can refuse because I gave you the opportunity to refuse, but now, I have decided not to give it. Don't you soul beasts always pay attention to the law of the jungle and the strong are respected? Now let's see who is the strongest. As long as you can defeat me, you can take them away at will, and I will leave the far north immediately, but if you lose, then please believe me and Bingdi and make the choice you should make. If I can prove that I can easily control your lives, then you should be able to believe me, because if I don't treat you sincerely and kill you, I can also get soul rings and soul bones, right? A pair of golden vertical pupils stared at Xuedi, and the thick ash soul power wrapped around the right claw, emitting a dark light that was impossible to look directly at. At this moment, Bai Ji's voice was particularly low. Go there. After a moment of silence, Xuedi did not refuse, but pointed to a place in the distance and spoke. Of course, she did not have the power to refuse. She was not sure of winning against Bai Ji. Although she was not afraid of Bai Ji, the problem now was that this was the far north, If Bai Ji was angered, the unrestrained Bai Ji would probably cause great disaster to the far north. Moreover, Bai Ji had 2 hostages, Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Emperor, among his men, which made her passive no matter what. Okay. Bai Ji readily agreed to Shweti's words. Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Emperor were still tied up here. If he and Shweti fought here, they might accidentally hurt Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Emperor, so they naturally had to go to another place for a decisive battle. If it was other plant martial spirit masters, they would probably have to worry about Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Emperor escaping if they left too far, but Bai Ji had no such worries. With the energy supply of the devouring domain, as long as Mo Yuntang was not completely cut off from Bai Ji, Mo Yuntang could completely maintain its existence. Let's go. He took a last look at the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Emperor. The Snow Emperor rode the snow and soared into the sky, instantly turning into a stream of light and flying into the distance. Bai Ji was a little envious of the Snow Emperor's flying figure. He had once had a chance to fly, but he didn't know how to cherish it and gave it to someone else. If he was given another chance, he would of course still give it to someone else. Retracting his thoughts, Bai Ji input his soul power into the 2 rows of ribs in front of his chest. With a crackling sound of bones and a tearing sound of cloth, 8 dark purple 8 spider lances with orange-red patterns on them suddenly stretched out from behind Bai Ji. In the snowy land of the far north, running with your legs is not as good as jumping with the 8 spider lances. Looking at the direction where the Snow Emperor left, Bai Ji slowly leaned forward. Under the high temperature of the ash soul power, the snow around Bai Ji quickly evaporated, revealing the black soil at the bottom. Although he suddenly dropped several meters and fell from the extremely high snow layer to the ground, Bai Ji still calmly manipulated the 8 spider lance behind him to insert into the ground. After lifting his body up, he controlled the 8 spider lance to press down. After pressing the 8 spider lance to the limit like a spring, Bai Ji's body suddenly jumped up, drew a trajectory in the air, and instantly fell hundreds of meters away, and then quickly leaped to chase the Snow Emperor. Although the Snow Emperor flew very fast with the wind and snow, Bai Ji's way of bouncing forward with the 8 spider lance was not slow, so soon, the 2 of them rushed for dozens of miles and came to an open snowy ground. Seeing the Snow Emperor falling from the sky, whistling the wind and snow gradually stopped, and after landing not far from the Snow Queen, Bai Ji also stopped. Stepping onto the snow again, although he coiled the 8 spider lance behind his back, Bai Ji did not retract it into his body. Chapter 428, Fighting the Snow Queen, 1/2. On the white snow, the Snow Queen stood quietly opposite Bai Ji, her long white hair fluttering in the wind, her white dress swaying gently, her beautiful face and her extraordinary temperament, just like a fairy banished to the human world. It must be said that as a born and raised ice and snow girl, the Snow Queen is the best Bai Ji has ever seen in terms of appearance, cultivation, or temperament. Can we start? Seeing Bai Ji retract the 8 spider lance behind his back, the Snow Queen asked softly. Yes. Bai Ji nodded, and then with a thought, the ash soul power in his body suddenly surged out, forming a thick ash soul power protective layer around him. As the ash soul power condensed, Bai Ji's hands also began to emit a dark red light. Compared with Bibi Dong, although Shweti did not have a divine weapon like the Rakshasa demon scythe like Bibi Dong, if we only talk about strength, Bibi Dong might not be Shweti's opponent. Snow Dance Shining Sun. Looking at Bai Ji, Shweti opened her red lips slightly, and a cold white light suddenly burst out from her body. Amidst the sound of freezing, the cold white light quickly spread to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, everything was instantly covered by ice. The cold white light spread for several miles. In the surging white light, the dark swallowing field was completely covered. Emperor Hantian O Snow Dance Shining Sun. This is the domain of Shweti, and it is also one of Shweti's 3 unique skills. Like Qianrongxiu's Angel Domain, Emperor Hantian is also an amplification domain that has both offensive and defensive capabilities. In fact, most martial souls domains are also of this type. In addition to being able to freeze all weak enemies in the domain, the strength of the Snow Queen will also increase significantly in the domain created by the Emperor Hantian. Even if she is not in the far north, if she deploys the Emperor Hantian, the Snow Queen can also get the same strength increase as in the far north. And the effect of deploying the Emperor Hantian in the far north is even greater than the sum of the two. However, although the movement of the Snow Queen deploying the Emperor Hantian is much louder than that of Bai Ji deploying the Devouring Domain, as domains, in the state of the Lord of Ashes, the devouring domain deployed by Bai Ge is not inferior to the Snow Queen's Emperor Hantian in terms of effect. Although the devouring domain cannot affect the actual environment of the far north, it is still no problem to offset the influence of the Emperor Hantian. Sensing that the Emperor Hantian was offset by the devouring domain, the Snow Queen's face remained calm. This is not because she is calm, but the original purpose of her deploying the devouring domain is not to freeze Bai Ge, or to suppress Bai Ge with the help of the Emperor Hantian, but to offset the devouring domain deployed by Bai Ge with the help of the Emperor Hantian. Although the devouring domain is not an amplifying domain, it will devour the ice and snow spirit energy in the covered area, which makes it difficult for the Snow Emperor to take advantage of the far north. The purpose of the Snow Emperor deploying the Emperor Cold Sky is to offset the devouring domain and completely liberate the far north. After deploying the Emperor Cold Sky to offset the devouring domain, the Snow Emperor quickly summoned the snow and wind that filled the sky, feeling that the surrounding ice and snow spirit energy became active again. In the snow and wind, the Snow Emperor once again rode the snow and wind to the sky, and countless snowflakes condensed out of thin air as her sleeves fluttered. However, unlike ordinary snowflakes, the snowflakes condensed by the Snow Emperor were not white, but dark blue hexagonal snowflakes with extremely sharp edges. Fall! With a sudden flick of her sleeves, as the Snow Emperor shouted, the dark blue snowflakes flying in the snow and wind suddenly burst down like rain. As the dark blue snowflakes fell from the sky, the Snow Emperor also leaned over and rushed down rapidly. On the way, the Snow Emperor suddenly stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of faint blue light, an ice sword instantly appeared in the Snow Emperor's hand. Swish, swish, swish. Swoosh, swish, swish. As the Snow Emperor flew down with the ice sword, countless faint blue snowflakes flew in front of Bai Ge like a rain of arrows. Amidst the whistling sounds, they either continuously hit the ash soul power protection layer around Bai Ge, or penetrated into the snow around Bai Ge, tearing the snow into snow pits. As the leader of the three kings of the far north, the Snow Emperor's strength is indeed much higher than that of the Ice Emperor. At the beginning, the Ice Emperor's full-strength Ice Emperor's wrath could only barely disperse the protective layer that Bai Ge had condensed without spending much ash soul power, and then pierced it with a fatal tail hook. But compared to the Ice Emperor who used his special skills, the Snow Emperor only condensed a sky of snowflakes and flew down, which had achieved an effect that was even better than the Ice Emperor's wrath. Tear. As countless blue snowflakes continued to fall like a rain of knives, a white shadow instantly came behind Bai Ge, and then accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon tearing through the sky, a blue light instantly slashed towards Bai Ge. Emperor Sword O Ice Extreme Unparalleled. Behind him, a piercing chill suddenly hit, and a subtle freezing sound came faintly in the air. It was the sound of the high-temperature ash soul power freezing the water vapor produced by the evaporation of the surrounding snow under the ice and snow power of the Snow Emperor. Facing the sudden sword attack from the Snow Emperor behind him, it was too late for Bai Ge to defend himself, but the 8-spider lance that he had not retracted before came into play. As the ash soul power suddenly poured into the 8-spider lance behind him, Bai Ge directly manipulated the 8-spider lance from behind, thrusting it out like a spear, blocking the ice sword slashed by the Snow Emperor. At the moment when the ice sword and the 8-spider lance collided, the ice blue divine light suddenly burst out, and the dazzling ice blue divine light quickly spread to the surroundings, almost instantly covering the hundreds of meters around Bai Ge with ice blue solid ice, and the cold air instantly spread out. Although this sword was enough to cut through the 10,000 forged black iron and freeze the rivers for hundreds of miles, the ash soul power is a higher level energy than the soul power. In terms of quality, it is not inferior to the divine power at all, but it is not as comprehensive as the divine power. But no matter what, the quality of the ash soul power is definitely better than the ice and snow energy in the body of the Snow Emperor. However, due to his strength, the total amount of ash soul power in Bai Ge's body is definitely not as powerful as the ice and snow power in the body of the Snow Emperor. But a piece of steel is harder than stone, that's for sure. Of course, if the steel is forged into a steel plate, and then the steel plate is stretched very thin, like paper, in this case, it will definitely be penetrated by the carefully polished sharp stone sword, but under similar conditions, the stone sword will definitely not be able to penetrate the steel plate. After blocking the sword slashed by the Snow Emperor with the 8-spider spears behind him, Bai Ge immediately stretched out the 8-spider spears, turned around quickly and swept across, and the 8 sharp 8-spider spears cut through the sky, making a shrill whistling sound. But I didn't expect that even if the 8-spider spears were wrapped with a layer of ash soul power, when it was connected with the ice sword, the ice and snow energy bursting out from the ice sword through the 8 spider spears actually made Bai Ji feel a piercing chill. However, this biting cold was just a feeling. The ice and snow energy still could not break through the protection of the ash soul power and cause damage to Bai Ji through the 8 spider lance. While turning around and sweeping the 8 spider lance to repel the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji moved his body and instantly moved more than 10 meters away to the front of the Snow Emperor. In a close-range battle, instant step is still much more useful than the spiral 9 shadows. Using instant step, Bai Ji quickly closed the distance. Facing the Snow Emperor who was only a few feet away, Bai Ji suddenly stretched out the dragon claw of his right hand and then activated the 9 yin divine claw. The dragon claw of his right hand wrapped in thick ash soul power flashed a dark red light and grabbed directly to the chest of the Snow Emperor. Chapter 429 Both sides were injured? Two halves. The dragon claw wrapped in thick ash soul power was still on the way to attack, and the hot air was already pushed by Bai Ji's strong palm wind and whistled over. Facing Bai Ji's attacking dragon claw, Xue De did not panic, but suddenly bent over and leaned back. At the same time, the ice sword in her right hand quickly turned in a circle and was held in her hand by Xue De in the posture of holding a sword. After turning the ice sword, Xue De suddenly twisted her body and pulled the horizontal ice sword in her right hand downward. The ice sword whistled in the air and drew a blue trajectory, and slashed directly on Bai Ji's dragon claw. As the dazzling ice blue light bloomed again, within a range of hundreds of meters around the two people, the area covered by the ice blue light, the white snow was once again covered by ice blue ice. Clang! With a crisp sound, the ice sword slashed fiercely on Bai Ji's dragon claw. Because Bai Ji's dragon claw was wrapped in a thick layer of ash soul power, Xue De's ice sword was almost instantly melted after slashing on Bai Ji's dragon claw. But at the moment when the ice sword chopped the dragon claw, the reaction force from the dragon claw had already been transmitted. With this reaction force, Xue De directly kicked the ground with his right foot, and the whole person holding the half-melted ice sword instantly moved to the right for a distance. When Xue De moved sideways, Bai Ji also used the instant step again and turned to follow. But looking at Bai Ji approaching again, Xue De, who was already prepared, quickly stretched out his left hand, and the ice blue light instantly bloomed from his left hand. Looking at Bai Ji, Xue De suddenly pressed his left hand against Bai Ji's chest. Emperor Palm? Great cold without snow. As one of the 3 kings in the extreme north, Xue De has 3 unique skills, namely Emperor Sword, Emperor Palm, and Emperor Cold Sky. Among them, Emperor Cold Sky belongs to the field skill, while Emperor Sword and Emperor Palm are offensive skills. However, although Emperor Palm is listed in the 2nd place among the 3 unique skills, in fact, Emperor Palm is more lethal than Emperor Sword. Compared with the Emperor Sword, the Emperor Palm may not be so sharp. It looks like a light palm, cold and beautiful, but on the contrary, it is more terrifying. Because the Snow Emperor condensed all the extreme ice and snow power in this palm. During the journey, the ice and snow power in the Emperor Palm will be extremely restrained and will not be released at all, but after contacting the target, the extreme ice and snow power contained in the Emperor Palm will burst out instantly. Even the strong men of the same realm as the Snow Emperor can hardly resist this amazing palm. But unfortunately, in the state of Ash Lord, Bai Ji's Ash Soul power can be called the extreme of light and heat. In Douluo continent, almost only the temperature inside Douluo star can catch up with the temperature of Bai Ji's Ash Soul power now. Ash Soul power completely overwhelms Xue De's ice and snow power in quality. Compared with water restraining fire, fire actually restrains ice. If Bai Ji is just an ordinary fire, he will naturally not be Xue De's opponent in the environment of the far north. However, Bai Ji's Ash Soul power is far more powerful than the extreme fire, and also far more powerful than Xue De's ice and snow power. So Xue De's Emperor Palm is a problem when facing Ash Soul power, not to mention Bai Ji's invincible body in the state of Ash Lord. The Galaxy Dragon clan can travel in the universe, facing various harsh environments in the universe, and their physical strength is beyond imagination. Although Bai Ji only has a trace of Galaxy Dragon bloodline in his body, and his martial soul is Galaxy Dragon, his body is definitely not as strong as the real Galaxy Dragon. But compared with the power of nature such as the universe, the Snow Emperor is far inferior. The Galaxy Dragon can withstand the harsh environment in the universe, and Bai Ji can naturally withstand the attack of the Snow Emperor. The Jade Palm with bright ice blue divine light seemed to be lightly slapping towards Bai Ji, but the speed was beyond imagination. It hit Bai Ji's Ash Soul Power protection layer in almost the blink of an eye. Although Bai Ji's Ash Soul Power has an overwhelming advantage over the ice and snow power of the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji's Ash Soul Power protection layer is abnormal, and the energy protection is inherently disadvantaged against physical attacks. After all, you can't expect to use flowing water to block the slash of a sharp sword, so the Snow Emperor's Imperial Palm still easily broke through Bai Ji's Ash Soul Power protection layer. However, the Jade Palm that was shining with brilliant ice blue divine light before, turned red instantly after passing through the Ash Soul Power protection layer, just like red jade, and it was still emitting rolling heat. Only inside the Jade Palm, there was a faint silver blue light flowing. Feeling the scorching heat coming from her left hand, Shwedi felt very heavy in her heart. This extreme high temperature, if she had not been strong enough in cultivation, coupled with the protection of the extreme ice and snow power, her left hand would probably be melted the moment it passed through the ash power protection layer. Although the heat from her left hand made her very uncomfortable, she was confident that as long as this palm hit Bai Ji and let her burst out the extreme ice and snow power, even if Bai Ji did not die, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow. In the cold and confident eyes of Shwedi, the Emperor's palm slapped towards Bai Ji's chest. But facing the Emperor palm of the Snow Emperor, although the Emperor palm can penetrate Bai Ji's body protecting ash soul power, Bai Ji still has his hands and feet and the 8 spider lance behind him. How could the Snow Emperor succeed so easily? Even if he knew that the Ash Soul power was strong enough to deal with the Snow Emperor's ice and snow power. But once he was hit by the Emperor Palm, the Snow Emperor injected a large amount of extreme ice and snow energy into his body, which would definitely consume a lot of Ash Soul power in Bai Ji's body, making Bai Ji fall into a disadvantage in the subsequent battles. You know, although Bai Ji can continuously obtain energy through the devouring domain and convert it into Ash Soul power, the Ash Soul power that Bai Ji can store is limited. With Bai Ji's current Soul Saint level, the Ash Soul power that can be stored is definitely far less than the ice and snow power of the Snow Emperor. If the Snow Emperor injects a large amount of ice and snow power into Bai Ji's body, Bai Ji will need to consume a large amount of Ash Soul power to dissolve it, which will directly lead to a significant reduction in the Ash Soul power that Bai Ji can use before dissolving the ice and snow power, thus greatly reducing Bai Ji's combat effectiveness. However, facing the Emperor's palm from the Snow Emperor, because he was rushing forward in the instant step, Bai Ji could not dodge for a while, and it was too late to block it with his hand. So Bai Ji simply stretched out his right hand and used the 9-yin True Claw to meet it. At the same time, the 8 spider lance stretched out suddenly and pierced the air towards the Snow Emperor. If the Snow Emperor hit Bai Ji with a palm, then the Snow Emperor would face the 9-yin God Claw wrapped with thick ash soul power and the piercing of the 8 sharp 8 spider lances behind Bai Ji. The gains and losses are very obvious. Facing Bai Ji's counterattack method that was almost a lose-lose situation, the Snow Emperor naturally could not accept it. In her perception, Bai Ji's body was obviously stronger than hers. Even if she was hit by her palm, it was estimated that she would not be fatally injured. But if she was caught by Bai Ji's 9-yin claws and then stabbed by the 8 spider lance, she would probably die directly. She would definitely not accept such an exchange of damage. So facing Bai Ji's attack, Shwedi could only quickly stretch back her left hand, and at the same time, she raised the ice sword that had been recondensed in her right hand again, and used her left hand to defend against Bai Ji's 9-yin claws, while holding the ice sword in her right hand to swing away the 8 spider lance stabbed by Bai Ji. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from AI.com. Chapter 430 Defeat Shwedi, First Update. Clang, clang, clang amid the sound of metal clashing, Shwedi waved the ice sword in her hand, and in an instant, she swung away all the 8 spider spears that Bai Ji stabbed at her. Although she was a soul beast, as an extremely rare humanoid soul beast, Shwedi's swordsmanship was not inferior to anyone else. Among the people Bai Ji had seen, only Jian Douluo Chen Xin could compete with Shwedi in swordsmanship. However, compared with Chen Xin's swordsmanship, which was sharp and full of sword energy, Shwedi's swordsmanship was more fairy-like, cold and ethereal, like an antelope hanging on a horn, leaving no trace, and almost no power leaked out. All power was only released when it collided. After breaking Shwedi's Emperor Palm, Bai Ji directly stuck to Shwedi. Since Shwedi's swordsmanship was very strong, Bai Ji naturally could not fight with Shwedi at a medium distance to give Shwedi space to display her swordsmanship, but directly fought close to her and used his strong body to gain an advantage. 9-yin Divine Claw, Great Demon Subduing Fist, Instant Step. After getting close, Bai Ji kept changing his martial arts and fought with Xue Di with fists and feet. However, to Bai Ji's surprise, although his sword skills were restrained, Xue Di's palm skills were actually very strong, as he was able to create the unique skill of Emperor Palm. At least in the contest with Bai Ji, although Bai Ji's body was strong, Xue Di relied on his skills to steadily defend Bai Ji's attack under Bai Ji's sudden attack. As the battle progressed, as if she was familiar with Bai Ji's attack, Xue Di condensed the ice sword again, used the Emperor Palm with her left hand, and used the Emperor Sword with her right hand, and fought with Bai Ji with two minds at the same time. Although Bai Ji had a strong mental power and could do many things at the same time, controlling his body and the 8 spider lance behind him at the same time, Bai Ji's skills were still too poor compared to the skills accumulated by Xue Di over hundreds of thousands of years. Although Bai Ji is familiar with many martial arts is a kind of use of energy, while skills are a summary of experience. There is still a big difference between the two. After performing the Emperor Palm and the Emperor Sword at the same time, Bai Ji was suppressed by the Snow Emperor. If he had not activated the Eye of Insight in time, Bai Ji might have been at a greater disadvantage. It has been nearly 2 hours since Bai Ji entered the Ash Lord state, and for the sake of future arrangements, Bai Ji needs to leave at least 2 hours as a trump card. But now, after being suppressed by the Snow Emperor, it is almost impossible for Bai Ji to defeat the Snow Emperor in a short time with only the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit. Originally, Bai Ji was going to use the man's weight to fight the Snow Emperor in a fair and square battle, but now it seems hopeless. Attacking the Snow Emperor with the Moyun Vine is different from attacking the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor is still in the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion state, but the Snow Emperor is a humanoid, which is a bit too evil, but Bai Ji has no choice now. Under the attack of the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji kept retreating, and then suddenly teleported to a distance of dozens of meters from the Snow Emperor. Moyantang. After the distance was pulled away, Bai Ji summoned the Moyantang immediately. As the Moyantang emerged from his right hand, 7 soul rings quickly rose from Bai Ji's feet and surrounded the Moyantang martial spirit. Slapping his hands on the snow, under Bai Ji's control, countless Moyantangs suddenly broke out from the ground under the Snow Emperor's feet and entangled with the Snow Emperor. Puchi. However, facing the entanglement of countless Moyantangs, the Snow Emperor had no expression on his face, and directly swung the ice sword in his hand to create a series of afterimages. With the cold blue light crisscrossing, the attacking Moyans were immediately cut into 2 pieces. After being cut off by the ice sword, all the Moyantangs were also frozen, and then fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Although the Moyun Vine is immune to ice, it is inherited from the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, and it can only be immune to ice energy below the ultimate ice. However, the energy of the Snow Emperor exceeds the ultimate ice and snow energy, which is naturally beyond the range of the Moyun Vine's immunity. The Tree Realm is coming. Facing a top powerhouse like the Snow Emperor, ordinary thorn strangling and heaven and earth nets are almost useless, so after developing ordinary attacks that are ineffective, Bai Ji's first move is a combination of the 3 soul skills of thorn strangling, heaven and earth nets, and ultimate absorption. In a rumbling sound, countless Moyun vines with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly broke out of the snow around the Snow Emperor, winding and swimming like ancient giant snakes, and entwined with the Snow Emperor. Facing such thick Moyun vines, it is difficult for the Snow Emperor's ice sword to cut them off. Countless huge Moyun vines broke out of the ground around Xue Di at the same time, and almost instantly turned this area into a primeval forest composed of Moyun vines, but compared to ordinary trees, Moyun vines are alive. While manipulating the Moyun vines to wrap around Xue Di, while Xue Di was busy dealing with the countless Moyun vines around him, Bai Ji directly activated the soul skill 2 Life Flower Shadow. As a phantom clone condensed from his side, Bai Ji instantly entered the invisible state. However, due to the powerful Ash Soul power, this invisible state still has some shortcomings. Through the distortion of the surrounding air, Bai Ji can easily be found, but as long as Bai Ji retracts the Ash Soul power into his body, this defect can be avoided. After entering the invisible state, Bai Ji directly manipulated the phantom clone to rush towards Xue Di, who was surrounded by countless Moyun vines. Although the phantom clone it is less than 60% of Bai Ji's strength, but with Bai Ji's current physical strength, the phantom clone is still a strong meat shield, and at this time Bai Ji also realized the strength of the 2 Life Flower Shadow. The strength of the phantom clone created by the 2 Life Flower Shadow is not based on Bai Ji's strength in the normal state, but on Bai Ji's strength before launching this skill. So in the state of Lord of Ashes, the strength of the phantom clone created by Bai Ge is not 60% of the strength in the normal state, but 60% of Bai Ge's strength in the state of Lord of Ashes. This greatly increases the value of the skill of the two-life flower shadow. You know, the strength of the phantom clone created in the state of Lord of Ashes has exceeded that of Bai Ge in the normal state. After controlling the phantom clone to rush out, Bai Ge did not follow immediately, and quietly waited for an opportunity. Shwedi's combat awareness and intuition are very strong. If only the phantom clone goes alone, Shwedi will not be suspicious. But if Bai Ge also went with him, even though Bai Ge was in stealth mode, Shwedi would still probably find Bai Ge. So in Bai Ge's opinion, the best way was to use the phantom clone to restrain Shwedi first, and then Bai Ge would seize the opportunity to approach Shwedi through teleportation to decide the winner. Controlling the phantom clone to rush into the Moyun vine forest, Shwedi was still dodging the blows of the giant Moyun vine, and fighting with the tiny Moyun vines that kept growing on the giant Moyun vines. Although Shwedi could easily chop these relatively slender Moyun vines, one characteristic of plant martial spirits was that they could be continuously produced. As long as Shwedi could not instantly destroy the main Moyun vine, the sub-Moyun vines that kept growing on the main Moyun vine would allow Shwedi to feel what it meant to be inexhaustible. When Shwedi waved the ice sword in his hand on the Moyun vines one by one, while chopping the Moyun vines that kept attacking from the surroundings, and kept moving, trying to leave this area, Bai Ge had already rushed up by controlling the phantom clone. As soon as they met, the phantom clone adopted a life and death fighting style, and launched a full-scale attack on Shwedi without caring whether he was injured or not. Faced with the phantom clone's life and death fighting style, although Shwedi was very confused, she could only swing her sword. But just when Shwedi approached the phantom clone, Bai Ge instantly released the two-life flower shadow. With the release of the two-life flower shadow, the phantom clone also instantly disintegrated and turned into pure ash soul power. At this time, Shwedi was undoubtedly surrounded by the ash soul power generated by the disintegration of the phantom clone. Just when Shwedi was slightly stunned, Bai Ge instantly condensed these ash soul powers into thick Moyun vines, directly binding Shwedi, who could not dodge. Because there was no preparation, and Bai Ge directly used the ready-made ash soul power to condense the Moyun vine, the speed of condensing the Moyun vine was very fast, and Shwedi could not react at all, and was tied up by countless Moyun vines. If there was an ice sword, Shwedi could undoubtedly cut off these Moyun vines instantly. But after being tied up, relying on her own strength, Shwedi, as a non-power soul beast, would definitely not be able to break free. After being tied up by countless Moyun vines, Shwedi also immediately realized that she was being plotted against. But she was just a little regretful, and did not think that Bai Ge was attacking by surprise. Seeing that Shwedi was finally tied up, Bai Ge flashed to Shwedi's side. Chapter 431 Prerequisites for Sacrifice, Second Update. I give up. After being tightly tied up by Moyun vines, and after trying hard and finding that she could not break free, seeing Bai Ge coming, Shwedi quickly opened her mouth and chose to give up. In fact, Shwedi did not disbelieve Bai Ge's previous words. It's just that as the ruler of the far north, she couldn't give her life to a strange human unless she really had no choice. But now, Bai Ge defeated her, so she really had no choice. Faced with life and death, she naturally chose life. It was not shameful to surrender to a stronger person than her. Hearing the Snow Emperor's surrender, Bai Ge also released all the summoned Moyun vines. As the Moyun vines on his body disintegrated, the Snow Emperor stood up from the ground. Bai Ge, I'm willing to accept the bet. Since I promised to sacrifice for you, I will definitely do it, but before that, I hope you can give me some time to let me deal with some things in the far north. Looking at Bai Ge, the Snow Emperor was silent for a while, and then said in a cold voice. What is it? Bai Ge asked in a strange way. In the far north, although I am the absolute ruler, there are also some soul beasts in the far north that do not completely obey me. When I am here, they are naturally very obedient, but if I and the Ice Emperor leave here, I alone cannot suppress them, so I want to deal with them before the sacrifice. The Snow Emperor replied. Are they all 100,000-year-old soul beasts? Hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, Bai Ge couldn't help but his heart suddenly moved. That's right. Shwedi nodded. Bai Ge, you should still need soul rings. If you are willing to help me, their soul rings and soul bones are all yours. Looking at the red and gold soul ring surrounding Bai Ge, Shwedi said. Okay, Bai Ji would naturally not refuse these good things. After the winner was decided, the two returned to the Snow Valley where Bing Di and Titan Snow Demon King were. Seeing Xue Di and Bai Ji walking side by side, Bing Di couldn't help but feel a sudden sourness in his heart. Xue Di, did you win? Although he had a vague answer in his heart, Bing Di still asked hopefully. I lost. Xue Di did not hide it, but directly said the result. Hearing Xue Di's words, both Bing Di and Titan Snow Demon King looked grey at the same time. Bing Di, I remember that your cultivation has reached the limit. Seeing the somewhat depressed Bing Di, Xue Di said. Yes. Hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor was slightly startled, and then nodded silently. Indeed, her cultivation had reached the limit. With her qualifications, it was already very difficult to cultivate to 300,000 years. It can be said that 300,000 years of cultivation was already her limit. When she broke through 300,000 years, she accidentally injured her origin, which made her hope of breaking through 400,000 years of cultivation even slimmer. Although later, she accidentally found an ice silkworm that was so lucky that it actually broke through to 1,000,000 years of cultivation by swallowing 10,000 years of cold marrow. If she could eat this ice silkworm, she could not only make up for the injury of her origin, but also break through the limit, and it was not impossible for her cultivation to surpass the Snow Emperor. But she didn't expect an accident to happen, and the ice silkworm actually ran away. After the ice silkworm ran away, she couldn't find it no matter how hard she looked. If there was no weak 1,000,000-year ice silkworm to make up for her origin injury and help her break through, she would probably die in the thunder tribulation after 10,000 years because she couldn't withstand the thunder tribulation of breaking through the 400,000 years of cultivation. So if it is said that sacrificing to humans and gaining eternal life in the future is not a bad choice. But just like the Snow Emperor before, as one of the three kings of the far north, the Ice Emperor is at least the supreme king of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. In her hundreds of thousands of years of life as a scorpion, she has always been the only one who can rule others. Now she has to entrust her future life and freedom to a strange human being. This is really unacceptable to her. Ice Emperor, we have no choice. Seeing that the Ice Emperor was very unwilling, the Snow Emperor did not advise, but directly put the facts in front of the Ice Emperor. Hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor could not help but tremble. The words of the Snow Emperor were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely breaking the psychological defense line of the Ice Emperor. Yes, they have no choice. The human in front of them has the power to kill them. They only have two choices, one is to agree to sacrifice, and the other is to die. But even if they die, the other party can get their soul rings, so their resistance is meaningless. On the contrary, choosing to sacrifice can give them a chance of eternal life. And if they don't choose to sacrifice, she and Xue Di will probably die in 10,000 years, but if they agree to the human in front of them, even if they are enslaved, they can at least be together forever. Isn't this what they have always hoped for? So in the end, Bing Di still let it go and chose to agree. I am willing to sacrifice. Saying this, Bing Di seemed to have exhausted all her strength. From then on, she was no longer the three kings of the far north, but a soul ring of a human. Tell me, when are we going to sacrifice? Now. With a broken jar in his mind, Bing Di asked Bai Ji directly. Not now, maybe a few days later. Bai Ji shook his head and said. A few days later. Bing Di was a little confused about Bai Ji's words. Isn't this human afraid that they will regret it? This is what I requested. Before the sacrifice, we need to deal with some things. Seeing that Bing Di was a little confused, Xue Di spoke up. Woo woo woo. Hearing that Xue Di and Bing Di both succumbed to Beg's power, Titan Snow Demon King couldn't help struggling and wanted to speak. But because his mouth was tightly tied by the Moyun vine, Titan Snow Demon King couldn't speak at all and could only make a series of humming sounds. You should be able to transform into a human, right? Thinking of the memory, it seemed that all fierce beasts had the ability to transform. Beg couldn't help but say to Bing Di. Transfiguration is another way to become a human being, different from transformation. Only fierce beasts with more than 200,000 years of cultivation can do it. Unlike transformation, only soul beasts can make this choice when they have cultivated for 100,000 years. Once they choose to transform, the soul beast is equivalent to completely giving up the soul beast's identity, and became a human. However, transformation is not transformation, but only temporary transformation into a human, and even in the transformed state, the soul beast still has the weaknesses of being a soul beast. However, compared with transformation into a human, transformation can still allow the soul beast to maintain the cultivation of the soul beast. Okay. Although he was a little confused, Bingdi nodded. Chapter 432 Snow Emperor gives up, additional update for the Elder of Piranha GG. You should transform into a human body, so that I feel more comfortable. Looking at Bingdi, who was still in the form of a big scorpion, Bai Ge felt a little uncomfortable. In memory, the image of Bingdi when he transformed into a human was a legal loli with long hair of forgiveness color. Obviously, who would want to face a big scorpion when they can have a pleasing legal loli? Hearing Beg's words, although he was a little confused, but since he had decided to sacrifice, Bingdi naturally chose to obey Beg and transformed into a human form. In a burst of emerald green light, the tide big scorpion gradually turned into a little loli with long green hair and a scorpion tail on the back. It looks much better this way. Looking at the Ice Emperor, who was only 1.5 meters tall, with long emerald green hair and a delicate face, Bai Ge nodded with satisfaction. Can you untie me? Transformed into a human form, looking at Bai Ge, the Ice Emperor's face was a little unnatural. In the original form, although he was bound by the Moyun vine, he felt okay because of the protection of the shell, but now transformed into a human form, without the hard exoskeleton protection, the soft skin directly faced the thorns on the Moyun vine, and the Ice Emperor always felt uncomfortable all over. No problem. Bai Ge naturally accepted the words of the Ice Emperor with pleasure. With a thought, Bai Ge untied the Moyun vine that bound the Ice Emperor, and after the Moyun vine on his body exploded into light spots all over the sky, the Ice Emperor immediately stood up from the ground. Woo woo woo! Seeing that Bingdi had regained his freedom, the Titan Snow Demon King began to struggle again. Bai Ge, let it go. Shwedi said, looking at the Titan Snow Demon King. Now everything has come to an end. She and Bingdi have decided to sacrifice, one is to gain the opportunity to become a god and live forever in the future, and the other is to avoid the situation of almost certain death in 10,000 years. But after they leave, the far north cannot be without a master. As one of the three kings of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon King is the most suitable candidate in Shwedi's opinion. Hearing Shwedi's words, Bai Ge untied the Moyun vine that bound the Titan Snow Demon King. As the thick Moyun vines that bound him burst and disappeared, the Titan Snow Demon King rolled over from the ground, and then climbed up, and his huge body shook the snow. Shwedi, are you really going to sacrifice for this human? Looking at Shwedi, the Titan Snow Demon King was still a little unwilling. I'll accept the loss. Since I lost, I have to fulfill my promise. And this is not a bad choice for me and Bingdi. Shwedi said lightly. Of course, in her heart, Shwedi had another sentence that she didn't say, that is, they had no other choice. Hearing Shwedi's words, Titan Snow Demon King wanted to say something, but Shwedi interrupted Titan Snow Demon King. Atai, the far north will be handed over to you in the future. Before leaving, we will clear all obstacles for you. I hope you will inherit my will and treat all tribes well. The number of soul beasts in our far north is far less than that in other places. Only by uniting, we will not be invaded and bullied by foreign enemies. Do you understand? Looking at Titan Snow Demon King, Shwedi said solemnly. Atai knows. Titan Snow Demon King lowered his head, his voice trembling a little. Becoming the ruler of the far north has always been what it pursues, but this position is definitely not obtained in this way now. But facing this unfathomable human in front of him, it knew that in order to protect their far north, the Snow Emperor had no choice, whether for public or private. After getting the consent of the Titan Snow Demon King, the Snow Emperor flew into the sky with the wind and snow, and then opened his arms. As the dazzling ice blue divine light burst out from the Snow Emperor's body, waves of energy fluctuations spread continuously, and soon, the entire far north was violently shaken. In the distance, a vast expanse of white things was swarming in like a tide. Of course, this was not a real tide, but a beast tide. When Bai Ge entered the far north before, he could hardly see the existence of life, but with the call of the Snow Emperor, the entire far north came alive. After sensing the call of the Snow Emperor, countless soul beasts left their nests and came to make a pilgrimage. Among them, there are not only common soul beasts such as snow foxes, snow silkworms, snow wolves, ice scorpions, and snow penguins, but also rare and powerful soul beasts such as ice bears and Titan snow demons. All the soul beasts swarmed in like a tide, but stopped 1,000 meters away from Bai Ge and the others, and then prostrated themselves on the ground in a respectful manner, with their heads facing the Snow Emperor in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. After all the soul beasts arrived, a huge figure suddenly came from the back. It was a huge ice bear. Although its body was much smaller than the Titan Snow Demon King, it was also 30 or 40 meters tall, like a small mountain. The huge ice bear took heavy steps across the soul beast group and approached the Snow Emperor all the way. When there was less than 100 meters left, the ice bear also began to crawl carefully in front of the Snow Emperor, and turned its head towards the Snow Emperor. By Ge, your second martial soul should also need a soul ring, right? Looking at the ice bear crawling on the ground, the Snow Emperor was silent for a while, turned his head and sent a voice message to Bai Ge. It is indeed necessary, but this little bear should have a close relationship with you. Do you really want it to be with you? You and Bingdi have reached the limit of your cultivation. It is difficult to survive for 10,000 years, but this little bear should be able to continue to cultivate for at least hundreds of thousands of years, right? Bai Ge also responded with mental power. I have no choice. It has always been at odds with Atai, and the Ice Bear clan is also the only race in the far north that can rival the Titan Snow Demon clan. With me, it can still restrain itself, but if Bingdi and I leave, once it confronts Atai, the peace in the far north is likely to be broken. It is also an unstable factor, but I raised it. I can't treat it like other unstable factors, so this is the only way. Xuede was silent for a while and transmitted his voice. Okay, I know, as long as you can convince it, I don't care. Bai Ge nodded. With Bai Ge's consent, Xuede turned around and faced the soul beasts that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Today, I want to announce something. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I decided to leave the far north after a while and seek a breakthrough. However, the far north cannot be without a master for a day, so I decided that the far north will be led by the Titan Snow Demon King in the future. Snow Emperor swept his eyes across the endless group of soul beasts and announced loudly. But hearing Snow Emperor's words, all the soul beasts were a little surprised, because the soul beasts in the far north have always known that the one who has the best relationship with Snow Emperor is Ice Emperor. In the far north, in addition to Snow Emperor, the one with the strongest cultivation is also Ice Emperor, but today Snow Emperor gave the position of the Lord of the Far North to Titan Snow Demon King, which had to surprise many soul beasts. And hearing Snow Emperor's words, the Ice Bear King, who was crawling on the ground, couldn't help but look up and look at Snow Emperor in surprise. Chapter 433, Ice Bear King, Additional Update for the Elder of Piranha GG. Okay, that's all I have to say. Everyone, go your separate ways. In the future, any major event in the far north will be solved by Atai. Just listen to Atai. After announcing the abdication, the Snow Queen began to let all the soul beasts leave. After hearing the Snow Queen's words, although almost all the soul beasts were still confused, since the Supreme Lord of the Far North, the Snow Queen, had spoken, they would naturally obey. The happiest among them was the Titan Snow Demon tribe. Their king became the Lord of the Far North, which was the supreme honor for them. After the Snow Queen announced the dispersal, the endless group of soul beasts began to slowly disperse. Looking at the dispersed group of soul beasts, the Snow Queen's eyes were slightly red. After all, these were the people who had lived with her in the far north for tens of thousands of years. On the side, the Titan Snow Demon King also left with his tribe in silence. In the end, only the Ice Bear King remained there, looking at the Snow Emperor with puzzled eyes. Snow Emperor, why? Crawling on the ground, the Ice Bear King looked up at the Snow Emperor and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Are you really leaving? The far north will be under the control of the Titan Snow Demon King in the future, so what about me? What should I do? Just follow me, maybe you will have a chance of eternal life in the future. The Snow Emperor said softly. The chance of eternal life. The Ice Bear King was a little stunned. It is very difficult for us soul beasts to become gods. As far as we know, only the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King is only one step away from becoming a god, but the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King can survive 9 heavenly tribulations in a row, but we can't do it. My cultivation has reached the limit now. When I break through in 10,000 years, I have no confidence in surviving the 7th heavenly tribulation, and the Ice Emperor is the same. She can't survive her 400,000 years of heavenly tribulation, so we plan to use another method to become a god. The Snow Emperor said slowly. What method? The Ice Bear King was even more confused. Sacrifice. The Snow Queen said word by word. Sacrifice? How is it possible? Sacrifice for the soul ring of a human? This has nothing to do with becoming a god, Snow Queen. Hearing Snow Queen's words, the Ice Bear King looked incredulous. It's not impossible. Sacrifice is just sacrificing our cultivation and body, but with our cultivation, it can be guaranteed. The soul can maintain its lucidity and independent consciousness, but it cannot leave the soul ring for a long time. When humans become gods, their soul rings will also be sublimated into a god ring of millions of years. If we sacrifice, the soul and the soul ring will merge into one. If the human we sacrifice becomes a god, then we will also become gods, right? Shwedi explained. But, although listening to Shwedi's words, it seems to make sense, but the Ice Bear King is still a little entangled. Then Shwedi, are we going to leave and find a human who is qualified to become a god? Summoning up the courage, the Ice Bear King asked. No need to look for him, he is here. The Snow Emperor shook his head and pointed at Bai Ji. Following the direction of the Snow Emperor's hand, the Ice Bear King was stunned. Isn't this person who exudes a heavy dragon power an alien soul beast king? Because Bai Ji is in the state of the Lord of Ashes, the dragon power is very strong, and there is only one soul ring that is very close to the color of his body. If it is far away, it is difficult to find Bai Ji's soul master identity. Not only the Ice Bear King, but almost all soul beasts regard Bai Ji as a dragon soul beast, because how can a human stand safely beside the Ice Emperor? Are you human? Looking at Bai Ji, the Ice Bear King said in disbelief. Well, nice to meet you. Bai Ji nodded. Are you the one who bewitched the Snow Emperor? After knowing that Bai Ji was a human, the Ice Bear King couldn't help but reveal a fierce look, attributing his anger at the Titan Snow Demon King for replacing the Snow Emperor and the abnormality of the Snow Emperor to Bai Ji. Little bear, be quiet. Looking at the huge ice bear in front of him, which was as big as a hill, with its pink nose breathing hot air and its fierce roar making people's ears tremble, Bai Ji could not help but frown and directly pressed the restrained dragon power on the Ice Bear King. Bang! In the state of Lord of Ashes, Bai Ji's dragon power could even rival the realm of the 99 level titled Douluo. In addition, the dragon power also suppressed the soul beasts with lower bloodlines. Therefore, the Ice Bear King, whose cultivation was less than 400,000, was directly pressed to the ground by the dragon power. The huge body slammed on the snow, making a muffled sound. This kind of pressure. Feeling the strong sense of oppression on the body and the deep fear from the depths of the blood, the Ice Bear King couldn't help but tremble all over, just like facing the predator at the top of the food chain. Okay, Bai Ji, it didn't mean it. Seeing that the Ice Bear King was unable to move under Bai Ji's dragon power, Shwedi couldn't help but persuade him. Don't do it again. After hearing Shwedi's words, Bai Ji still withdrew his dragon power after warning him. But after Bai Ji's lesson this time, the Ice Bear King was completely obedient. There was no way. The pressure alone could make it lose its ability to resist. The strength of this human must be even more unfathomable. Shwedi, when are we going to go and solve the unstable factors you mentioned? After letting the Ice Bear King calm down, Bai Ji asked. Tomorrow, let Bing Di go and explain to her tribe now, and we will do it together tomorrow. Shwedi replied. Okay then. Hearing what Shwedi said, Bai Ji nodded, and with a thought, he retracted the devouring domain, then exited the Ash Lord state and cancelled the spirit possession. The Ash Lord state itself puts a lot of pressure on the body. If it exceeds the safe time, the body will be damaged, and it will not be able to enter the Ash Lord state for a long time afterwards. However, as long as it stays within the safe time each time, the body can recover in less than a day, and then it can enter the Ash Lord state again. Seeing Bai Ji exit the Ash Lord state and cancel the spirit possession, the momentum of the whole body suddenly dropped, and he became a human being who was not very strong, which made the Ice Bear King feel a little restless. But seeing Bai Ji's playful eyes and thinking of the fear from the depths of his blood before, the Ice Bear King still chose to follow the footsteps of his adoptive mother Shwedi honestly. Bing Di, you go back first, deal with the affairs of your Ice Jade Scorpion clan, and we will come to you tomorrow. After deciding the time to start, Shwedi said to Bing Di beside him. Well, I'll leave first then. Thinking that the younger generations in the tribe must be in chaos now, Bing Di did not refuse, but chose to leave. Looking at Bing Di's departing back, Shwedi stared for a while, then turned his head. Let's go, I'll take you to find a place to stay, and we'll set out tomorrow to deal with those restless guys. Following Shwedi, Bai Ji finally came to a snowy mountain. There was an ice lake on the top of the snowy mountain, and next to the ice lake, there was a semicircular ice house. This should be Shwedi's home. And when he returned here, the Ice Bear King was also a little silent. More than 300,000 years ago, this was also its home, but later it grew up, the food here was far from enough for it, so it chose to leave, and finally became the king of the Ice Bear tribe in the far north. Chapter 434 Dark Demon Snow Leopard, 1/2. Beside the ice lake, Bai Ji built an ice house by himself, and then simply solved the food problem by using the fish in the ice lake. Of course, he also shared the food with Shwedi and Ice Bear King. Because there were still a lot of seasonings in the space ring, Bai Ji's superb cooking skills and the grilled fish made with the seasonings quickly conquered the taste buds of Shwedi and Ice Bear King, but Bai Ji could easily handle Shwedi's grilled fish, but Bai Ji decisively refused the Ice Bear King after giving him a few servings. It's just a joke, with such a big body, he would probably be exhausted to death if he wanted to eat enough. Just try it, and you keep asking for it, do you think I'm really a cook? Spent a day beside the ice lake. The next day, after finding the Ice Emperor, 1 person and 3 beasts finally came to an ice field. Bai Ji originally thought that there should be no plants in the far north, but the ice-blue grassland that appeared in front of him was somewhat beyond Bai Ji's expectations. These ice-blue grasses can actually take root in the far north, which seems to be a kind of plant soul beast with ice attributes. After condensing the Yuan Shen, Bai Ji's mental power is not inferior to any spiritual title Douluo. After knowing that the target this time is a dark demon snow leopard with a cultivation of 100,000 years, Bai Ji directly covered the entire ice field with mental power and quickly found the target. Over there, follow me. After determining the location of the target, Bai Ji chased after it. Behind him, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Ice Bear King, who also transformed into a human to keep quiet, also followed. After passing through a large area of ice-blue grassland, a few minutes later, Bai Ji saw a snow leopard with a length of nearly 10 meters hiding in a lush ice-blue grass from a distance. However, unlike ordinary snow leopards, the snow leopard in front of him actually has patches of black spots on his body. This is the origin of the word dark in the name of the dark demon snow leopard. Dark represents the black spots on the body of the dark demon snow leopard, and demon represents the violent temperament of the dark demon snow leopard. In the far north, although most soul beasts have submitted to the Snow Emperor, there are still some soul beasts that submit on the surface, but are still restless in secret, including this dark demon snow leopard. The dark demon snow leopard is born with a desire to kill. When the Snow Emperor is there, it can still suppress this dark demon snow leopard, but if the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor leave, the Titan Snow Demon King alone cannot suppress this dark demon snow leopard. Although the dark demon snow leopard is weaker than the Titan Snow Demon King, as a speed-type soul beast, the Titan Snow Demon King has no way to deal with the dark demon snow leopard. Moyun's true body. A few hundred meters away from the dark demon snow leopard, Bai Ji quietly summoned the Moyun Vine Martial Soul, and then activated the 7th soul skill, Moyun's true body. In the Moyun's true body state, the toughness of the Moyun Vine summoned by Bai Ji can be increased by 500%, which fully ensures that as long as the Moyun Vine can bind the dark demon snow leopard, the dark demon snow leopard will almost never break free. Strangle with thorns, net of heaven and earth. Looking at the dark demon snow leopard, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he directly launched 2 soul skills in succession. As the first and second soul rings surrounding the body lit up, in an instant, countless thick Moyun vines suddenly rose from the ground around the dark demon snow leopard. Because it was summoned by 2 soul skills, the Moyun vine did not attack the Moyun vine in the same way, but part of the Moyun vine strangled the dark demon snow leopard like a venomous snake, and the other part quickly formed a huge vine net in the sky, and then the dark demon snow leopard was covered. However, although it was attacked by Bai Ji, as a speed-type soul beast, the dark demon snow leopard's excellent perception detected the movement around it in time, and then reacted instantly. After a roar, the dark demon snow leopard instantly summoned a sky full of ice blades, and countless ice blades scattered in all directions with the dark demon snow leopard as the center. Although the sky full of ice blades could not cut the Moyun vine, the countless flying ice blades undoubtedly blocked the speed of the Moyun vine strangling and the falling of the sky net above the head. Taking advantage of this gap, the dark demon snow leopard's slender body showed unimaginable flexibility, and it was so soft that it was boneless, and it just got out from the very narrow distance between the Moyun vines. Chase. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Bai Ji stood up all of a sudden, first summoned the Star-Forging Dragon King Martial Soul and entered the Star-Forging Dragon King Martial Soul possession state, then unfolded the Devouring Domain, and entered the Ash Lord state again. As the Star-Blue Dragon scales gradually turned orange-red and dark, countless Ash Soul powers that could burn and twist the air also surged out of the body. Bai Ji opened his golden vertical pupils and pressed the dragon power that had reached the extreme pressure in the state of the Ash Lord towards the Dark Demon Snow Leopard. Bang! The Dark Demon Snow Leopard was suddenly suppressed by such a strong dragon power, and it almost fell to the snow. At this time, the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Ice Bear King had already rushed over. Roar! With the roar of the Ice Bear King, an ice meteor with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly fell from the sky, blocking the position in front of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard. As long as the Dark Demon Snow Leopard continues to move forward, it will definitely not escape the attack range of the ice meteor. Eternal Frozen Domain. On the other side, the Ice Emperor also unfolded the ever-frozen domain. Although the Ice Emperor's cultivation is nearly 200,000 years higher than that of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, as both are ice-attributed soul beasts, the Dark Demon Snow Leopard can still be exempted from most of the damage of the ever-frozen domain. The ever-frozen domain can only make the Dark Demon Snow Leopard's movements a little stiff, but it cannot freeze the Dark Demon Snow Leopard. However, just when the Dark Demon Snow Leopard fell into a slow state due to the Ice Emperor's ever-frozen domain, the Snow Emperor had already approached it quickly. While flying rapidly in the wind and snow, the Snow Emperor had already condensed an ice sword in his right hand. When he was still more than 10 meters away from the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, the Snow Emperor swung the ice sword in his hand violently. As an ice blue light flashed, including the position of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, the range of several thousand meters was instantly covered by ice blue ice. The ice, which exuded a chill, was dozens of meters high, completely freezing the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, which was nearly 10 meters long. It seems that you humans must kill it by hand to absorb the soul ring, right? Standing next to the ice that froze the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, after Bai Ji arrived, Xuedi asked softly. Yes, but it doesn't have much impact on me. Bai Ji shook his head. For ordinary people, if they don't kill it by hand, the soul power will not be able to pull the soul ring over, but because Bai Ji has the North Sea Divine Art, even if he doesn't kill the soul beast by hand, he can forcibly absorb the soul ring through the North Sea Divine Art. So at least for now, whether it is killed by hand or not is not important to Bai Ji. Slowly walking to the ice that froze the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand wrapped in thick ash soul power. The dragon claws shining with dark red light emitted unimaginable temperature and heat. Bai Ji pointed the dragon claws at the head of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard and grabbed the dragon claws fiercely. The ice as hard as diamond evaporated instantly under Bai Ji's ash soul power. Just like that, the dragon claws wrapped in thick ash soul power quickly penetrated the skull of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard. Chapter 435 The Sealed Ice Nightmare, 2 halves. The dragon claws wrapped in a thick layer of ash soul power emitted unimaginable high temperature. Almost at the moment when Bai Ji's dragon claws approached the skull of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, the brain of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard was vaporized by the high temperature, leaving no trace, and under the high temperature generated by the ash soul power, the flesh, fur, and bones of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard had melted beyond recognition. Bai Ji retracted the dragon claws shining with dark red light, and in the incomplete headless body of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, a right leg bone shining with black light slowly emerged. This is the soul bone of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, and countless red light spots are constantly rising on the body of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, and a red soul ring slowly condenses above the body. Although he saw the left leg bone of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, Bai Ji did not plan to fuse it immediately because he did not know the ability of the soul bone. Bai Ji planned to use the 2-life flower shadow to differentiate the phantom clone to fuse it, just like the experiment of the illusion wisdom soul bone, to see the ability of the soul bone, and then use the real body to fuse it if it is suitable. Anyway, according to what Xuedi said, Bai Ji had to eliminate 4 hidden dangers for the far north, plus the soul bones of the Ice Bear King, Xuedi, and Bing Di, a total of 7 soul bones, and all of them were more than 100,000 years old. According to the soul bone production rules of the 100,000-year soul beast, Bai Ji would never lack soul bones. Since he could choose the best and most suitable soul bone, he naturally wanted to be as perfect as possible. After taking back the soul bone of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, the red 100,000-year soul ring finally condensed on the body of the Dark Demon Snow Leopard. It must be said that the dark demon snow leopard was actually quite unlucky. If there was only one, even the Snow Emperor would not be able to catch it so easily. But there were 4 of them, all of whom were far more powerful than the dark demon snow leopard, so the dark demon snow leopard naturally could not escape. Looking at the 100,000 year soul ring on the body of the dark demon snow leopard, Bai Ge slowly sat cross-legged on the ground and used the Biming True Chi to pull the red 100,000 year soul ring over. The 100,000 year soul ring with a diameter of nearly 3 meters suddenly shrank after slowly moving to the top of Bai Ge's head, and then it was put on Bai Ge all of a sudden. In an instant, a hot current suddenly rushed into Bai Ge's body. This was the soul power released by the dark demon snow leopard soul ring. This soul power can have a huge effect even on ordinary titled Douluo, but for Bai Ge, who is now in the state of the Lord of Ashes, the enhancement produced by this 100,000 year soul ring is almost negligible. But it can't be said that way. After all, it is a 100,000 year soul ring. The soul power released by this 100,000 year soul ring can still improve Bai Ge's physical fitness by more than 20% in all aspects. Of course, this is under normal conditions. Because he was in the state of the Lord of Ashes, Bai Ge quickly absorbed the soul ring. The red soul ring was absorbed by the star-forging Dragon King Martial Soul and became the second soul ring of the star-forging Dragon King Martial Soul. But compared with the first soul ring that flashed red and gold light, the second soul ring was still a bit low end. According to common sense, the higher the soul ring is, the higher the age should be. However, because Bai Ge's martial soul is the second martial soul, he naturally cannot follow this rule. The specific soul ring depends on what soul ring he can get. As a 100,000 year soul ring, the dark demon snow leopard soul ring naturally gives Bai Ge 2 soul skills. One is called Star Dragon Sky Tearing Claw, which is a soul skill that increases the attack power and penetration of the claws. It can increase the attack power and penetration of the dragon claw by 300%. When Bai Ge's cultivation is upgraded to titled Douluo, he can activate this soul skill in the Lord of Ashes state. Maybe one claw can tear the artifact apart. The second soul skill of the dark demon snow leopard is also very ordinary. It is a clone soul skill called Star Dragon Shadow Clone. After activating the soul skill, Bai Ge can differentiate into 5 phantoms. Each phantom has the same attack power as the main body and can be controlled by the main body to attack the enemy. But the existence time is only 1 minute, which is also the standard effect time of most clone soul skills. The clone soul skill is still an attack soul skill after all. As a clone soul skill, the clone differentiated by the 2-life flower shadow has a much longer existence time and is more manipulable. After Bai Ge absorbed the soul ring of the shadow demon leopard, the 4 set out again and finally came to a valley covered with snow. The entire valley is surrounded by mountains, and in the valley, there is a frozen lake. In this lake, there lives a very evil and rare soul beast, Ice Nightmare. Ice Nightmare is a dual attribute soul beast with ice and spiritual attributes. It is a soul beast without a physical body. As a soul beast, the food of Ice Nightmare is naturally not flesh and blood, but soul. And since there is a word nightmare in the name, Ice Nightmare is naturally not a kind soul beast, but an extremely evil and greedy soul beast. Ice Nightmare likes to devour souls and will never feel full. The Ice Nightmare in this lake has cultivated for more than 200,000 years, and it is unknown how many souls it has devoured in its life. 300,000 years ago, it was driven into this lake by the Snow Emperor and then frozen. But because the Ice Nightmare is a soul beast without a physical body, ordinary physical attacks can hardly kill it, and mental attacks, because the Ice Nightmare itself is a soul beast of spiritual attributes, no one can kill it. As for energy attacks, because the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor are both soul beasts of ice attributes, the attacks they launch also have limited damage to the Ice Nightmare. Because it cannot be killed, the Ice Nightmare was eventually driven into this lake by the Snow Emperor, and then frozen by the Snow Emperor with the extreme power of ice and snow. Every once in a while, the Snow Emperor came to reinforce it until now. Now that the Snow Emperor is leaving, it is natural to get rid of this Ice Nightmare once and for all. Although she and the Ice Emperor don't have a good way to deal with the Ice Nightmare, Bai Ge's Ash Soul Power is the perfect nemesis of the Ice Nightmare. Coming to a cliff beside the ice lake, Shweta jumped down, and rode the whistling wind and snow in the air to the center of the ice lake. Here, you can faintly see a white shadow under the lake, which is the Ice Nightmare. It's here. Pointing at the Ice Nightmare under the lake, Shweta said. I know, you stay away, I'll take care of it. In the state of the Lord of Ashes, Bai Ji's golden vertical pupils clearly captured the ice nightmare under the lake. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xuedi stood up and flew away from the lake and came to another mountain on the opposite side. Bai Ji stared at the place where the ice nightmare was, and injected the ash soul power into the first soul ring surrounding his body. Raging sea and sky blasting stars. As Bai Ji injected the ash soul power into the soul ring, the first soul ring surrounding Bai Ji suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, a dazzling dark red divine light suddenly bloomed in the sky, and the dark red divine light quickly gathered, and finally turned into a dark red light column that suddenly fell from the sky. The dazzling dark red light column broke through the clouds, carrying the heat flow all over the sky, and suddenly blasted down to the location of the ice nightmare in the ice lake with a piercing and shrill whistle. Chapter 436 A Worthwhile Death, 1/2. The dark red light column emitted amazing heat. At the moment of breaking through the clouds within hundreds of meters around were instantly evaporated by the high temperature, and the air around the track of the dark red light column was also distorted. Boom! The dazzling dark red light column suddenly fell to the location of the ice nightmare. The hard ice layer that was hundreds of meters thick disappeared in an instant, turning into hot steam all over the sky, and the ice nightmare frozen in it had no defense ability and was instantly annihilated by the dark red light column. This beam of light is a soul skill brought by the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, which is nearly 1,000,000 years old. It is also a special explosive soul skill, which has the 3 attributes of thunder, water, and star power. In the state of the Lord of Ashes, the star power naturally becomes the star power of Ashes. The star power of Ashes is more powerful than the soul power of Ashes, so the power of this skill is even more needless to say. The dark red beam of light suddenly it fell into the ice lake, and while annihilating the ice nightmare, the heat it released in the ice lake instantly unsealed the entire ice lake, turning it back into flowing lake water, and it was still as hot as magma. But looking at the boiling lake water, Bai Ji felt calm. Jumping directly from the cliff, Bai Ji fell into the boiling lake in front of him. Surprisingly, Bai Ji stood on the lake surface as if walking on flat ground, and did not sink. This was the wave walking skill from the left leg bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. With the wave walking skill, Bai Ji seemed to be walking on the ground, and walked step by step to the position where the ice nightmare was before. Below the position of the ice nightmare, a skull was quietly floating in the water, and not far from the skull, countless flying red light spots were also constantly gathering. Looking at the soul ring under the lake, Bai Ji slowly stretched out his right hand. With a thought in his mind, a moyun vine condensed and formed quickly, and quickly shot into the lake, tightly wrapping the ice nightmare skull several times. Then Bai Ji pulled hard, and the ice nightmare skull was pulled up from under the lake. Reaching out to borrow the ice nightmare skull, because the space ring was full of fish meat of the deep-sea demon whale king, Bai Ji put the ice nightmare skull into the other dimensional castle just like the right leg bone of the dark demon snow leopard he had obtained before. When Bai Ji took away the ice nightmare skull, the annihilated ice nightmare under the lake finally condensed the soul ring. Standing on the lake, Bai Ji sat down quietly. With the operation of the Baiming divine art, the ice nightmare soul ring under the lake was pulled and slowly flew out of the lake and floated above Bai Ji's head. After arriving at the designated position, the ice nightmare soul ring suddenly shrank and was put on Bai Ji. In an instant, a large amount of heat flowed into Bai Ji's body from the soul ring again. Compared to the dark demon snow leopard soul ring absorbed not long ago, the soul power released by the ice nightmare soul ring is obviously more. Under the reinforcement of the ice nightmare soul ring, Bai Ji's physical strength has increased by nearly 30%. Because the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prujna art has reached the 9th level, Bai Ji's physical strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary titled Douluo. And now, after being strengthened by a nearly million-year soul ring, a 100,000-year soul ring, and a 200,000-year soul ring, Bai Ji's physical strength has reached the level of a titled Douluo above level 95. Now, even if he does not enter the state of being possessed by the star-forging Dragon King martial spirit, Bai Ji can fight a titled Douluo at level 95 with just the strength of his body. Of course, there is also a premise, that is, the opponent does not enter the martial soul true body. Compared with the martial soul possession, the martial soul true body is too strong for the soul master. However, even if the opponent enters the spirit body state, Bai Ji can still level the disadvantage by entering the Star Dragon King spirit possession state. If he still cannot beat him, he will directly open the devouring domain and enter the Ash Lord state. In the Ash Lord state, the dozens of times increase in physical fitness is enough for Bai Ge to beat any level of Soul Master, and the existence of the Ash Soul power makes the gods no longer so high. Because of the power of the Ash Lord state, even if it is a soul ring of more than 200,000 years, Bai Ge only spent more than 10 minutes to absorb it. After absorbing the soul ring of Binjian, Bai Ge still got 2 soul skills. The first soul skill is called Void, which can make Bai Ge immune to physical attacks within 3 minutes, but it cannot be completely immune to energy attacks, only 50%. For ordinary soul masters, this skill is a magical skill, but for Bai Ge, this skill is a bit useless, because his defense is too strong. Basically most attacks can be ignored now. The second soul skill that Binjian brought to Bai Ge was quite interesting. It was called the Starlight Domain. Within the range covered by Bai Ge's soul power, Bai Ge could move to any place, which was somewhat similar to teleportation. But rather than teleportation, it was better to say that it was a space exchange, because the prerequisite for teleportation was that there must be soul power at the location of the teleportation. However, this skill combined with the Devouring Domain was a magical skill. The Devouring Domain had the ability to expand on its own. As long as Bai Ge had enough mental power, the Devouring Domain could expand a very long distance on its own. The Devouring Domain could absorb any energy and convert it into Bai Ge's soul power. In other words, Bai Ge could teleport infinitely within the Devouring Domain, which directly replaced the role of the Dimensional Castle and was more convenient than the teleportation of the Dimensional Castle. The teleportation of the Dimensional Castle not only required the Dimensional Castle as a transit, but also required mental positioning. Although it was also very fast, it was undoubtedly slower than the Starlight Domain in battle. After absorbing Binjian's soul ring, the third target that Xuede took Bai Ge to find was not the evil soul beast, but a thorny ice turtle with a lifespan close to the limit, and its cultivation was 300,000 years. This thorny ice turtle is the king of the thorny ice turtle tribe in the far north. Although it relied on the long lifespan of turtle soul beasts to cultivate for 300,000 years, it still reached its limit at 300,000 years, and it should die within 10 years. Now Bai Ge just needs a soul ring, and Xuede thought of the thorny ice turtle. Turtle King, and this method may also give the thorny armor ice black turtle a new life. But after truly understanding the situation of the thorny armor ice black turtle, things don't seem to be like this, because it is different from the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, one can't survive the subsequent heavenly tribulation, and the other is because the previous breakthrough was injured by the origin, so it is difficult to continue practicing. The thorny armor ice black turtle king has completely reached the limit of life. Not only is his body old, but even his soul is decayed. The soul can't support the sacrifice at all, so the thorny armor ice black turtle king finally failed to sacrifice, but let Bai Ge kill it. Under the insistence of the thorny armor ice black turtle king, Bai Ge finally took action and killed the thorny armor ice black turtle whose lifespan had reached the limit. For a former king, the most feared thing is not death, but death without any value. The soul bone produced by the thorny armor ice black turtle king is the right arm bone, and after absorbing the soul ring of the thorny armor ice black turtle king, by guest star casting Dragon King Martial Soul finally got the 4th soul ring. This soul ring also has 2 soul skills. The first soul skill is called Thorn Dragon Turtle Shield, which is a defensive soul skill. Its defense can resist the full force attack of the 99th level title Douluo and rebound 70% of physical damage. The second soul skill is called Star Dragon Shock Sea Strike, which is a control soul skill. After it is activated, it will burst out a shock wave and impact in all directions. If it hits the target, it will force the target into a dizzy state. The greater the difference in strength, the longer the dizziness time. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 437 Snow Emperor Sacrifice, 2 halves. Now, Bai Ge's Star Forging Dragon King Martial Soul has 4 soul rings, namely the nearly 1 million-year-old Deep Sea Demon Whale King Soul Ring, the 100,000-year-old Dark Demon Snow Leopard Soul Ring, the 200,000-year-old Ice Nightmare Soul Ring and the 300,000-year-old Thorn Armor Black Ice Turtle Soul Ring. The 4 soul rings, all of which are over 100,000 years old, have nearly doubled Bai Ge's physical fitness, directly strengthening Bai Ge's body to the point where he can rival a Super Douluo who does not activate his martial soul body. However, compared with the increase in physical fitness, the soul skills brought by the soul rings and soul bones play a greater role in battle. Originally, according to the words of the Snow Emperor, there are 4 unstable factors in the far north. In addition to the dark demon snow leopard and the ice nightmare, there are 2 soul beasts with cultivation of more than 100,000 years. But unlike the dark demon snow leopard living in the far north and the ice nightmare frozen in the lake by the snow emperor through special methods, one of these 2 soul beasts does not live completely in the far north, but lives in the far north for a period of time and goes to the ocean to hunt for a period of time. The other is a thorough sea soul beast, but always likes to bring the tribe to the far north to hunt the soul beasts of the far north, so it is regarded as a threat to the far north by the snow emperor. During this period, the 2 soul beasts are still in the sea. It may take several months for the 2 soul beasts to return to the far north or appear near the far north. After absorbing the soul ring of the thorn-armored ice turtle king, because the remaining 2 target soul beasts are not in the far north, the next step is naturally to sacrifice. Back to the ice lake again, but this time, in addition to Bai Ji, Shui Di, and Ice Bear King, there is also Ice Di. Standing by the ice lake, next to Bai Ji, on one side is Shui Di, who is wearing a white dress, with a cold temperament and ethereal like a fairy, and on the other side is Bing Di, who is wearing a green dress, has a long green hair, and has a cold temperament, but a cute face. Behind him is the tall Ice Bear King. Now, who will go first? Standing by the sparkling ice lake, Bai Ji turned his head and asked. Bai Ji is still very anxious now. He doesn't know how much time has passed since he fell into the sea. Before he fell into the sea, Qian Rongxiu had inherited the Tiandu Empire and was likely to go to war with the Xingluo Empire. Now that this has happened, Ning Rongrong and the other girls will definitely turn against the Spirit Hall, but they don't know that Qian Rongxiu is actually a member of the Spirit Hall. Although Bai Ji still trusts Qian Rongxiu, he is really unpredictable about Bibi Dong. Although with Bai Ji's current strength, it will be no problem for him to enter the Ash Lord state and beat the original Bibi Dong, but under his influence, Bai Ji is not sure whether Bibi Dong will break through to the god level. Although Bai Ji has no specific concept of the gods of Douluo continent, with the Rakshasa divine power plus the artifact Rakshasa demon scythe, plus a set of divine clothes, Bai Ji dare not guarantee a complete victory even if he enters the Ash Lord state now. The Ash Lord state can indeed allow Bai Ji to possess Ash soul power that surpasses soul power, but the quality of god power is not inferior to Ash soul power. It is just that because the Rakshasa god power is more evil, it is restrained by Ash soul power. Although the body is very strong in the Ash Lord state, Bibi Dong has a divine weapon and a divine outfit. With Bai Ji's current strength, even if he is promoted to Soul Douluo, if Bibi Dong becomes a god, he will not be Bibi Dong's opponent. However, if he is promoted to titled Douluo, it is not certain. There are 2 major realms in the Soul Master training system that can make the combat power of the Soul Master leap forward. One is the promotion of Soul Emperor to Soul Saint, and the other is the promotion of Soul Douluo to titled Douluo. Compared with the promotion of Soul Emperor to Soul Saint, the combat power of Soul Douluo to titled Douluo is even greater. So Bai Ji plans to let Shui Di sacrifice as Mo Yunvin's 8th soul ring, which raised his own strength to the Soul Douluo realm, and then used the Whale Pearl to practice and break through to the titled Douluo within 3 months. After reaching the titled Douluo realm, he entered the Ash Lord suit state, combined with the North Sea divine art, the nearly perfect 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prujna art, and the tiger roaring dragon roar golden bell cover, plus the perfect heaven shaking earth striking, it should be enough to equalize or even exceed the strength increase brought to Bibi Dong by the divine suit, divine artifacts, and divine rings. For the Soul Master system of Douluo continent, the strength gap between the 99th level titled Douluo and the 100th level god is really very large. If Bai Ji did not have the Starcasting Dragon King martial soul and the Moyunvine martial soul at the same time, plus the 4 top level skills, Bai Ji would not have the confidence to challenge the god in the titled Douluo realm. In the original work, in the final decisive battle, the 99th level Chen Xin and Gurong were directly killed by Bibi Dong, who had become a god, in one blow, which shows how big the gap between the titled Douluo and the god is. Now a lot of time has passed, perhaps more than half a month, plus he still has to cultivate to the titled Douluo realm in the far north. Bai Ji naturally wants to do it as quickly as possible, God knows what Bibi Dong will do. Snow Emperor, let me go first. Behind him, hearing Bai Ji's words, the Ice Bear King looked at the Snow Emperor and said in a hoarse and dull voice. No, let me go first. Looking at the admiring eyes of the Ice Bear King, the Snow Emperor shook her head. What she always disliked most was the pity of others. She was the Snow Emperor, the ruler of the far north, and the existence standing at the top of this world. She was invincible throughout her life. She was not afraid of anything, and she didn't need anyone's pity. Of course, she also knew that the Ice Bear King was out of admiration, but her personality was naturally strong. Even if she knew it was not the case, she was unwilling to accept help from anyone. Snow Emperor. Behind Bai Ji, the Ice Bear King wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the Snow Emperor. Bai Ji, can the sacrifice start now? Looking at Bai Ji, Xuedi asked in a cold voice. Yes. Bai Ji nodded. Then I'll start. Hearing Bai Ji say yes, Xuedi started the sacrifice directly. In an instant, the cold and snow-white flames suddenly burst out from Xuedi's body. Under the burning of the pale flames, Xuedi's body began to become more and more transparent, and finally seemed to turn into a jade statue. The sacrifice of soul beasts is actually divided into two parts, one is the sacrifice of the soul beast's body, and the other is the sacrifice of cultivation. During the sacrifice, the soul beast's body will be extracted from the essence of blood and chi by the sacrifice ceremony, and finally condensed into soul bones. Although there is a certain probability of getting soul bones by killing a soul beast, and 100,000-year soul beasts will get soul bones 100%, compared with the soul bones obtained by the soul beast's active sacrifice, although hunting soul beasts can also get soul bones, there is still a gap between the two. The main difference is the power of soul skills, and the reason is also very simple. Although soul bones can be obtained by hunting soul beasts, there must be a lot of blood essence left in the body of soul beasts, while soul bones obtained by sacrifice are soul bones that the soul beast actively condenses its essence into. The difference between the two can be imagined. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 438, Snow Girl Skull, 1/2. The second part of the sacrifice of soul beast cultivation is to condense soul rings. The cultivation of soul beasts will be condensed into soul rings by the sacrifice ceremony, and because the soul beast actively sacrifices, there is no energy loss caused by killing the soul beast. Therefore, compared with the soul rings obtained by killing soul beasts, the soul rings obtained by soul beast sacrifices are far superior in terms of the power of the soul skills brought by the soul rings and the soul power released by the soul rings. Take the Snow Emperor as an example. If the Snow Emperor is killed, although the soul ring will be condensed, due to the loss of soul power, the soul ring can actually only condense less than half of the Snow Emperor's cultivation. But if the Snow Queen offered sacrifice on her own initiative, with no loss of soul power, the extra soul power could completely upgrade the remaining soul rings of the Soul Master to the 100,000 year level. On the other side, the sacrificial fire on the Snow Queen was still burning. Under the burning of the sacrificial fire, the Snow Queen's body had completely turned into a white jade statue. But as the body became more and more transparent, the Snow Queen's head burst into a brilliant white light, as if all the essence in her body was flowing to her head. Through the brilliant white light, it can be found that in the white jade statue, a small skull that seemed to be carved from top-grade white jade was slowly condensing into shape. This is the soul bone condensed by the Snow Queen, which can also be called the Ice and Snow Girl soul bone. When the soul bone began to condense and take shape, a circle of red soul rings were also slowly condensing around the Snow Queen. This was the soul ring condensed by the Snow Queen's cultivation. As the sacrificial ceremony progressed, the breath emitted by the Snow Queen's body began to become weaker and weaker, as if she had really turned into a lifeless white jade statue. On the side, the Snow Emperor, and Ice Bear King were so nervous that they held their breath. Time passed by little. The life breath emitted by the jade statue became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. As the white jade statue completely lost its life breath, the delicate and small skull of the Ice and Snow Girl suddenly rose from the head of the white jade statue, separated from the white jade statue, and began to move towards Bai Ji's head. After arriving at Bai Ji's head, the skull of the Ice and Snow Girl quickly fell and merged into Bai Ji's head. As the skull of the Ice and Snow Girl merged, a large amount of blood essence suddenly poured into Bai Ji's body. Because it was a sacrifice, these blood essences from the Snow Emperor did not need to be transformed by the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prajna Sutra, or absorbed by the body itself, but directly merged into Bai Ji's blood. As the blood essence with a cold and cool feeling merged into the blood in the body, Bai Ji's blood began to grow stronger and stronger, and the majestic blood continued to nourish the body, from bones, to muscles, to internal organs. This is a full-scale strengthening of the whole body. After being strengthened by the blood essence of the Snow Queen, and nourished by the magnificent blood essence, Bai Ji's 10 dragons and 10 elephants Prajna art began to improve rapidly, and soon it was upgraded from the 9th level to the 9th level perfection, and finally broke through to the 10th level. And because the blood pulled the whole body to strengthen, the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover also broke through to the 10th level with the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Pruchna art, and forged a Vajra indestructible body. According to the description of the technique, the Vajra indestructible body is completely comparable to the top defense system titled Douluo level after launching the spirit body. Now, even if Bai Ge does not enter the state of being possessed by the star-casting Dragon King spirit, relying on the Vajra indestructible body alone, it is enough to easily resist the attacks of ordinary titled Douluo and even Super Douluo. Perhaps only the 99 level Extreme Douluo can ignore Bai Ge's current defense. But if Bai Ge enters the body of the Star-forging Dragon King, even a level 99 titled Douluo would not be able to break through the defense, unless it is a top-notch offensive spirit, and then activates a domain or other strengthening skills. And once Bai Ge enters the Ash Lord state again, even a level 99 titled Douluo would probably have to rely on a divine weapon. As time went on, the blood essence that flowed out of the Ice Snow Girl's skull began to become less and less, and finally completely dried up. At this time, the Ice Snow Girl's skull was completely integrated into Bai Ge's skull. When the Ice Snow Girl's skull and Bai Ge merged, the red 100,000 year soul ring around the white jade statue transformed by the Snow Emperor began to become more and more condensed, and even took on a bit of snow-white color in the bright red light. After the Ice Snow Girl's skull and Bai Ge's skull were completely fused, the Snow Emperor's soul ring finally completely condensed into a red halo with a little white. As the soul ring was completely condensed into a shape, the Snow Emperor's soul finally broke away from the white jade statue. The Snow Emperor, wearing a white dress, with long snow-white hair and a pair of silver eyes, had a cold temperament, as ethereal as a fairy. After leaving the body that turned into a white jade statue, the Snow Emperor still had that cold expression. She took a last look at the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King. On the Ice Bear King, the Snow Emperor's eyes stayed for only a second, with a hint of complexity in her eyes. But on the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor's eyes had obvious reluctance and nostalgia, as well as a hint of expectation, as if to say, "I'll wait for you." After taking a look at the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King, the Snow Emperor merged into the 600,000 year soul ring with a little white in the red without looking back. As the Snow Emperor's soul merged, the soul ring suddenly shook violently, and then instantly flew to Bai Ge and came to Bai Ge's head. Seeing the spirit ring of the Snow Emperor flying over, Bai Ge also lifted the Ash Lord state, exited the Star-forging Dragon King spirit possession, and then stretched out his right hand to summon the spirit Moyanteng. For the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, Bai Ge intended to let them sacrifice the spirit Moyanteng, and for the Ice Bear King, Bai Ge intended to let him sacrifice to the spirit Star-forging Dragon King. When Bai Ge was on the way to find the Dark Demon Snow Leopard and the Ice Nightmare, he had already discussed this issue with the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King. The spirit ring condensed by the sacrifice of the Snow Emperor had a diameter of nearly 1 meter, and it floated quietly after it came to Bai Ge's head. As Bai Ge exited the Star-forging Dragon King spirit possession state, when he saw Bai Ge summon Moyanteng, the diameter of the spirit ring suddenly shrank to less than half a meter, and then suddenly put it on the Moyanteng spirit in Bai Ge's hand. With the addition of the soul ring, an extremely powerful soul force suddenly surged out. This soul force was second only to the soul force released by Bai Ge when he absorbed the soul ring of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. However, compared with the soul force released by the soul ring of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, this soul force was more gentle and more orderly. When Bai Ge absorbed the soul ring of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, the soul power released by the soul ring of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King was more powerful, but it was violent and disorderly. He could only let it strengthen his body and then absorb and refine it with the North Sea Divine Art. It could not be used to upgrade the remaining soul rings. But this powerful soul force is different. Because it was sacrificed by the Snow Emperor, this soul force is more gentle and has no conflict with Bai Ge. Moreover, this soul force is now controlled by the Snow Emperor. As the owner of this soul force, the Snow Queen's control of this soul power is naturally easy. If the Snow Queen is willing, it is not a problem to use this soul power to upgrade Bai Ge's other soul rings. Chapter 439 Mo Yun Sen Luotian and Emperor Palm. Great Cold and Snowless, 2 halves. The vast soul power continuously flows out of the Snow Queen's soul ring, and then under the control of the Snow Queen, it directly flows to the soul rings below the Mo Yun Tang martial spirit. The first upgrade target of this vast soul power is the soul ring from the blood-veined blackthorn vine, which is only about 500 years old. Under the infusion of the Snow Queen's soul power, the color of the originally yellow soul ring began to become darker and darker, and the last bit of purple suddenly rippled out of the soul ring, like purple paint poured on white paper, and soon dyed the entire soul ring purple, allowing this soul ring to be upgraded to a 1000-year soul ring. But the 1000-year soul ring is far from the end. The endless soul power is still pouring in, and the purple color begins to turn darker and black, becoming a 10,000-year soul ring. Then the black color began to become deeper and deeper, and finally began to rebound. A bit of dazzling red color emerged from the black soul ring, and finally the soul ring was completely transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. After upgrading to a 100,000-year soul ring, the skill mechanism of thorn strangling did not change, but the initial size and number of the summoned Moyun vines were improved, and the strangling ability of Moyun vines became stronger. When thorn strangling was still a 100-year soul ring, although the Moyun vine martial soul was very strong, due to the limitation of the soul ring, the initial size of the Moyun vines that Bai Ge could summon was only as thick as a wrist, and the number was less than 10. If you want to increase the number of Moyun vines, Bai Ge can only inject more soul power into the soul ring. But in fact, launching soul skills does not consume the soul power of the soul master. The soul ring itself stores soul power. When the soul master launches soul skills, it consumes the soul power stored in the soul ring. And it is precisely because launching a soul skill will exhaust the soul power stored in the soul ring, so there is a soul skill cooling time. Soul rings can certainly provide soul masters with powerful skills without consuming soul masters' soul power, but soul rings also limit the development of soul masters to some extent. Otherwise, with the long history of Douluo continent, it is impossible that the skills are still based on meditation and martial arts are so scarce. Moreover, soul rings are set on martial souls. Why can't soul masters understand the mechanism of the soul skills in the soul rings and perform soul skills without the help of soul rings? In this way, wouldn't it be possible to avoid the cooling of soul skills? After the thorn strangling soul ring was upgraded to a 100,000-year soul ring, Bai Ge could summon more than 20 Moyun vines with a diameter of more than 10 meters without injecting soul power. The strangling force of each of these 10 can exceed 3 tons. 10 Moyun vines bursting at the same time are enough to destroy a building. After upgrading the first soul ring, Xue De set his sights on the second soul ring. The endless soul power continued to flow into Bai Ge's second soul ring. With the endless soul power flowing in, the purple 1000-year soul ring began to turn darker, and finally turned into a black 10,000-year soul ring. Then the black 10,000-year soul ring began to turn darker again, and finally transformed into a red 100,000-year soul ring. After upgrading to a 100,000-year soul ring, the soul skills, like the Skynet and the Thorn Strangle, did not change much. After all, this is not the transformation of the martial soul, but the initial size of the summoned Moyun vine. The speed of the formation of the Skynet and the speed of the net binding have been reduced, and then the maximum coverage of the Skynet has been increased. After the second soul ring, the soul power released by Xue De has not been exhausted, but continues to flow to the third soul ring on the Moyun vine martial soul. It is also a purple 1000-year soul ring, or the change process of the second soul ring. With the endless soul power pouring in, the third soul ring on the Moyun vine finally transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. The third soul skill of Beg Moyun Teng Wuhan is Ultimate Absorption. Ultimate Absorption is not the soul skill of soul beasts, but the transformable soul ring skill obtained by Beg in the lottery and recorded on the soul ring. After the soul ring was upgraded from 1,000 years to 100,000 years, the power of Ultimate Absorption soul skill was also improved. Originally, because it was a 1000-year soul ring skill, the power of ultimate absorption was now very insufficient. Beg had to consume a lot of soul power and summon a large number of extremely large Moyun Teng to threaten the title Douluo. But it takes too long to summon a large number of huge Moyun Teng, which can't be done without a few minutes, and a few minutes in a battle is enough to change the situation of a battle. After upgrading the third soul ring of Moyun Teng to a 100,000-year soul ring, the soul power gushing out of Xue De's soul ring was finally exhausted, and at this time, the 600,000-year soul ring sacrificed by Xue De was finally absorbed by Moyun Teng Wuhan. As the Moyun Teng martial soul absorbed the soul ring, Bai Ge's cultivation instantly broke through from level 80 to level 85. At the beginning, with the help of the soul power released by the Deep Sea Demon Whale King's soul ring, Bai Ge's cultivation level was raised to level 80, but there was still a lot of soul power dormant because Bai Ge had not absorbed the soul ring. Now as Bai Ge absorbed the 8th soul ring, these soul powers were immediately manifested. While his cultivation level was improved, the soul skill information from the 8th soul ring of the Snow Emperor was instantly known by Bai Ji, but after knowing this after launching the soul skills of the soul ring, Bai Ji's face became a little strange. Because it is a 100,000 year soul ring, this soul ring naturally has 2 soul skills, one of which is called Moyun Sen Lushan, but the other is called Emperor Pomo Great Cold Without Snow. Among them, Moyun Teng Sen Lushan is a special composite skill, which has both domain and control capabilities. After launching Moyun Sen Lushan, the surrounding thousands of meters will instantly turn into a Moyun Teng forest, and the Moyun Teng will automatically attack the surrounding enemies. This is somewhat similar to the combination soul skill tree realm coming, but without the absorption ability of the ultimate absorption, but the launch speed is much faster. In addition to this, in Moyun Sen Lushan, Bai Ji's strength will also be improved by 30%. This improvement refers to the improvement in cultivation, not physical fitness, which is the same as the Angel Domain and Emperor Hantian of the Snow Emperor. In addition to this, Moyun Sen Lushan also has some of the effects after Tang San's blue-silver true body. In the Moyun Sen Luo heaven, Bai Ji can exchange positions with any Moyun vine. Unless all the Moyun vines in the Moyun Sen Luo heaven are destroyed or the enemy can confine the space, it is almost impossible to kill Bai Ji in the Moyun Sen Luo heaven. This soul skill can be said to be very powerful. It has 3 abilities: control, assistance, and registration. It is very functional, but the second soul skill makes Bai Ji think about it. The second soul skill of the Snow Emperor's soul ring is called Emperor Pomo Great Cold Without Snow. This name is exactly the name of the Snow Emperor's move, and there is no factor of Moyun Vine martial spirit. The effect of this soul skill surprised Bai Ji even more, that is, summoning the Snow Emperor. Chapter 440 The Joy of the Ice Emperor, 1/2. Before letting the Snow Emperor sacrifice, Bai Ji once told the Snow Emperor that with the strength of the Snow Emperor, even if he sacrificed, he could retain his consciousness. Because in the original work, Xiao Wu retained her consciousness, and Xue Di was stronger than Xiao Wu, and with the prepared act of sacrifice, she should be able to retain her complete consciousness almost 100%. Then as long as Bai Ji becomes a god, when Bai Ji upgrades his soul ring to a god ring, Xue Di can naturally become a god. Regarding the state of Xue Di after the sacrifice, Bai Ji said it was a soul, but in fact, the soul Bai Ji said was different from the real soul. The soul itself originated from Huo Yuhao, and was bred by the spiritual consciousness of the soul beast, pure vitality, and the blood of the soul master, but the soul Bai Ji said was just a special state of the soul beast. Of course, Bai Ji also wanted to create a real soul, but how to fuse it was a problem. Although Bai Ji's mental power is strong, in terms of quality, Bai Ji's current mental power can only be called spiritual consciousness, not divine consciousness, and it is definitely not as strong as the undead saint mage living in Huo Yuhao's body. At least Bai Ji cannot condense and fuse the soul of the Snow Emperor with his own blood to breed a soul. The reason for this is that Bai Ji's mental strength is not strong enough, and the other part is that the Snow Emperor is too strong. In Do 2, the Snow Emperor was severely injured and finally transformed into a soul by the undead saint mage Alex, but even so, Alex ignited the fragments of his divine consciousness to do it. In the future, Bai Ji will definitely create souls to replace soul rings, so that soul beasts and humans can coexist peacefully, but now, whether he wants to turn the Snow Emperor or the Ice Emperor, or even the Ice Bear King into a soul, Bai Ji cannot do it. Originally, Bai Ji thought that the soul he mentioned should only live in the soul ring before he became a god. Although he could communicate with him, he should have no entity and could not fight. However, the effect of the Emperor's Pomo Great Cold and Snowless told Bai Ji that he was wrong. Just like the soul ring that Xiao Wu sacrificed to Tang San, there is a soul skill called Violent Killing 8-segment throw. Tang San can summon Xiao Wu when launching Violent Killing 8-segment throw, and the same is true for Emperor Pomo Great Cold Snowless. As long as Bai Ji launches Emperor Pomo Great Cold Snowless, he can summon the Snow Emperor, let the Snow Emperor become a physical entity, and attack the enemy. In this state, the Snow Emperor can move freely and her strength is at its peak. However, in this state, the energy in the Snow Emperor's body is limited. If an attack is launched and a full power Emperor Pomo Great Cold Snowless is sent, the Snow Emperor will have to return to the Soul Ring because of energy depletion. However, if the Emperor Pomo Great Cold Snowless is less powerful, or if no attack is launched, the Snow Emperor can exist in this state for an hour. Bai Ji had always thought that Xiao Wu's violent killing 8-segment throw was a special case that could summon Xiao Wu. Now it seems that such a similar summoning skill will appear after the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast. Although he was very confused, after absorbing the soul ring of the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji still stood up. Seeing Bai Ji opened his eyes and stood up from the ground, Bingdi, an Ice Bear King, came over immediately. What's going on? Looking at Bai Ji, Bingdi asked with hopeful eyes. Of course, Bingdi was not asking Bai Ji, but Shui, who was in Bai Ji's 8th soul ring of Moyuntang. Emperor. It feels good, just like in the far north, except that there is no snow around, but red, and you can't leave here. In Bai Ji's body, the spiritual power of the Snow Emperor vibrated the air and made a cold sound. But it seems that it is not completely impossible to leave here. As she spoke, the tone of the Snow Emperor hesitated again. What do you mean? The Ice Emperor was a little strange. Bai Ji. The Snow Emperor did not answer the Ice Emperor's words, but suddenly said to Bai Ji. Bai Ji naturally understood what the Snow Emperor meant, and he just wanted to try the effect of the Emperor Pomo Great Cold and No Snow. Thinking of this, Bai Ji stretched out his right hand and summoned the Moyuntang martial soul again. Emperor Pomo Great Cold and No Snow. Bai Ji's heart moved, and the 8th soul ring on the Moyuntang suddenly burst into a dazzling light. In the dazzling light, the figure of the Snow Emperor suddenly emerged and appeared in front of the Ice Emperor, and it was still in a physical state. Snow Emperor. Seeing that Snow Emperor appeared again, Bingdi jumped up with joy and hugged Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, what's going on? On the side, the Ice Bear King was confused. The soul ring I sacrificed has 2 skills. One of them is my Great Cold and Snowless. When Bai Ji activates the Great Cold and Snowless, I can appear in a physical state and attack the enemy. If I attack with all my strength, I can only exist in the outside world for less than 3 minutes, but if I don't attack, I can exist in this state for an hour. Touching Bingdi's head, a smile appeared on the corner of Swaty's mouth. That's great. Hearing what Swaty said, Bingdi couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. Originally, she had prepared for the fact that she and Swaty could not meet, and only planned to communicate with each other with mental power, hoping to be together after becoming gods, but she didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to get together. Thinking of this, Bingdi's resentment towards Beg was reduced a lot. Although according to Bai Ji, they did not lose anything by sacrificing, they just paid for their future eternity with their current freedom, but Bai Ji threatened them with strength to make them sacrifice. In themselves, both Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were extremely proud people. If it had not been for the last step, the two would never have entrusted their fate to others, especially humans. But there was no way, they could not beat Bai Ji. If they did not sacrifice, they would probably be killed, and if they were killed, Bai Ji would still be able to get their soul rings and soul bones. Their sacrifice was meaningless. It would be better to sacrifice. Maybe Bai Ji could really bring them eternal life after becoming a god. Anyway, if they did not sacrifice, they would also suffer a great catastrophe of life and death in 10,000 years, but now, after discovering that they would have the opportunity to move freely even after sacrificing. Although the scope of activities is relatively small, freedom has always been relative in the far north, and if they follow Bai Ji, they may be able to experience the prosperity of the human world. Although every soul beast hates humans, some 100,000-year soul beasts with complete wisdom, especially females, still yearn for the prosperity of the human world. Okay, Xiaobai, it's your turn. Letting go of the Ice Emperor in his arms, the Snow Emperor looked at the Ice Bear King. Chapter 441, Ice Bear King Sacrifice, 2 halves. I know, Snow Emperor. Hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, the Ice Bear King answered in a muffled voice while slowly stepping back. Then, with a tremor in the earth, the Ice Bear King returned to its original form and turned back into the huge ice bear with a height of 30 or 40 meters. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the Snow Emperor handing over the position of the Lord of the Far North to the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Bear King still admired the Snow Emperor very much. Even if the Snow Emperor asked him to die, although he felt sad, he would not frown. As for sacrifice, since the Snow Emperor had set an example first, what was he afraid of? Anyway, since the Snow Emperor wants to take it away, it will go wherever the Snow Emperor goes. Looking down at Bai Ji, the Ice Bear King also began to sacrifice. As the sacrifice began, the white flames like ice and snow suddenly burned from the Ice Bear King. Under the burning of this white flame like ice and snow, the Ice Bear King's body began to become more and more transparent. However, unlike the Snow Emperor, although the changes in the body of the Snow Emperor during the sacrifice were also transparent white, the image was closer to a jade statue, while the changes of the Ice Bear King were more like a snow sculpture. When the Ice Bear King was sacrificing, Bai Ji walked to the jade statue of the Snow Emperor's body and put the jade statue into the alternate dimension castle. After all, this was the body of the Snow Emperor, and it was impossible to leave it here. After absorbing the spirit ring of the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji also took back the Moyantang martial soul, summoned the star-casting Dragon King martial soul again, and then entered the martial soul possession state. On the other side, the Ice Bear King's sacrifice was still going on. According to the previous discussion, the Snow Emperor sacrificed the skull, the Ice Emperor sacrificed the torso bone. However, the Ice Emperor's torso bone actually has an external soul bone, which is the scorpion tail, and as for the Ice Bear King, the right arm bone was sacrificed, because the left arm bone by GE intended to fuse with the right arm bone of the Ice Armor Black Turtle. In this way, the left arm bone is mainly for defense, and the right arm bone is mainly for attack. Isn't it perfect? As time went by, the Ice Bear King's body became more and more transparent, and it was almost completely transformed into a snow sculpture. Only the right arm bone condensed in the right arm was shining brightly. Finally, as the snow sculpture transformed by the Ice Bear King completely lost its life, the soul bone finally condensed into shape, and the soul ring had condensed into a rough prototype. After the right arm bone condensed into shape, under the control of the Ice Bear King, the right arm bone immediately flew to Bai Ge and then merged into Bai Ge's right arm bone. With the fusion of the right arm, a large amount of blood essence once again poured into Bai Ge's body, strengthening Bai Ge's body a lot. The 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Prachna Sutra and the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover also made a big step towards the perfect realm of the 10th level. With the sacrifice of 2 fierce beast-level soul beasts, Bai Ge's physical fitness has approached that of the 99 level titled Douluo who activated the martial soul true body. After the fusion of the right arm bone, a circle of red soul rings completely condensed around the snow sculpture transformed by the Ice Bear King. As the soul ring condensed and formed, the soul of the Ice Bear King suddenly emerged from the snow sculpture. After reluctantly looking at the Snow Emperor, the soul of the Ice Bear King also entered the soul ring, and then the soul ring shook slightly and slowly flew towards Bai Ge. The red 100,000 year soul ring finally flew to the top of Bai Ge's head. After reaching the designated position, the soul ring with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly shrank and then it was put on Bai Ge's body. With the addition of the soul ring, a large amount of soul power immediately poured into Bai Ge's body again. This soul power is definitely inferior to the soul power released by the Deep Sea Demon Whale King Soul Ring and the Snow Emperor Soul Ring, but it is not a problem to upgrade Bai Ge's Moyuntang's 4th and 5th soul rings to 100,000 years. After all, the 4th and 5th soul rings of Bai Ge's Moyuntang Martial Spirit are both 10,000 year level soul rings, and the soul power required to upgrade to 100,000 years is much less than the first 3 soul rings. In the body, the soul power released by the Ice Bear King Soul Ring is still surging. Because Bai Ge is in the state of being possessed by the star-casting Dragon King Martial Spirit, the soul rings surrounding Bai Ge are all red. There are 4 in total, one is a nearly 1 million soul ring with red and gold, from the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, and the rest are pure red, from the Dark Demon Snow Leopard, Ice Nightmare and Black Ice Thorn Turtle. These 100,000 year soul rings do not need the soul power released by the Ice Bear King Soul Ring to upgrade, so Bai Ge naturally summoned the Moyuntang Martial Soul again. With the appearance of the Moyuntang Martial Soul, under the control of the Ice Bear King, the soul power surging in Bai Ge's body immediately rushed to Bai Ge's right hand, and finally poured into the 4th soul ring of the Moyuntang Martial Soul. With the continuous infusion of soul power, the color of the 4th 10,000 year soul ring from the Thundering Hell Prison Vine began to deepen, and finally emerged with a bit of dazzling red. Under the nourishment of the continuous influx of soul power, the 10,000 year soul rings of the Thundering Hell Prison Vine finally turned red and became a 100,000 year soul ring. After becoming a 100,000 year soul ring, the soul skill of the 4th soul ring, Ice Fire Thunder Explosion, was also strengthened, but compared with other soul skills, the improvement of Ice Fire Thunder Explosion was not great, only the explosion power was improved. After strengthening the 4th soul ring, the soul power released by the Ice Bear King Soul Ring turned to flow into the 5th soul ring, and finally, the 5th soul ring was also upgraded to a 100,000 year soul ring. The soul skill of the 5th soul ring of Moyunteng is Twin Flower Shadow. After upgrading to a 100,000 year soul ring, the mechanism of Twin Flower Shadow has not changed, except that the summoned phantom clones have become 2. The strength has also increased from 60% of the original strength to 100%, and the duration of the phantom clone has become 1 hour. However, if it is the Lord of Ash's state, the 2 phantom clones that Twin Flower Shadow can summon may not have 100% of the original strength. It is estimated that about 60% is a blessing. After all, the soul power stored in a 100,000 year soul ring is also limited, and it is still a low-end ordinary soul power. If in the Ash Lord state, the soul power of the soul ring itself is used to differentiate the clone, and these soul powers are converted into Ash soul power, less than a quarter of them will be left. Even if the soul power in the soul ring is exhausted, it is impossible to summon a phantom clone with 100% strength of the original body. This is like a titled Douluo who temporarily improves to the power of God by special means. Even if he has a soul skill that can differentiate a clone with 100% strength of the original body, it is impossible to make the clone's strength also rise to the God level, because its soul ring is still a soul ring, not a God ring. After upgrading the 5th soul ring of Moyunteng, the soul power released by the Ice Bear King soul ring also began to dry up. Finally, as the soul power was completely exhausted, the Ice Bear King soul ring was completely absorbed by the Casting Star Dragon King martial soul. As the soul ring was absorbed, the soul skill information about the Ice Bear King soul ring also appeared in Bai Ji's mind, and there were still 2 soul skills. The first soul skill is called Eternal Star Meteorite, which can pull a meteorite down from space to attack the enemy. The power depends on the size and weight of the meteorite. If the size and weight of the meteorite is large enough, even if Douluo continent is sink. Chapter 442, Far North Crisis, 1/2. The second soul skill of the Ice Bear King's soul ring did not surprise Bai Ji. The second soul skill is called Ice Bear Roar, which can summon the Ice Bear King to attack the enemy. The Ice Bear King summoned by the Ice Bear Roar is also in the energy entity state. If the Ice Bear King attacks the enemy with all his strength and quickly exhausts the energy in his body, he may return to the soul ring in less than a few minutes. But if he does not attack, the Ice Bear King can still exist in the outside world for an hour until the soul skill expires. After absorbing the Ice Bear King's soul ring, Bai Ji opened his eyes again and stood up from the ground. He first took back the Moyun Vine, then tried to launch the Ice Bear Roar, summoned the Ice Bear King, and finally exited the state of being possessed by the Casting Star Dragon King martial spirit. According to Bai Ji's plan, he will continue to practice here until his strength reaches level 90, and then wait for the Ice Emperor to sacrifice himself to break through to the level of titled Douluo. Only when his strength breaks through the title Douluo and reaches the point of being invincible in Douluo continent, will Bai Ji leave the far north and return to Douluo continent. Bai Ji has always believed that it is better to make all preparations than to worry about accidents. In a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. In these 2 months, with the help of the energy in the Whale Pearl, Bai Ji successfully broke through 4 levels in a row and reached level 89. It is estimated that in less than half a month, Bai Ji can break through to level 90. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation, there is another thing that makes Bai Ji even happier, that is, he finally successfully awakened the talent field of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul. The talent field of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul was awakened by Bai Ji less than half a month after Bai Ji absorbed the Ice Bear King soul ring. However, at that time, Bai Ji only awakened one of the talent fields of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul, the gravity field. In the next 1.5 months, Bai Ji once again awakened the second field of the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul, the magnetic field. As a member of the Galaxy Dragon clan, it was not unexpected for Bai Ji that the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul could possess the gravitational field and the magnetic field. With the gravitational field, Bai Ji could finally fly with his own ability. The gravitational field could also develop some powerful skills, such as the Wangxiang Tianyan, Shinra Tensei, and Chibaku Tensei in Naruto. Wangxiang Tianyan represents the attraction in gravity, which can attract everything around. In battle, Bai Ji suddenly activated this ability, and the opponent would be easily hit if he was not prepared. Shinra Tensei represents the repulsive force in gravity, which can repel all the surrounding objects. It can also play an unexpected role when used suddenly in battle. As for Chibaku Tensei, it is an upgraded version of Wangxiang Tianyan, which creates a gravitational core with very strong attraction at one point. After creating this gravitational core, the gravitational core will attract everything around. If the enemy is sucked to the core of gravity, under the pervasive gravity, if the body is relatively fragile, it will be easily crushed into slag by gravity, and then mixed with countless soil, rocks, and other materials, and finally sealed in a spherical meteorite with extremely high density. It must be said that it may be because Bai Ji's calculation ability has been improved after condensing the Yuan Shen, or it is due to the talent of the star-forging Dragon King martial soul itself. Bai Ji actually developed Wangxiang Tianyan, Shenluo Tianzheng, and Dibaku Tianxing in less than 3 days. Of course, a large part of the reason is that the principles of these 3 skills are very simple. One day, Bai Ji was still practicing beside the ice lake, while Xuedi and Bing De had left, only the Ice Bear King did not come out, and was still sleeping in the Soul Ring. For the Ice Bear King, the Ice Bear itself spends nearly a quarter of the year in sleep, and now it is just sleeping in a different place in the Soul Ring. When Bai Ji was practicing, a snowstorm suddenly blew in the distance. However, for the snowy mountain at a high altitude where Bai Ji is located, ordinary wind and snow will not blow here, so this wind and cloud should be brought by the Snow Emperor. Sure enough, in less than a minute, 2 figures, one white and one green, were seen approaching rapidly from a distance with the whistling wind and snow. The whistling sound of the wind and snow was getting closer and closer. After finally reaching the destination, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor landed lightly on the ground. Hearing the sound, Bai Ji also put away the whale beads in his hand and opened his eyes. What's wrong? Seeing that the expressions of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor seemed a little hurried, Bai Ji asked in a strange way. The King of the Ice Seals told me that the evil killer whale group has arrived. Taking a deep breath, the Snow Emperor said solemnly. In the far north, there are not many species, and one of the largest groups is the ice seal. Compared with other species, the ice seal is a land and sea-dwelling soul beast, so it is much easier to obtain food than other soul beasts. And relatively compared with the soul beasts that are also amphibious, such as the ice-tusk walrus and the thorn-armored ice turtle. The reproduction capacity of the ice seal is also stronger, so the ice seal has always been the top 5 populations in the far north, second only to the snow silkworm, ice scorpion, and other soul beasts. But in terms of comprehensive strength and life-saving ability, the ice seal is the last. The evil killer whale has always been the nightmare of the amphibious soul beasts in the far north. Except for the thorn-armored ice turtle, the evil killer whale does not attack the others, whether it is the ice and snow seal, the ice-tusk walrus, or the snow penguin, they are all the targets of the evil killer whale. The evil killer whale has another characteristic, that is, it is bloodthirsty. The evil killer whale will not eat the prey and leave, focusing on sustainable development, but will kill it once it kills, regardless of the future of the prey. For them, it is enough to kill and eat happily. What else is that? However, the evil killer whales are enjoying eating and killing, but if no one stops them, it will be a disaster for the ice seals, ice-tusk walruses and snow penguins. In the water, unless there is absolute strength to suppress them, even the Titan Snow Demon and the Ice Bear are not opponents of the evil killer whales. For the ice seals, ice-tusk walruses and snow penguins, which are not very strong, it is simply a daydream to want them to escape the hunting of the evil killer whales in the water. Under the same strength, the evil killer whales are absolute hunters in the sea. Except for a few soul beasts such as the deep-sea demon whale, no soul beast can beat them. The more notorious point of the evil killer whales is that they live in groups, which means that a group of evil killer whales is enough to destroy the ecology of an area. In the far north, every year there will be a group of evil killer whales coming to the far north to hunt. If there were no Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in the far north, the ice seals, ice-tusk walruses and snow penguins would have been extinct long ago. Chapter 443, Scar, the Evil Demon Killer Whale King, 2 halves. But even with the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, there would still be at least one evil demon killer whale tribe coming to the far north to hunt every year. Every year, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor must take action to repel the evil demon killer whale tribe, otherwise it will be a disaster for the soul beasts in the far north. In recent years, a group of evil demon killer whales has often visited the far north. This time, this group of evil demon killer whales still came to the far north as promised, trying to hunt delicious ice seals, ice-tusk walruses and snow penguins. Faced with this situation, the Snow Emperor naturally had to take action. Evil demon killer whale tribe. Hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, Bai Ji immediately understood in his heart. Because Xuede had already told him about the evil killer whale group, the king of this evil killer whale group was his next prey. Shall we set off now? Bai Ji stood up quickly and asked. Yes, Let's set off now. Although I have asked the kings of several tribes to stabilize the situation in time, there are still many soul beasts in the sea that cannot go ashore due to the pursuit of the evil killer whales. The sooner we go, the more soul beasts we can save. Shweta nodded solemnly. Now her time in the outside world is almost over, and because water and ice are inseparable, the evil killer whales have a certain degree of immunity to ice attribute attacks. In addition, the speed of the evil killer whales swimming in the sea is very fast, and Shweta is not absolutely sure that he can keep all the evil killer whales, and now he can only rely on Bai-Ge. The evil killer whales are very flexible in the sea. They are soul beasts that develop in both agility and strong attack. Bai-Ge's Moyuntang may just be able to restrain the evil killer whales. Then let's go. Hearing Shweta say that they should leave now, Bai-Ge took out the juk sword from the space ring and stepped on the juk sword. As the magnetic field expanded, under the effect of the magnetic field, the juk sword immediately took Bai-Ge up slowly. This is not that Bai-Ge has learned to fly the sword, but that Bai-Ge is using magnetism to control the juk sword to fly. And the reason why Bai-Ge hurried on this way was not to show off, but it was just that flying with magnetism was faster than flying with gravity. Stepping on the juk sword as big as a door panel, following Shweta and Bingdi, Bai-Ge rushed out of the snow mountain like a stream of light and flew towards the seaside. In his ears, the cold wind whistled, white clouds floated around, and white snowflakes continued to fall in the sky. In the high altitude of the far north, the temperature was very cold, but for Bai-Ge's physique, such a temperature was nothing. The snow mountain where the Snow Emperor lived was located in the heart of the far north, very far from the edge of the far north, but by flying with all his strength, Bai-Ge arrived near the sea in less than 10 minutes. In the distance, the scene in the sea was quite shocking. The originally blue sea was actually covered with blood. In the blood, there were bloody corpses and white bones floating, and in the ocean, grey-black figures were constantly rising and falling on the sea, chasing a large number of the white creatures, with excited roars and terrified screams mixed together, played a somewhat chilling movement. Standing on the juk sword, Bai-Ge stood at a height of more than 100 meters and slowly activated the Eye of Insight. With a flash of silver light in his eyes, everything in the distant ocean suddenly came into view clearly under the Eye of Insight. In the ocean, those grey-black creatures are naturally evil killer whales. The image of the evil killer whale is very similar to the killer whale on the Earth in Bai-Ge's previous life, but in terms of body size, the evil killer whale is more than 2 or 3 times larger. Moreover, the evil killer whale is not black and white like the killer whale, but grey and black all over, with an extremely thick body, especially the head, which is extremely huge, and a mouth full of sharp teeth like swords, and the eyes of the evil killer whale are even more special, dark red, like coagulated blood. In the sea, there are more than 500 evil killer whales, most of which are less than 10 meters long, which should be the 1,000-year-old evil killer whales, and some of them are 10 to 20 meters long, which should be the 10,000-year-old evil killer whales. In the Eye of Insight, in the center of the evil killer whale group, there is also an evil killer whale with a body size of more than 40 meters. The grey-black skin of this evil killer whale has a faint metallic luster, and its sharp teeth are interlaced and exposed, like the saber teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. The most conspicuous thing about this evil killer whale is its right eye. The right eye of this evil killer whale is actually blind, and there is even a diagonal scar on it. The largest evil killer whale king is naturally the king of this evil killer whale group. Shweta gave this familiar old friend a very suitable name, called Scar. At this moment, Scar was still floating quietly on the sea, without any movement, and his dark red eyes just looked at the sea quietly, as if he was enjoying this gluttonous feast. It was the king of the evil killer whale tribe, so he naturally had to appear last and hunt the most difficult prey, such as the ice-toothed walrus. This was the entertainment that a king should have. In the surrounding oceans, countless evil killer whales were still excitedly hunting their own prey. In the sea, most of the prey were fish, which were pitifully small, and some non-fish prey were solitary prey, so hunting was not fun at all. It was not like now, with all kinds of fat and strong prey everywhere. When they were hunted, the blood dyed the sea red, and there was a sweet smell of blood everywhere. Looking at the hunting feast of the tribe, Scar was satisfied in his heart, but he was also calculating the time in his heart. This is not the first time it has come to the far north. Since it successfully expanded its tribe to such a large scale, it has come to the far north every few years to enjoy a feast of hunting. But it also knows that the far north has an owner, and it is a big shot that it cannot afford to offend. However, although it is wary, as a bloodthirsty evil killer whale, it also enjoys this tension, which is much more refreshing than hunting those weak ones. Although every time it escapes from the strong man named Shwedi, it will be seriously injured and it will take hundreds of years to recover. Once it even lost its right eye here, leaving a permanent scar that cannot be healed. But that feeling of life and death is the most exciting moment for Scar. Now it has a lot of experience. The strong man named Shwedi usually arrives about half an hour after it arrives near the far north. As long as there is wind and snow blowing in the sky, it is a signal of the arrival of Shwedi. At that time, as long as it immediately stops and takes its people away, the Snow Emperor will not be able to do anything to it. As long as they linger near the far north, there will always be extremely hungry prey going down to the sea, and then it will be time for them to continue hunting. Do a few more like this, and when the Snow Emperor gets angry and comes to the sea, it can experience the thrill of life and death again. Thinking of this, Scar couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is not because Scar is arrogant, but Scar knows very well that although the Snow Emperor is very powerful, it has left the far north and come to the sea. The sea is its territory. Even if the Snow Emperor wants to kill it, it is not so easy. Scar actually calculates this very clearly. Chapter 444, Take Action, The Dragon's Might is Overwhelming, 1/2. By Ge, let's stay here, you go first, and we will support you from behind. Flying all the way to the seaside, but when it was still some distance away from the seaside, the Snow Emperor suddenly stopped and said to Bai Ge. Ah, why? Hearing what the Snow Queen said, Bai Ge also stopped controlling the Juk sword and was stunned. I know the identity of this evil killer whale king. Hundreds of years ago, I used the Ice Extreme Wushuan to blind its right eye. Do you see the scar on its right eye? That's what I left. I named it Scar. Scar is very cunning and has experience in dealing with me. If it sees me driving the wind and snow, it will definitely run away immediately, but you are different. You are a human. In the eyes of almost all sea soul beasts, humans are weak. If you go, Scar will definitely not pay attention, you just need to take the opportunity to find a way to kill it. Killing Scar is the most important thing. If you kill Scar, this evil killer whale group will never come to the far north again before finding a new king. But if you only kill ordinary evil killer whales, even if you kill 80% of the evil killer whales, Scar will be able to gather another group of evil killer whales in a few years. Looking at the blood-stained sea in the distance, Shwedi's voice was a little heavy. Okay, I know. After listening to Shwedi's explanation, Bai Ge also understood what Shwedi meant. The king of this evil killer whale group seems to be a very cunning and tricky character. Even Shwedi can't do anything about it, but Bai Ge doesn't feel it's too tricky. For fish sea soul beasts, Bai Ge even feels that he doesn't need to enter the state of Ash Lord. He only needs to enter the state of the spirit of the Forged Star Dragon King. With the dragon power in the state of the Forged Star Dragon King and the newly acquired 8th soul skill Mo Yun Sen Luotian, it is enough to kill the evil killer whale king Scar. In order to avoid alerting Scar, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor stayed where they were, and only Bai Ge continued to fly to the seaside on his sword. In the sea, Scar, the evil killer whale king, finally couldn't help killing when he found that Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor hadn't arrived for a long time, and began to hunt. Ang! In the sea dyed red by blood, Scar roared excitedly, swinging his strong and powerful tail, and kept passing through the ocean like a grey-black sharp arrow. Wherever he passed, there were only surging white waves, diffused blood and slowly floating incomplete corpses. All soul beasts, whether they were 10,000-year-old ice and snow seals or 10,000-year-old snow penguins, were not Scar's enemies. Scar's razor-sharp teeth were enough to scratch a wound more than 1 meter long on the body of a snow seal or snow penguin. Only the thick-skinned walrus could barely survive Scar's mouth without losing its resistance and fighting ability instantly. But even so, the walrus could only escape the scratches. If it was really bitten by Scar, not to mention the 10,000-year-old walrus, even the 100,000-year-old walrus would not be able to withstand it. Woo woo woo. An walrus that Scar regarded as prey was swimming vigorously in the sea, calling for help, trying to attract the attention of its companions and help it escape from Scar's bloody mouth. But the other walruses were already in trouble and could not help at all. Behind him, Scar was still chasing slowly. In Scar's opinion, how could a fat ice-tusk walrus be a match for their evil killer whales in the sea? Scar let the ice-tusk walrus escape just because he was playing cat and mouse. Wait until the ice-tusk walrus bites off its throat at the last moment before it goes ashore, watching the hope in the prey's eyes turn into despair, and admiring the prey's desperate expression, that is the most wonderful moment for a hunter. But when Scar was chasing the ice-tusk walrus, Bai Ji had already arrived here on his sword. Looking at the sea stained red with blood below, there were floating soul beast corpses bitten into 2 pieces everywhere, which were already bloody and even exposed white bones, and the strong smell of blood rose to the sky. Even in the air 100 meters high, the strong smell of blood made Bai Ji feel nauseous. This is simply a hellish slaughterhouse. Taking a few deep breaths, Bai Ji tried to adapt himself to the pungent smell of blood around him, and then looked at the sea below. In the bright red sea, Scar, who was still hunting, didn't notice Bai Ji at all, because the noise of Bai Ji flying over with his sword was too small. At this moment, it was still excitedly slaughtering everything it could slaughter. Most of the prey were instantly disemboweled by Scar's sharp fangs, and those who could barely escape would be regarded as interesting prey by Scar and then driven to the seaside. Just when the prey was about to land, Scar would suddenly burst out with an unimaginable speed for the prey, biting off the prey's neck, and the look of admiring the prey changed from hope to despair. Star-forging Dragon King, possess! Looking at the tragic slaughterhouse below, Bai Ji shouted in his heart, and the star-blue star-forging Dragon King martial spirit suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body, and then instantly sank into Bai Ji's body. With the possession of the star-forging Dragon King, a large number of star-blue scales quickly covered Bai Ji's body like a tide. The gorgeous golden dragon horns protruded from the silver-blue hair on the top of his head, the star-blue eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and the sharp dragon claws also quickly popped out from the 10 fingers of his enlarged hands, and the surging dragon power suddenly burst out. Roar! Standing on the juk sword, Bai Ji's breath sank into his dantian and suddenly opened his mouth. In an instant, the earth-shaking dragon roar that was enough to pierce the mountains and split the clouds instantly broke through the sky. Ghost Prison Yinfen Tianlong Roar. Along with the earth-shaking dragon roar, the majestic dragon power also surged down instantly. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, the surrounding white clouds were shaken away, and in the ocean below, the surging sea surface was also shaken by the dragon roar with amazing energy, rolling up huge waves. Countless evil demon killer whales instantly became limp and lost their ability to move under the sudden and powerful dragon power, even Scar. In addition to the oppressive dragon power, this dragon roar also brought a strong mental attack, enough to make all the soul beasts below lose consciousness and ability to move for 3 seconds. Bai Ji has now condensed his soul. In addition to his mental power not being as good as that of a true god, even a level 99 spiritual titled Douluo would not be Bai Ji's opponent in terms of mental power. Bai Ji's mental power can now be called spiritual consciousness, which is beyond mental power but lower than the power of spiritual consciousness. Under the Ghost Prison Yinfen Tianlong Roar specially launched by Bai Ji, even Xue Di would be hit, let alone Scar. After using the Ghost Prison Yinfen Tianlong Roar to knock all the soul beasts below into a dizzy state, Bai Ji's mind moved and launched the second skill again. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 445 I Have a Dream, 2 halves. Mo Yunsen Lushan. He stretched out his hand and quickly summoned the Moyantang martial soul. As the 8th soul ring on the Moyantang martial soul bloomed with dazzling brilliance, a strong soul power fluctuation suddenly surged out. As Moyunsen Lushan was activated, countless Moyantangs with a diameter of more than 10 meters, like ancient giant pythons, suddenly rose violently from the sea. Countless huge Moyantangs broke through the sea surface and set off rolling waves. After rising out of the sea, under Bai Ji's control, these Moyantangs grew and spread rapidly, strangling the surrounding evil killer whales as if they had life. As for the evil killer whale King Daeba, who was also stunned on the sea surface but was the focus of observation, Bai Ji launched another skill. Raging Sea and Star Explosion. With a move in his heart, as the first red and gold soul ring surrounding Bai Ji suddenly lit up, the dazzling star blue light suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body. At the same time as the star blue divine light burst out from Bai Ji's body, a dazzling star blue light suddenly bloomed in the sky. The dazzling star blue light quickly condensed into a star blue light column in the air, and then suddenly shot down, aiming directly at the evil killer whale King Scar. Boom! The dazzling star blue beam of light shot down almost in the blink of an eye, and with a loud bang, it instantly hit Scar, the evil killer whale king, who was stunned by the roar of the Ghost Prison Yinfen Tianlong. In an instant, the dazzling electric light and blue light suddenly burst out, illuminating thousands of meters in radius. The powerful energy fluctuations set off huge waves. The rolling waves roared and hit the cliffs on the shore, splashing up gravel all over the sky, and the turbulent airflow swept towards the ground in all directions, lifting countless corpses in the sea into the sky. 3 seconds later, the star-blue beam of light finally dissipated gradually, leaving only a puddle with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the original place. That was caused by the reflux speed of the seawater not catching up with the evaporation speed of the seawater caused by the raging sea and the star explosion. And when countless seawater refluxed, a charred and dying figure slowly emerged from the sea surface. It was Scar, the evil killer whale king. Although Bai Ji's current cultivation is still Soul Douluo, the explosive soul skills released by the soul ring of nearly 1,000,000 years. Not to mention killing, it is not a problem to severely injure an evil killer whale with a cultivation of less than 300,000 years. If Bai Ji is in the state of Ash Lord, and the raging sea star explosion has the Ash star power, he can directly blast Scar into slag, without a trace of flesh and blood, and a bone can be seen, directly annihilated. However, because Bai Ji launched the raging sea star explosion in the state of being possessed by the martial soul of the star-forging Dragon King, and Bai Ji deliberately weakened the power, it only severely injured Scar to the point of death. While Bai Ji used the raging sea star explosion to severely injure Scar to the point of death, countless Moyun vines in the Moyun Sen Luo heaven under Bai Ji's control had bound all the evil killer whales. Although there were nearly 700 evil killer whales, Bai Ji's brain was developed after taking NTZ-50, and his computing power was bursting. After condensing his soul, Bai Ji's computing ability has undergone a qualitative change. Not to mention 700, even if there are 7,000 or 70,000, Bai Ji can easily control the Moyun vine to bind them. After Bai Ji bound all the evil killer whales and beat Scar to a near-death state, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor finally flew over. Don't be afraid, we are here. Now all the evil killer whales have been controlled by us. Everyone can go ashore. Riding the wind and snow, standing in the sky, looking at the surviving soul beasts of the far north below, the Snow Emperor said in a deep voice. Ang, ang, ang. Roar, roar, roar. Ga, ga, ga. Hearing the words of the Snow Emperor, the surviving ice seals, ice tusk walruses and snow penguins in the sea burst into earth-shaking shouts, and all the soul beasts looked at the Snow Emperor with fanaticism in their eyes. The meaning of these shouts is also very simple when translated into human language, which is roughly "Long live Lord Snow Emperor, thank Lord Snow Emperor," and so on. Although all the soul beasts also saw that it was Bai Ji who rescued them and was also severely injured by Bai Ji Scar, the evil killer whale king. But the bad impression of humans has been rooted in their bones. Although they are grateful for Bai Ji's rescue, they are more inclined to believe that Bai Ji helped them because of Xuede because they saw Bai Ji and Xuede together. Of course, this is indeed the case. Everyone be quiet. Xuede frowned when she heard the roar from the sea. As soon as Xuede finished speaking, all the soul beasts suddenly quieted down and began to wait for Xuede to speak quietly. This is the majesty of Xuede among the soul beasts in the far north. I am very happy to see that everyone is safe and sound. Xuede said slowly. But this time, it was not me who saved everyone, but him. As she spoke, Xuede suddenly pointed at Bai Ji. Yes, he is a human, but perhaps our view of humans is still too one-sided. Humans are actually no different from us soul beasts, except that their population is larger, so we have the view that humans slaughter soul beasts, but if we also regard humans as a member of the soul beasts, there is no difference between humans hunting our soul beasts and us hunting each other. On the contrary, a human often hunts less than 9 times in his life. In fact, the number of soul beasts killed by a person in his life is not as many as we hunt each other. Although some humans are indeed unfriendly to us soul beasts, some humans recognize us soul beasts with wisdom. We can be friends with them. Looking at the soul beasts below, Xuede said loudly. After hearing Xuede's words, the soul beasts below suddenly became a little agitated. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Ji, and I am a human. Hearing Xuede mention himself, Bai Ji also smiled and spoke. What Lord Xuede said is right. Although most of us humans have some prejudice against soul beasts, there are also many humans who recognize their existence. Anyway, I think that as long as they have perfect wisdom, whether they are human or soul beast, they are equal. The most fundamental contradiction between humans and soul beasts is that human soul masters need their soul rings to continue to practice, but in fact, if there is no such contradiction, there is almost no conflict between soul beasts and humans. In fact, I now have a plan. If this plan succeeds, all dead soul beasts will have a second life. Your souls will have the opportunity to sign a contract with humans and become the souls of human soul masters, starting a second life from then on. If the humans you assist can become gods, then you will also become gods. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 446 Ambition, 1/2. In fact, Bai Ge has always had a plan in his mind, which is to expand the virtual god realm to the point where it can cover the entire Douluo star, and cover the entire Douluo star in the virtual god realm. Because the void god realm has the effect of spiritual guidance, the void god realm can completely draw the souls of dead soul beasts to the void god realm, and then humans can log into the void god realm and fight these soul beasts. If the soul master can defeat these soul beasts, then the soul master can have the qualifications to conclude a contract with these soul beasts and turn the soul beasts he defeated into his own soul. This can be said to perfectly resolve the contradiction between soul beasts and soul masters. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the soul beasts in the sea below suddenly became agitated. Most of the soul beasts in the far north did not feel much about Bai Ge's statement that he could resolve the contradiction between humans and soul beasts, because although they hated humans, it was a concept passed down from generation to generation, and many of them had never seen humans. But Bai Ge's statement that he could make many soul beasts become gods caused a commotion among many soul beasts. Soul beasts became gods. Although there is indeed a saying that 10 disasters can become gods in their soul beast legends, this is just a legend. There is no soul beast that has ever become a god. But what Bai Ge said, let them become some kind of human soul, and then they can become gods together with humans. Although many soul beasts hate humans, all soul beasts have to admit that humans are indeed beautiful creatures. They have practiced for tens of thousands of years, but they are often not as strong as a human soul master who has practiced for less than 100 years. And among humans, compared with their soul beasts, many humans have become gods. Apart from anything else, isn't the sea god that many sea soul beasts in the ocean believe in human beings? Hearing Bai Ge say that as long as they can become the soul of some soul master, they will have the opportunity to become gods together with humans, this is no less than a bomb exploding in the hearts of all soul beasts. So, all the sea soul beasts began to whisper to each other, and the noise on the sea became louder and louder, which gave Bai Ge a headache. Bai Ge couldn't help but regret that he said these things in a hurry. Please be quiet, although I have always had this plan in my mind, but this plan has just begun, but in the future, everyone will definitely have the opportunity to see it. Please forget my words for now, let's deal with these executioners now. Bai Ge said loudly with some helplessness. Quiet. Finally, with the majestic rebuke of the Snow Emperor, the beasts on the sea finally quieted down. And because of Bai Ge's words, after quieting down, all the soul beasts couldn't help but look at the evil killer whales bound by the Moyun vines and the evil killer whale King Scar who was seriously injured and dying by the raging sea star explosion. I heard from Lord Shwedi that this is not the first time that everyone has suffered from the evil killer whales. I don't know if anyone has lost their relatives in the mouth of the evil killer whale, but now the evil killer whale has been bound by me. If you want to take revenge, you can take revenge as much as you want. Looking at the evil killer whales that were bound by the Moyun vines below, Bai Ge said loudly. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the soul beasts below were stunned at first, and then their eyes quickly turned red, and they looked at the surrounding evil killer whales with eyes full of hatred and anger. Everyone, if you want revenge, just take revenge as much as you want. Seeing the extremely hateful eyes of the soul beasts, Bai Ge continued to speak. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the soul beasts in the far north could no longer hold back. After a roar, they rushed towards the evil killer whales that hunted them with red eyes. While these soul beasts were planning to take revenge, Bai Ge once again activated the fourth soul skill, the ultimate absorption. With the restriction of the ultimate absorption, these evil killer whales would not have the ability to resist. Looking at the enemies who were tightly bound by the Moyun vine, whether it was the ice seal, the ice tusk walrus or the snow penguin, they all blasted out their most powerful skills. When some soul beasts found that their skills were basically ineffective against the enemy because of their low strength, they directly attacked the enemy and began to bite the enemy desperately. Even the toothless snow penguin, under hatred, could not help but use its not-so-sharp beak to start attacking the vulnerable body parts of the evil killer whale in front of it, such as the gills and nose. Under the angry attacks of these soul beasts, countless evil killer whales screamed. On the other hand, some soul beasts also set their sights on the evil killer whale King Scar, such as the ice fang walrus that Scar had toyed with before. Facing the enemy who had been playing tricks on him, the Ice Fang Walrus roared and opened his mouth, aiming his sword-like sharp teeth directly at Scar's charred skin and bit down. But because the water in his body was basically evaporated, even though the Ice Fang Walrus pierced Scar's body with its slender teeth, no blood flowed out. The charred skin was penetrated, the dry flesh was torn, and Scar felt the severe pain in his body. Although he wanted to scream, his dying body could not make any sound at all, and he could only make a few muffled groans in his throat. After the Ice Fang Walrus took the lead, several soul beasts also came up and began to retaliate against Scar. Poor Scar was at least a generation of evil demon killer Whale King who was invincible on the sea. But after being beaten to death by Bai Ji's raging sea star blast, facing the revenge of countless weaklings who had once regarded him as prey, the grief-stricken Scar couldn't even commit suicide. In order to prevent the dying Scar from dying easily, Bai Ji specially summoned several tiny moyun vines, which penetrated Scar's body from under the sea surface, and injected the vitality absorbed from other evil killer whales into Scar's body, maintaining Scar's fragile life. It was unknown how much time had passed. Under the revenge of countless soul beasts, Scar went from grief and anger at the beginning to despair and finally to complete numbness. And after such a long time of revenge, the anger of many soul beasts began to gradually subside. As the first soul beast came ashore, the rest of the soul beasts also came ashore one after another. On the shore, their tribes were already waiting for them. "Let me free you." Looking at the evil killer whales that had been severely injured by the revenge of the soul beasts in the far north, Bai Ji shook his head in his heart. Thorn strangulation. Bai Ji's mind moved, and as the first soul ring on the Moyantang martial spirit lit up, the Moyantang that bound countless evil killer whales suddenly launched a strangulation. With a burst of bone-breaking sounds, all the evil killer whales lost their voices in an instant without even a scream. After dealing with all the evil killer whales, Bai Ji turned his attention to the still-dying evil killer whale King Scar. Chapter 447 Hunting the Cold Chi, 2 halves. Die. Bai Ji's mind moved, and the Moyun vine that had been injecting vitality into Scar and maintaining his life in the body of the evil killer whale King Scar instantly turned into a spear, penetrating Scar's body and finally inserted into Scar's brain. As the brain was destroyed, the spirit in Scar's eyes gradually dimmed. But in his numb eyes, a trace of relief flashed by. After killing Scar, countless red spots of light began to continuously escape from Scar's body, and a prototype of a soul ring condensed above Scar's charred body, and the soul bone directly separated from Scar's body. A right leg bone was also produced from Scar's body, but the right leg bone of the evil killer whale king should be accompanied by attack skills. However, Bai Ji is not lacking in attack power at present, so Bai Ji does not intend to fuse the soul bone of Scar in front of him. Putting the right leg bone of the evil killer whale king in front of him into the other dimensional castle, Bai Ji jumped off the juk sword, stepped on the sea, and quietly waited for the soul ring of the evil killer whale king Scar to completely condense into shape. After about 3 minutes, the soul ring on Scar's body finally condensed into shape, and the 100,000-year red soul ring bloomed with brilliant brilliance. Looking at the soul ring floating in front of him, Bai Ji sat cross-legged on the sea. With the operation of the Baiming divine art, under the traction of the Baiming true qi, the red 100,000-year soul ring slowly moved and finally flew to the top of Bai Ji's head. After moving to the top of Bai Ji's head, the red soul ring suddenly shrank and instantly covered Bai Ji's body, and a large amount of soul power still instantly poured into his body. However, Scar's cultivation level is not as good as that of the Ice Bear King, as he has only reached 200,000 years. In addition, he was hunted rather than sacrificed, so the increase in Bai Ji's strength brought by Scar's soul ring is not great, only about 10%. However, after refining the soul power released from the soul ring with the help of Baiming divine art, Bai Ji's strength has been greatly improved. Originally, he had just broken through to level 89 a few days ago. Now, after absorbing the soul power released by the evil killer whale King Scar's soul ring, although he still couldn't help Bai Ji break through the level 90 mark, after refining these soul powers, Bai Ji's cultivation level has taken a big step towards level 90. As the soul power flowing out of the evil killer whale King Scar's soul ring gradually decreased and finally disappeared completely, Bai Ji finally absorbed this soul ring completely. This evil killer whale King's soul ring also brought Bai Ji 2 skills, one called Starlight Illusion Mirror Destruction and the other called Starlight Illusion Demon Shooting. Starlight Illusion Mirror Destruction can condense the surrounding space into a mirror, and can choose to rebound energy attack. If the enemy is also condensed in it, you can also choose to break the mirror. In this way, unless the strength is strong enough to break free from the confinement, or the body is strong enough, otherwise it will definitely die under the broken void mirror. And starlight illusion demon shooting is to shoot out a condensed starlight. If the starlight hits the enemy will be forced to fall into dizziness. The greater the difference in strength, the longer the dizziness will last. After absorbing the soul ring of the evil demon killer whale King Daeba, Bai Ge controlled the Juk sword to fly to his feet, and then stepped on the Juk sword and flew into the sky again. Let's go! When Bai Ge absorbed the soul ring, the Snow Emperor had returned to the soul ring. Bai Ge took the Ice Emperor to fly to the Snow Mountain when they came. After Bai Ge left, countless soul beasts rushed into the sea, or scrambled for the flesh and blood of the evil demon killer whale in the ocean. The evil killer whales are indeed hunters, but if they die, they will also become food for other soul beasts, even if these soul beasts were once just prey in the eyes of the evil killer whales. In this world, there has never been a fixed predator-prey relationship. Returning to the Snow Mountain, Bai Ge continued to practice. A few days passed in a flash, and the last target finally appeared. Shwedi, are you sure it's here? Leaving the Snow Mountain, Bai Ge flew all the way to the sky above a river flowing into the sea. Looking at the rushing river in front of him, it was clear to the bottom, and there was no sign of a huge monster in it. Bai Ge was a little confused. It must be in this river. If it's not here, it should go upstream. Shwedi was very sure. Then let's continue to look. Flying along the river with pieces of solid ice floating on the surface of the river, Bai Ge kept moving upstream. In order to find the target as soon as possible, Bai Ge activated the Eye of Insight, and beside him, Shwedi and Bingde were also scanning around, hoping to find the target. There! Following the low shout of the Ice Emperor, Bai Ge looked in the direction pointed by the Ice Emperor, and indeed saw a slender white shadow meandering at the bottom of the river. It was a soul beast that looked like a snake, covered with silver-white scales, with 4 legs like eagle claws, and a dragon head, but without horns. This was a cold chi, a soul beast with strong dragon blood like the azure bull python. But compared with the azure bull python, the dragon blood in this cold chi was stronger, and compared with the azure bull python, which had a cultivation of less than 200,000 years, this cold chi had a cultivation of nearly 300,000 years, and was very powerful. Although this cold chi was also regarded as an unstable factor by the Snow Emperor, it was different from the evil killer whale, which was an alien species, but this cold chi was a native species of the far north. It's just that there is less food in the far north, and because of the restrictions of the Snow Emperor, the cold chi can only go to the sea to hunt once in a while, and then return to the nest to hibernate and practice. For the Snow Emperor, this cold chi has never been interested in it. Because in its eyes, it is at the top of the food chain in the far north. It was a noble cold chi with dragon blood, but it was forced by a snow girl to leave the territory and go to the sea to hunt. This was simply a shame. But it was a pity that although it was unwilling in its heart, it could not beat the Snow Emperor. After being taught a lesson by the Snow Emperor, the cold chi could only admit defeat and began its cowardly life, living in the far north in accordance with the rules of the Snow Emperor. Although the cold chi disguised itself very well, the Snow Emperor still discovered the ambition of the cold chi. As a dragon soul beast, the cold chi was arrogant from the bones. With her suppression, the cold chi would indeed abide by the rules, but if she and Bai Ge left the far north together, the Titan Snow Demon King alone would not be enough to scare the cold chi. After she left, the cold chi would most likely rebel and destroy the peace that had always existed in the far north. So before leaving, the Snow Emperor planned to get rid of this cold chi to eliminate the hidden dangers for the far north. Otherwise, if the cold dragon is left in the far north, it will bring great trouble to the rule of the Titan Snow Demon King. Chapter 448, Ice Emperor Sacrifice, 1/2. Kill it. Looking at the cold dragon swimming in the river below, the Snow Emperor looked solemn. I know. Bai Ge nodded, then stretched out his right hand and summoned the martial soul Mo Yun Teng. Mo Yun Sen Luo Tian. With a low shout in his heart, as the 8th soul ring on the Moyun vine bloomed with dazzling brilliance, a powerful soul power fluctuation suddenly erupted from Bai Ge's body. As the soul power fluctuation spread out, countless huge Moyun vines suddenly grew violently from the river flow. Han Qi also felt this soul power fluctuation, but before it could react, countless giant Moyun vines growing rapidly around it blocked all its routes of action. Under Bai Ge's control, countless huge Moyun vines entangled like giant pythons, and Han Qi opened his mouth and spit out the extreme cold flame. However, after absorbing the soul ring of Xue Di, Moyunvine's ice immunity ability was once again improved. Unless the purity of ice and snow attribute energy exceeds that of Xue Di, otherwise it will be immune to Moyunvine, and Han Kai's extreme cold flame is undoubtedly lower than the ice and snow energy in Xue Di's body. Roar! The cold chi roared, twisting its body to break the Moyun vines that kept entwining around it. However, the toughness of the Moyun vines had reached an extremely amazing level after Bai Ji absorbed the soul ring of the Snow Emperor, and it was not something that the cold chi could shake at all. So although the cold chi bled away some Moyun vines, the countless Moyun vines that followed immediately tied up the cold chi tightly in an instant. Roar! In the roar of the cold chi, countless huge Moyun vines began to strangle it. Feeling the severe pain from the body of the cold chi suddenly burst into a brilliant white light, and then the slender body of the cold chi turned into a human form quickly. While the Moyun vines had not reacted yet, the human-shaped cold chi suddenly rushed out of the river. Snow Emperor, what do you mean? Han Chi transformed into a man with long silver hair and a feminine appearance. When he saw that it was Bai Ji who launched the attack and wanted to kill him, the anger in Han Kai's eyes was about to burst out. But looking at the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor standing beside Bai Ji, Han Chi had to suppress the impulse in his heart and chose to question. It's nothing, but you are a hidden danger to the far north, so I need to ask you to die. Xue Di's face was grim, and he stretched out his hand and an ice sword appeared in his hand. On the side, Ice Emperor also raised the emerald green scorpion tail behind him, his face full of excitement. Why, Snow Emperor, if you want to kill me, you have to give me a reason anyway. Han Kai's face was a little ugly. You are indeed hiding well, and you have never violated my rules, but your ambition is too obvious. I used to think it was unnecessary to take action, but now it's not possible. You must die, otherwise you will be a hidden danger to the far north after all. Xue Di said expressionlessly, and raised the ice sword in her hand high, pointing the sharp tip of the sword at Han Chi, and Han Kai's ugly face suddenly became even uglier. Han Chi understood that Xue Di was determined to kill it, and brought Bing Di with her. With the addition of a human whose strength was unknown, it had no chance to escape. Damn it! Han Chi was extremely angry. Since you want to kill me so much, let's fight to the death. Roar! In a roar, Han Chi instantly turned back to the state of Han Kai's true body, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Bai Ji. Looking for death. Seeing Han Kai's actions, Bai Ji frowned. With the possession of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit, the powerful dragon power instantly pressed down, making Han Kai's movements stiff. Die! Looking at the bloody mouth that was frozen in front of him, Bai Ji, who had already entered the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit, moved his body, and the whole person instantly turned into a stream of light and pierced through the head of the cold dragon. With a wailing sound, the body of the cold dragon fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a few times, it finally lost its voice completely. Although it was not the first time that Bai Ji killed a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Xue Di was still somewhat amazed. You know, Han Kai's cultivation is equivalent to that of a human super Douluo, while Bai Ji's cultivation is only soul Douluo. But thinking of the red on Bai Ji's martial soul, Xue Di still shook her head with a dumb smile. After killing Han Chi, red spots of light began to continuously escape from Han Kai's body, and the prototype of a soul ring condensed above the body, and next to the body, a soul bone had condensed, which was the sternum. Bai Ji picked up the sternum as usual, and then put it into the dimensional castle, and began to quietly wait for the soul ring to condense and form. Is this Han Chi the last one? Standing next to Han Kai's body, Bai Ji asked. It's already the last one. A hint of complexity flashed across Xue Di's cold and pretty face, and then she nodded. While Bai Ji was talking to Xue Di, the red 100,000-year soul ring finally condensed on the body of Han Chi. Seeing that the soul ring finally condensed, Bai Ji sat cross-legged on the ground and began to operate the Biming Divine Art, using his true Qi to attract the soul ring. Under the traction of the Biming Divine Art, the Han Chi soul ring slowly moved to the top of Bai Ji's head, and then suddenly put it on Bai Ji. As the Han Chi soul ring entered the body, a powerful soul power immediately poured into Bai Ji's body. However, with Bai Ji's current physical strength, this soul power could not make Bai Ji feel any discomfort at all. However, such a soul power could not be wasted. Bai Ji began to operate the Biming Divine Art and slowly refined the soul power pouring into his body. As time passed, the soul power pouring out of the Han Chi soul ring began to decrease, and finally disappeared completely. And the Han Chi soul ring was finally completely absorbed by the Zuxing Dragon King martial soul, becoming the seventh soul ring of the Zuxing Dragon King martial soul. As the seventh soul ring of the Star-Forging Dragon King, the Han Chi soul ring naturally has the most critical soul skill of the seventh soul ring, the martial soul true body. And because it is a 100,000 year soul ring, the Han Chi soul ring not only brings Bai Ge the Star-Forging Dragon King true body, but also comes with another skill, that is, the Dark Star Fire. The Dark Star Fire soul skill does not have any special effect, it is just a kind of extremely high temperature flame, but this flame is higher in temperature than the Ash soul power. After a mouthful of Dark Star Fire, it is estimated that even a defense type titled Douluo of the same level will instantly turn into ashes if there is no targeted soul skill, it is so domineering. In addition to the two soul skills obtained from the Han Chi soul ring, after absorbing the soul power released by the Han Chi soul ring, Bai Ge's strength has finally been raised from level 89 to level 90. As long as he absorbs another soul ring, Bai Ge can become a titled Douluo. After absorbing the 100,000-year-old Cold Dragon soul ring, Bai Ge opened his eyes and exited the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King martial spirit. I am now level 90. Looking at the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor waiting on the side, Bai Ge said. Should I sacrifice now? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Bing Di couldn't help but reveal a trace of nervousness on her pretty face. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. After you sacrifice, I will break through the realm of titled Douluo. Tomorrow I will leave here and return to Douluo continent. Thinking of the situation on Douluo continent, Bai Ge sighed. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 449, Final Mission, 2 halves. Then I will start. After hearing Bai Ge say to sacrifice now, although he was still a little nervous, Bingdi took a deep breath and began to sacrifice. As the emerald green flames ignited from his body, under the burning of the emerald green flames, Bingdi's small body began to become more and more transparent, and finally it seemed to turn into a jade sculpture. Under the burning of the emerald flames, the blood and flesh essence of Bingdi's body began to condense towards his upper body, turning into the prototype of the torso soul bone, which shone with jade-like emerald light, and around Bingdi, countless surging soul powers also began to gradually condense into soul rings. Time flew by, and under the burning of the emerald flames, Bingdi's life fluctuations began to become weaker and weaker, while the torso bones of his upper body began to become brighter and brighter. Finally, as Bingdi's life fluctuations completely disappeared, the torso bones of the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion finally condensed into shape. However, this trunk bone is very different from ordinary trunk bones. Ordinary trunk bones only have two parts, the chest ribs and the spine, but the Ice Emperor's trunk bone also has a scorpion tail, which can be said to be an external soul bone. After the trunk bone condensed into shape, under the control of the Ice Emperor, the trunk bone slowly separated from the jade statue, moved in front of Bai Ge, and then merged into Bai Ge's body. First the spine, then the sternum, and finally, the external Ice Emperor scorpion tail soul bone that flashed with green light also completely merged with Bai Ge. Before, the 8-spider lance that Bai Ge fused was finally attached to the ribs between the chest, and the Ice Emperor scorpion tail soul bone was attached to the spine. And with the integration of the Ice Emperor scorpion's trunk bone, a large amount of cold blood essence immediately poured into Bai Ge's body. With the influx of the blood essence of the Ice Emperor, the blood in Bai Ge's body began to greedily devour these gentle blood essences, constantly growing stronger, and the growth of blood and chi once again led to the strengthening of Bai Ge's body. Originally, under the sacrifice of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Bear King, the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Pruchna Art and the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover had already broken through to the 10th level. Now, with the nourishment of the blood essence of the Ice Emperor, the 10 dragons and 10 elephants Pruchna Art and the Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell cover finally reached the 10th level of perfection. Now, after the strengthening of nearly 10,000 level soul rings and the sacrifice of 300,000 level soul beasts, Bai Ge's body has completely surpassed the realm of titled Douluo. With the fusion of the soul bones, the soul ring finally condensed into shape. After the soul ring condensed into shape, the soul of the Ice Emperor slowly separated from the jade statue and finally merged into the soul ring. And with the fusion of the Ice Emperor's soul, the soul ring suddenly shook slightly and began to fly towards Bai Ge. Watching the Ice Emperor's soul ring flying over, Bai Ge exited the state of being possessed by the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial spirit, sat cross-legged on the ground, and then summoned the Moyantang martial spirit. The Ice Emperor's soul ring suddenly shrank after moving to the top of Bai Ji's head, and then suddenly put it on the Moyantang martial spirit in Bai Ji's hand. With the addition of the Ice Emperor's soul ring, a large amount of majestic soul power suddenly surged out. After the sacrifice of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Bear King, the first 5 soul rings on Bai Ji's Moyantang martial spirit have turned into 100,000 year soul rings, and the soul rings that the Ice Emperor needs to upgrade are the 6th and 7th soul rings. Under the control of the Ice Emperor, the majestic soul power continuously poured into the 6th and 7th soul rings of the Moyantang martial spirit. With the influx of a large amount of soul power, the black 6th soul ring suddenly began to darken in color, then returned to red, and finally turned completely red, upgraded to a 100,000 year soul ring. The soul skill of the 6th soul ring of Moyantang is Sunshine Flame. After being transformed into a 100,000 year soul skill, the power of Sunshine Flame increased by 50%, and the charging time was shortened by half. Before, when Sunshine Flame was fully output, it took 15 seconds to charge. After the soul ring was upgraded to a 100,000 year soul ring, the charging time of Sunshine Flame only took about 5 seconds, which greatly improved the role of Sunshine Flame soul skill in battle. After upgrading the 6th soul ring to a 100,000 year soul ring, Bingdi injected soul power into Bai Ji's 7th soul ring again. This 7th soul ring is not as old as the 6th soul ring in terms of age, because this 7th soul ring was sacrificed by Qingmian bird Ziobai. Looking at the 7th soul ring whose color was getting darker, Bai Ji felt a little sad. After absorbing the soul energy of the deep-sea demon whale king, Qingmian bird Ziobai's soul had signs of awakening. However, if you want the soul of the blue bird to fully awaken, it is estimated that you have to wait until the blue bird Ziobai completely absorbs the soul energy of the deep-sea demon whale king. As the Ice Emperor continuously injects soul power into the blue bird soul ring, the color of the blue bird soul ring begins to turn red after deepening to the extreme. As the dazzling red color continues to deepen and render like paint, Bai Ji's 7th soul ring is finally upgraded to a 100,000 year soul ring. After the blue bird soul ring is upgraded to a 100,000 year soul ring, in addition to the Moyun true body it originally carries, the blue bird soul ring actually brings another skill to Bai Ji: Eternal Protection. Eternal Protection, this should be the transformation of the blue bird's guarding soul skill. After launching the Eternal Protection, Bai Ji's body will condense an all-round energy shield, which is enough to withstand attacks that are one major realm ahead of Bai Ji, and this is a defensive skill similar to a rule. In other words, if Bai Ji breaks through to the titled Douluo, the Eternal Protection can completely withstand a god-level attack. Ziobai, I didn't expect that even if you have sacrificed yourself, you still want to protect me so much. After reading the information of Eternal Shelter, Bai Ji's eyes were full of complexity. After upgrading the blue cotton bird soul ring to 100,000 years, the soul power released by the Ice Emperor soul ring had been consumed by more than half. After the remaining soul power was refined by Bai Ji into Baiming Genkai, the Ice Emperor soul ring was finally completely absorbed by Bai Ji. With the absorption of the Ice Emperor soul ring, Bai Ji finally broke through to level 91. After the cultivation level was raised to level 91, the soul power released by the previously refined Han Chi soul ring and the Baiming Genkai released by the refined Ice Emperor soul ring were immediately manifested, and Bai Ji's level actually jumped directly from level 91 to level 95. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The system detects that the host has successfully been promoted to title Douluo and has become the strongest in this world. Now the final task is released. Host, please conquer the world of Douluo continent. This task is divided into 5 branches. Branch 1, conquer Douluo continent. Branch 2, conquer the Sun and Moon continent. Branch 3, conquer the Star Forest. Branch 4, conquer the Endless Sea. Branch 5, conquer the Far North. Completed. After completing all 5 branch tasks, the host can get 3 god-level lottery opportunities, control of the Douluo continent world, and get the chance to go to the next world. The final mission? Go to the next world. Bai Ji was stunned when he heard the words of the system in his mind. What god-level lottery opportunity, Bai Ji subconsciously ignored. In his mind, only 2 words were particularly profound, one was the final mission, and the other was going to the next world. When he first got the Zushan lottery system, after knowing that the system had the 2 words Zushan, Bai Ge felt that there might be a chance to travel to other worlds. When he first got the system, it might be because of his low strength that the system often issued tasks. The lottery opportunities for rewards ranged from black iron to gold, but as Bai Ge's strength increased, the system issued fewer and fewer tasks, and the lottery levels of rewards became higher and higher. And from the elite exchange competition of the Soul Master Academy of the All Continents until now, the system has not issued a single task. This made Bai Ge wonder if the system had collapsed, but now it seems that it hasn't. Perhaps because his strength was too low at the beginning, the system gave Bai Ge a novice support period, and when Bai Ge's strength gradually became stronger, the system no longer treated him specially. Now the system has finally released the final task. After completing the task, Bai Ge will not only gain control of Douluo continent, but also have the opportunity to go to the next world. Having lived in Douluo continent for so long, Bai Ge already has too many relatives and friends in Douluo continent. It would be the best if he could gain control of Douluo continent. But what is the standard for completing this task? Bai Ge couldn't help but wonder. As if sensing Bai Ge's thoughts, the system replied in his mind, as long as the host defeats or subdues the ruler of each region, it can be considered as completing the task. The final task. After getting the system's answer, Bai Ge finally calmed down. He has completed it. Mobile users please browse and read, a better reading experience comes from I Wang. Chapter 450 Return to Douluo, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, 1/2. The far north is actually very far away from Douluo continent. If you take a boat, it may take 3 days and 3 nights to reach it, but if you fly, it only takes less than a day to cross the vast ocean and reach Douluo continent. After successfully being promoted to title Douluo, Bai Ge stepped on the flying sword and left the far north. Relying on the magnetic field's ability to sense the magnetic field, Bai Ge locked the general direction of Douluo continent, and then flew directly across the vast ocean and flew towards Douluo continent. All the way across the vast ocean, on the way, Bai Ge also sensed the location of the Sun and Moon continent. But now Bai Ge only wanted to return to Douluo continent first, so he just silently memorized the location of the Sun and Moon continent, and then continued to fly towards Douluo continent. After nearly a day, in the early morning of the next day, Bai Ge finally returned to Douluo continent. At this moment, the sun had just risen, the morning light was dim, and the fiery red morning glow dyed the sky red. Although he arrived at Douluo continent, Bai Ge arrived at the Xingde Great Forest area next to the sea, not the city with human cities. However, relying on the ability to sense the prizes obtained from the system lottery, Bai Ge still easily locked the location of the future city. Without stopping, Bai Ge continued to fly on the sword. Under the reflection of the red rising sun, the entire Xingde Great Forest was immersed in a fiery red warm sun. Bai Ge was flying on the sword, but suddenly Bai Ge noticed that there was an area covered by black in a mountain range not far from his feet. This seems to be a domain? Bai Ge stopped flying the sword, and his heart moved slightly. In Bai Ge's perception, this domain was full of dark aura, obviously a dark domain, but domains are generally only possessed by 100,000-year soul beasts, but the 100,000-year soul beasts in the Xingde Great Forest, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python, cannot have dark domains. Then the master of this domain should be the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger? Bai Ge had a guess in his mind. Although the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was a soul beast with less than 100,000 years of cultivation in the original work, as a being with bloodline and talent far exceeding other soul beasts, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger has awakened a domain that can only be awakened by soul beasts of 100,000 years. Moreover, relying on the powerful innate magical power, if they do not join forces, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python alone are not the opponents of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, which shows how powerful the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is. Moreover, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger has a very powerful skill, which is the life and death arena. As long as the enemy can be pulled into the life and death arena, the enemy can be returned to the infant state, and then the big can bully the small. This magical power undoubtedly involves both the time and space fields. It would be a lie to say that Bai Ge is not jealous. Although even if he absorbs the soul ring of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, he will not be able to obtain this magical power, but Bai Ge will definitely not be willing to give it a try. You know, no matter which world it is, the magical power involving space and time is the supreme magical power. The life and death arena combines the abilities of time and space, making it even more powerful. Now that there is a chance to seize this magical power, Bai Ge will never give up, whether he succeeds or not. Emperor Pomo great cold without snow. Ice Emperor descends. Ice Bear roars. Without thinking too much, Bai Ge directly summoned Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Ice Bear King. You surround that dark area. There is a dark demon evil god tiger with a cultivation of more than 50,000 years. Remember to be careful. Pointing to the dark area below, Bai Ge said to Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Ice Bear King beside him. Yes, we know. Hearing that it was the dark demon evil god tiger, the faces of the three souls were a little solemn. Nodding, the three souls instantly turned into three streams of light and fell beside the dark area, surrounding the dark area in a triangle. After letting Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Ice Bear King surround the dark area, Bai Ge finally landed in the dark area with his sword. As soon as he entered the dark area, a repressive force suddenly pressed down. However, after Bai Ge expanded the devouring domain out of his body, the pressure disappeared. After Bai Ge expanded the devouring domain immediately began to expand on its own, and soon covered the entire dark domain. Although the color was black, the aura of the domain was completely different, which instantly attracted the attention of the dark demon evil god tiger. Roar! Sensing that his domain was covered, the dark demon evil god tiger, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his scarlet eyes and looked at Bai Ge with his scarlet eyes, and let out a low roar from his mouth. At this time, Bai Ge could see the specific appearance of the dark demon evil god tiger. This is an extremely huge black tiger, more than 8 meters long, with wings on its ribs, a black body without a trace of color, and an extremely strong body. At the tail of the dark demon evil god tiger, it is not a furry tail, but a vertical upward scorpion tail composed of countless black bones, and the sharp tail hook flashes with a sharp cold light. Looking at Bai Ge, the scarlet eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger are full of greed and malice. In the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, Bai Ge, who was emitting amazing energy fluctuations, was undoubtedly a delicious meal, enough to increase its cultivation by tens of thousands of years. Roar! Driven by greed in his heart, the dark demon evil god tiger roared, and then suddenly spread the black wings behind him, and the dark energy like black mist suddenly spread out. In a roar, the dark demon evil god tiger rushed towards Bai Ge. Looking for death. Seeing that the dark demon evil god tiger did not run away but rushed back, Bai Ge could not help but sneered. Moyun Sen Lushan. Quickly extending his right hand, Bai Ge summoned the martial soul Moyun Vine. As the 8th soul ring lit up, with a loud noise, countless giant Moyun vines suddenly arched the land, instantly turning the entire dark area into a primeval forest composed of Moyun vines. Countless Moyun vines grew violently and strangled the dark demon evil god tiger. Roar! Looking at the entangled Moyun vine, the dark demon evil god tiger was not afraid at all. With a roar, a dazzling grey light suddenly burst out from the dark demon evil god tiger's body, and then countless black wind blades quickly condensed and formed, shooting towards the surrounding Moyun vines. But what surprised the dark demon evil god tiger was that its evil wind blade did not even cut off a single Moyun vine, and before the dark demon evil god tiger could react, Bai Ge had teleported to the side of the dark demon evil god tiger through the Moyun vine. Raging sea breaking waves. Looking at the dark demon evil god tiger, Bai Ge directly activated the control soul skill of the left leg bone of the deep sea demon whale king. With a burst of blue energy ripples like waves, the dark demon evil god tiger's body was immediately knocked out. While the dark demon evil god tiger was knocked into the air and fell into a dizzy state, Bai Ge quickly activated the 9th soul skill again. The extreme cold thorn spear. As the 9th soul ring around Bai Ge lit up, several Moyun vines quickly twisted and formed behind Bai Ge, and finally turned into an extremely sharp Moyun vine spear, which suddenly shot out.